Hello, hello! I'm Theta and we're back for some more Minecraft. Today we're gonna do some more Redstone stuff. Last night after I ended stream, I had some ideas for some like interesting stuff for the farm, because we finished the pumpkin farm, but kind of per the thumbnail, I'm gonna have some interesting stuff that we can do with that now that that's made. So we're gonna tinker around a little bit. Let me get this set up. Hey, Stream Elements is awake. Thank you. It says mayhaps. Well, good enough. Let's hop in. I think it's raining in game right now. Yeah. It's a vibe, but we'll skip till day. Nice. I think it's helpful that skipping till day does end the weather cycle as well, but I think it'd be cool if we had a way of making it sort of rain on command, just for the vibes. Oh. Yeah, also we need a bit of a wall done, so more contraption and stuff around the base today. We did a lot of fighting and stuff yesterday, so today's kind of making up for that. We did make some pumpkin pie, but we made it manually, and we don't like doing that. We like having contraptions do the work for us. The pumpkin farm works, so I want to tie this into the egg farm and then a sugarcane farm, but I would need a sugarcane farm because we don't have that yet, so I need to make one. The only issue being that right below the barn, right below my feet, is a ginormous evil layer. Yeah, this, we are right above it, so there's not a lot I can put in the ground. Because that's my roof. That's my roof down there. The current chicken farm's over there, but I can always move that over here. That's okay. They're just chickens. There's only so much I can fit in the mill as well, so we might need to make some new structures to hide some of the machinery. Of course, this hill isn't off limits or anything, but we do have some plumbing running under this, so we need to avoid that. I'm thinking we do something like over here. The first thing I'm going to need though is to pick up some extra logs, because this will probably need that. We also need more redstone because we ate it all up yesterday making the pumpkin farm. That, as well as some other machinery. We also made a mushroom farm, but we went through like 4 stacks of redstone yesterday, and we don't really have a redstone farm per se, because we can't find a witch hut, but that's alright. What we'll do is we'll grab this, replant the tree, and then... Oh, this is Silk Crunch. Ah, darn. If I had the other diamond hoe, we could have taken the leaves down real quick. Fortunate that we still can, though, thanks to the elytra. So we'll get the wood out of here, and then we'll make a quick run for that, so we can get the saplings a lot faster, so we're not sat there looking up, waiting for the leaves to decay. But after that, I want to go find another cavern to sort of bop around in, and take some redstone from like somewhere that isn't our main mine, but that's already kind of exhausted. I will leave these here so I know where to put what. Put those away, slap these on. Yeah, between the creeper farm, the mushroom farm, and now the pumpkin farm, we need more redstone. Yeah, just any one of them. This one works. Nice. There's... Oh, thank you, Minecraft. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's just sitting there waiting for the leaves. I like to do it just manually. But we have fallen. We can always go back and grab more saplings, but like... I guess it makes sense that the leaves drop sticks, but it's never really been my jam. I don't know. I don't need the extra sticks. I understand they're meant to be branches, though. That's kind of crazy, hitting that leaf block. I'm kind of busted with Elytra. I used to play a ton of that Elytra minigame that you could do from the Legacy Console Edition. I guess specifically on PS4. I think it might have been on Xbox as well. But you could do like mini games from the main menu, and my favorite was the Elytra one. I don't know why I still have these. This should have been placed down yesterday. I'll throw them up here real quick. We will need a bunch more, but not gonna worry about that right now. Step A is definitely the redstone, but I need more rockets. We'll pay a visit to the creeper farm then. I want to see how it's doing. I think yesterday we logged off with about 2 stacks of gunpowder. It's nothing crazy, but like every other one of my farms, it's just about fully automatic. Oh, nice, even better. We don't really need that much. If you're doing TNT, you need a ton of gunpowder, but if you're just getting like rockets, I wouldn't call this farm simple or anything, but a simpler farm like this is perfectly sufficient. I like it a lot. Hopefully we still have some paper, and I traded a lot of it yesterday. We found another cartographer and tried to find another woodland, but unfortunately there wasn't a pale garden attached to it either, so no luck there. Because a creaking heart would be super appreciated for making some redstone stuff. Because daylight sensors require daylight, but creaking hearts are just kind of like wireless, effectively. They're pretty cool. Why all iron? Why all this iron in my inventory? I need to fix that. There we go. Sure, we'll take a pumpkin with me. Pumpkin pie. DB entirely H. I'm not that big of a fan of pumpkin pie IRL. There's lots of other pies that I prefer. It's alright. Similar to apple pie, I think it's just better whenever you have more like texture stuff going on. Like when there's crumble on top of it and whatnot. Pumpkin pie just straight up by itself, like simple pumpkin pie, I think is just like... It's like mash on top of crust. It's a very unpleasant texture. The taste is fine, I guess. I like pumpkin a lot, but just, I don't know. If it's a pumpkin pie, I need more going on than just mush on a crust. Oh, this is perfect. We are nigh immortal with this armor, so we can just kind of stand there and mine while our thorns takes care of stuff. That said, this is like a great area. I wish our mine was more like this back at our base. Makes my job a lot easier. This goes really far down, doesn't it? Negative 26 off rip. Oh, I suppose I should have this one out. See, there they all are. Nope, unless we miss. Boop. Boop. Is the Enderman chill? That's good. The Enderman is kind of a problem. Okay, we don't need to be sniping all of them. Oh, I should probably have this out. There we go. Just so we can mend it a little bit. Bonk. Fortunately, we do like a more billion damage, so that's helpful. Oh, right. I don't suppose I'm ever going to come back to this cave, so we'll just grab the gold while we're here. No more redstone. That's unlucky. Suppose we'll go look somewhere else. Oh. Whoops. Oh well. Oop. Alright, I should probably have some sort of food source out. Lots of gold, not a lot of redstone. Nah, we'll leave it. Always have the nether. At some point we probably will do a gold farm. I don't know, that's usually the last farm I make. By virtue of the nether being just riddled with gold already. Not looking for little caves like that, we're looking for a big old cavern. Somewhere we can just kind of dip down into and grab some stuff. See, that would have been good if that opened all the way up. Ah, over here. This is the kind of thing I'm looking for. Unless... oh, maybe. Ooh, a geode. Not really what we're here for. Boop. We'll take it. Ooh, redstone. You know what, like, the ranges on, like, ore density for redstone go up to? Because redstone's one of the things that's, like, just more abundant as you go down, period. It's a pretty simple rule for redstone, but you can find it pretty high up. It's just less common. What's hilarious, there's dripstone right here. I feel like dripstone's extremely common, but every time we start a world, we just really struggle to find it. Because it's like one of the first things I look for. I can see arrows like flying behind us. Boop. I see diamonds. We'll pick them up now. Usually I just leave them because I don't really need diamonds that much, but we're not going to come back here at any point, so may as well. See, that's why I like thorns. That creeper just did not need to do that. Ooh. Wow. How many was that? 9. Not bad. Gold. Ooh, redstone. Wow, lots. Okay, spider. Yoink. We're only here for one thing. We're on a mission. We don't need to be getting distracted. Leave me alone. I love thorns. There's a few zombies. Where? I need more. There's more. Ooh, lots more. Lots and lots. I'm of the believer that they should have added power to crossbows. And just like mixed all the like ranged weapon enchantments up, because why not? Crossbows kind of suck as is, but they'd be kind of cool with power. Like, imagine power plus multi-shot or plus piercing. I'm kind of a nerd for like the mechanical stuff like crossbows. I like how they added more like the crossbow variants to Skyrim when Anniversary Edition came out. That was pretty cool. Actually, not even that. When it's part of the Dawnguard DLC, I believe. Question mark. I know crossbows were part of that in general, but you can make the crossbow workshop if you do like the Dawnguard questline. And just like get more variants of them in general. Like the Dwarven crossbow is pretty cool. But I think Anniversary Edition did add like way more types, because originally it was just the normal one, and then the Dwarven one, question mark. But now you can make just all sorts. Yoink. I smell redstone. Here it is. It's so beloved we can like smell it from across the cave. We do need a lot of it. I am sick of running out of redstone. I wanted to just fill our inventory. And that was a spider I spotted. Ah, that was more redstone. They are both red. Ugh, the spiders, can't really deal with them. The Minecraft ones, like the normal Minecraft ones, are okay, but I've seen some modded ones that, yeesh. Oh no, I don't like them like big, like fuzzy tarantulas. Freak me out. I thought this was the same cave as we found earlier. That would have let me out. Would have granted us our freedom, but I think we can go up. Oh, more redstone. We're very easily distractible by this stuff. See, this is as much as we had last time, and then we ate it up all in one day. Not very good at making efficient machines. Do they work? Mm-hmm. They can keep doing that as much as they want. That's okay. We have the armor to compensate. I know it's like comically dark. I don't know. I got tired of just putting down torches everywhere. Some of the new caves, like, it does help, like, finding, like, diamonds and stuff and resources, but, like, I don't want to light up the whole thing. I just cannot be bothered. Stuff's gonna spawn, and I'm just gonna deal with it. Alright, that's probably a good amount of redstone. I think we're doing good. Oh, never mind, there's more. I'll happily take more. Yoink. Okay. Y'all need to chill. Okay. That is a third of my screen that I just can't use now. Thank you, Minecraft. I've been wondering about the fire animation for so long. Alright, we need to fly out of the cave without hitting our heads on anything, which is going to be rough, because there is dripstone up there, I believe. Which would be disastrous. Oh, there is, it's quite sharp. That's no good. Here, we'll walk around a little bit. We need a way out. This goes upwards-ish. We'll try looping back around over here. I seem to remember some sort of exit, but where? I see a cave up there, but I thought it was that way. My sense of direction is telling me otherwise. Hello, spider. Hello, creeper. Okay, the creeper died. That was unnecessary. Don't mind me, Mr. Spider. I said don't mind me. Oh. Yeah, I don't like the baby zombies very much. The thorns is just putting in so much work. That's why we use it. Because I can't be bothered stopping to fight the hundreds of mobs that are spawning down here. The only thing that we're not so impervious against would be like lava, like a lot of lava. We can tank it for a little while, but it's not like infinite or anything. Wow, there was some sort of exit, but I don't see it. I feel like we're high enough up though where we can just dig out if we really need to. That's strange. That's suspicious. Fine, we'll dig. Stuff won't be filling our inventory anyway because it's already full. That's not a pickaxe. There we go. Boop, boop. Man. I'm scared to check the chords, to be entirely honest. I know there's a mountain around here somewhere, and I don't want to be digging up into the mountain, because then we'll just be in for about 100 more blocks of mining. So we're either very close or very, very far from the surface. But I do see dirt. There's a lot of dirt. It's a great sign. We love dirt. Oh, that's a less good sign. Ah, there we go. Where did we end? This looks nothing like where we were. I don't... Where are we? Where do we come from? Where's the sun? Which way is it going? It's going up, so that way's home. What should we make out with? A pretty solid amount. More than we had the other day. Boop. This should be so much more than enough redstone for what we have planned. That's what we said yesterday. And we have 17 left, so perhaps not. Wow, 37 diamonds. Okay. That's pretty healthy. Oh wow, 50 even. It's pretty rare that you get an even amount of blocks. It's very satisfying. Pearls, diamonds, deep slate. Good stuff. Oh right, we had... Oh no, we put it away. Splendid. The bones go away as well. Nope, that's not my ladder. We put the gold in here. It's already a little bit. Not bad. I do need to be right back, so we're gonna enjoy some frog TV for a little bit. There we go. Alright, BRB. I'm back. Glad to see the frogs are behaving. So this first contraption, right? The pumpkin pie machine. There's some issues with it. So the premise being that it has the pumpkin farm, the chicken farm, and the sugarcane farm all running into auto crafters respectively. Well, some of them would need an auto crafter, but like they all run into the same crafter. The issue being you want like the same amount of ingredients on every side of it so that the crafter doesn't fire early. There's some other concerns, but it's just kind of tricky. We need to let one item through at a time to the crafter, I believe. Because if it fires early and there's just a pumpkin in there, it'll make pumpkin seeds. I don't know. You have to be kind of careful with it. So we need to be making things that only let one item pass through at a time. You can sort of use the decorative pots for that, but there's some other things you can do. It's also kind of just easier to use hoppers attached to a clock. In fact, you could tie all the hoppers to the same clock and time it pretty evenly. Something like balance out the flow of items. Funnily enough, this is just about where the last chicken farm was. We just happened to put it somewhere else this time, but it looks like we have to move it back to where we had it, which is fine. Somewhere kind of hidden. Like I said, the concern here is we can't really dig down that much. This is kind of the limit of it. I'm conflicted between leaving this and having to manually input pumpkins or having it all run automatically, because if I want to save the pumpkins for stuff, what we could do is run it so that like every other pumpkin gets dispensed, so we're not using all of them. We might do something like that. Of course, we won't have such a clean setup like we have here, where it's all just kind of running to the chest. We'd have to have multiple hoppers and whatnot. In fact, though, we could time it to the same clock. So one clock can be powering lots of hoppers, and that could help spread stuff apart. Like I said, that, or we just sort of manually input pumpkins. I wanted this to happen independently of me, though. So I want to go with the automatic option. The question, though, is making this look nice. because it's already very clean. I like this. Anything more is going to just be a lot of clutter. I can't exactly bury it very much, can I? In terms of hiding the redstone, that's going to be a whole different question. One thing I could do, we could be having the string of hoppers going along, and then a chest, and then kind of powering and depowering, I believe, the chest, and that'll allow items to skip past. I need to make some hoppers. This is why we grabbed a bunch of wood. We need to kind of work this out, because I have some ideas. We will need some redstone, but my idea being we use an observer clock to take what is going to be effectively every other item. I don't really know the speed, like the nominal speed of an observer clock, but I do know hoppers feed 150 items per minute, and observer clocks are pretty fast. To me, that feels like it's going to be roughly every other item. That might be a way of doing it. I'll just bring all that along, as well as some stone. I'll make it into cobble. I think we should make a cobblestone generator as well. We don't typically need them, but using silk touch as much as we do kind of makes it an issue whenever it comes to making redstone stuff. Funnily enough, whenever you're making stone tools, you can use blackstone. That way you can actually like live and work in the nether well enough, right? But it doesn't really work with contraptions, does it? You can't use blackstone for redstone components, or like deep slate as well, because they made it so that they're all kind of stand-ins for cobble. But I found they don't work in those crafting recipes, so we need like regular old cobblestone. Although I suppose, to be fair, there's not a lot of redstone in the nether, is there? There we go. Yeah, so the idea being we make a chest, make a line of hoppers, and see if we can make the hoppers sort of selectively feed into the chest, depending on what the clock's timing is, question mark. I wouldn't have done something like this before with redstone, but the concept seems pretty simple. Of course, that is what we said yesterday, whenever we were making our mushroom farm. Just 2 works. We will need a chest, and then we'll go with 3 hoppers, because why not? There we go. A few more chests. Nope, need more iron. 2, 3. 1, 2. There we go. Hopper, observer, chest. Just to kind of see if this idea works. We might need an extra hopper. But sort of what I'm thinking here is we'll do something similar to like the way item filters work. Probably need more. Yeah, definitely. Here we use this crafting table, we'll make 2 more hoppers. I know I'm going to need a ton of them anyway. 2 more of these. There we go. 2 more of those. This is effectively the same way item filters work. Kind of runs the same way. Alright, so by default, I believe items go to the bottom hopper there. They don't make it all the way to the end, question mark. Yep. However, if we do this, it should be like really simple actually. I wonder if it's literally as simple as, yeah, and then hopefully this splits items. Nope. Oh, no, it is. It's splitting the items, but it's much less than every other, isn't it? That's interesting. So if we slow down the clock, I believe, then I guess we're working with different clock timings. It should be as simple as a pulse extender, though, at that point. It sort of depends on whether we want more pumpkin pie or more just straight up pumpkins. I want more pumpkins. But this is kind of an excessive split that's nowhere near half. So I think a pulse lengthener would help. That said, a pulse lengthener, the issue there being it's just going to stay on 24/7 because the observer's constantly like adding more input to it. So maybe rather than the lengthener, we just do a repeater clock or a torch clock. I believe it's 3 torches just for that. And then you add repeaters to slow it down. If we want a split of items through a farm that's a little bit more uneven, we can use this. That said, I think we can do something a little bit more even. Nope, we need that. Actually, no, we can just have that curved. Should be pretty simple. Oop. That doesn't seem to work. I think I see the issue. Silly me. Yeah, there we go. Nice. That's a little bit more even than the regular clock. Well, than the observer clock. Pick up our quartz. Let's see how even the split is. We'll make it half a stack just straight off the gate so the math is easier. Rather than like 35 or some strange number. That's a much more even split. It's not perfectly even. We don't need exactly half. We just didn't need like a 1:30 ratio like what we had. $11 for 21 isn't bad. Like I said, it depends on whether we want more pumpkin pie or whether we want more pumpkins. I did say I want more pumpkins. Maybe a lot of way to shut it down in case I really need to farm out pumpkins. TB entirely H. I don't need like a bunch of pumpkins. It's just there for a pumpkin farm. But I'm also curious if we can just replace our main source of food here, because I think pumpkin pie is a bit better than baked potato. And I like the idea of having like hundreds of pies in my pockets for food. This is a pretty cheap clock and it's pretty robust, so we can go with this. The issue being, it's quite vertical. There's not a lot of vertical room over here. Also, this needs to be powering the output for the pumpkin farm, and it might also need to be powering the input for the auto crafter for the pumpkin pie. We could also have those as like separate things. We need to make it so that it only lets one item through at a time, sort of like an item filter-ish. I think we could do that. I could make like a gate that detects whether the item has made it through to the auto crafter. It only lets one through, but there's going to be some delay and the hoppers move kind of fast. That's the issue. So might need to do some shenanigans with observers to prevent that. Now that we know we can do this, let's tear this down, because we need kind of two principles to work here. We have one, we have the splitter. So the splitter works. Right? The other thing we need, pick these up, is that sort of circuit that only lets one through to an auto crafter. We can pretend we have an auto crafter. We can use a chest. Or you know what? Better yet, hang on. We'll do this. Gave me a better idea. So that way we can simulate the crafter feeding an item through. I believe like this. That powered, if we drop something in here, right, it should get stuck there. So like an auto crafter, an item goes in, it quote unquote receives a pulse. This is just to simulate that, and then it lets the stuff through. It empties itself. That's the important part. We need to make sure it only lets one in at a time, so we're not making like pumpkin seeds and stuff we don't want to make. Like with the iron farm, we need to delay it so that it only outputs a signal to itself whenever it's full. In this case, instead of a 3x3 though, it's just a reduced 2x2 for the auto crafter. We don't need the auto crafter though to figure out how to do this. So we're gonna have multiple lines of hoppers going in from the pumpkin farm, from the chickens, and from the sugarcane. But we only need one at a time from each. Hey, welcome in. We're chilling out, doing some more redstone stuff today. Part of the issue with this is we need to be able to take the signal from the auto crafter, as in it has an item in it, and then use that to not only stop the other chains of hoppers, but to then circle back and then power the same auto crafter. There's not a lot of room here. Might have to do some shenanigans with target blocks and whatnot, but we do have plenty of hay if we need them. That's fine, we'll make a comparator. You gotta head out? Thanks for popping in. No worries. Torch. Oh, we didn't bring stone with us. Whoa. We made it all into cobblestone. Yeah, some of these do require normal stone. Yoink. Take a whole stack of it. And we just need these two rolls to work. We just need the item splitter, which we have, and then this. This one's more of a matter of base management, area management. There's a couple ways we can do it though. Not too worried about it. Thankfully, hoppers are transparent blocks, so we can use redstone torches to power the non-existent auto crafter whenever that, it's time for that to be built. I don't want to skip till day. We're pretending this is the auto crafter. I mean, we could just make it into the auto crafter. I just don't want to like waste materials figuring this out. I believe it would be a signal of 3. In fact, I think we should build it now. Not only to make it easier to figure out how to make this circuit work, but because I think the output to a comparator is going to be different from a hopper. I guess on that note, how do I make an auto crafter? It's been a while. I only made one so far for the iron farm. I'm assuming it's like some combination of redstone and then plus a crafting table. Oh, I call it an auto crafter, but it's just called a crafter in-game. Iron, oh, plus a dropper? That's weird, but okay. Strange. I suppose it makes sense though. Fair enough. There we go. These things are pretty cool. They're very, very situational, but meh. Funnily enough, this little thing here should still work at kind of shutting it down. When an auto crafter is powered, it shouldn't receive items, question mark? Yeah, no, good, it still stops it up. That's what we were hoping for. The issue being the pumpkin pie recipe is... it's not directional, but it's very strange. I just worry what would happen if we have, like, the wrong number of items in at the same time. Oh, wait, but it's... oh. Oh, odd. Why is this outputting stuff whenever there's no items inside of it? Wait, so disabling slots makes an output? Why? You don't really need that, do you? You can tune outputs using a lectern. You don't need this. Well, shoot. How do we detect items being inside of it then? A certain number of items being inside of it specifically. That's not helpful at all. Oh, so it's a oh, I wonder if it's because of that. That's odd. So it's a fraction. I'm assuming the way it's like written is a fraction of the total amount of slots. Because the signal strength does keep increasing the more you add. No. Yeah, fortunately the iron farm didn't really need stuff to be disabled like this, so I didn't notice that until now. That's fine though, that's alright. It just makes it a little bit more tricky. This is indeed a doohickey, indubitably. Shouldn't be too hard though. The main issue here is like there's only so much space. We need to use this thing to disable itself, but then also to activate itself, which is odd. We could use it like differently though. We could just run a signal, not like that, but using a repeater into this, and that would be okay. The issue here, so I'm not just like talking to myself here, the issue being that it doesn't detect the number of slots filled, I don't believe. Hopefully I'm wrong. It detects the total number of items. So this increases it by 1. This increases it by 2. You can see the redstone at the top left powering up, right? Hopefully if I move this here... Oh! Well, that makes my job infinitely easier. No. So you can have as many items of the same type there. I see. Right, that does help quite a bit. So we don't need to restrict it to one item at a time. The great news being the pumpkins should be the slowest thing. Like that, it's going to be the bottleneck, which is actually going to make this work. I just don't want a bunch of pumpkin seeds ending up in the output. Chicken farm could be here. We can make the sugarcane farm there-ish. I suppose we can cover this up and like run the chain of hoppers that way using some shenanigans. Unfortunately, the redstone, there's no room for the redstone to restrict it to one item at a time. This is just our ceiling. Straight up. No way around it. I can't really hide any redstone in this crevice. Thank you, Pumpkin Farm. It agrees with me. Well, actually went from 11:59:59 to 11:50. I have no clue. My timer, whenever I was streaming, was like roughly telling me 13 hours, which was like a whole extra hour than it actually was. I don't know how that stuff works, but yeah, I don't know. Doohickeys. It is kind of funny that it was like 1 second off originally. Oh, I suppose we can make the pumpkins over here. This would be so much easier if I made it just so that like you toss the materials in. It's like a bin and it makes the pumpkin pie. But making this like fully automatic is kind of funny. The neat part being we can route the pumpkins, like the pumpkin pies, to the wool farm and have it output to the same chest using the same plumbing that's already there. Well, I'm a little sad about like tearing up the wall of the barn to do this, but you know, I suppose I could terraform this hill a little bit here and then hide the redstone under that for this splitter. Wow, already 40 pumpkins. Huge. I suppose it would be this one, wouldn't it? And then hoppers running through this way. I have more hoppers somewhere. They're hiding from me. They're over here. I'll just take it all. Why not? We'll figure it out as we build it. That's the best way to do it. Sure, we can move the redstone over here. Have a hopper under here. Meaning we would just have to power something like over here. I just want a nice, like, pleasant area to go pick up the pumpkins, right? I don't want it to be like some barrel, like, half buried in the ground. I like this, I like the way it was, but to kind of tie in the machinery, it's gonna mess it up a little bit. Also, these are, like, clogging my inventory. Very picky about these things. I'm wondering if we can use powered rails or leaf redstone to do some shenanigans and make the collection system still be over here, but there's just not enough room for that, TBH. It would be very difficult. This would be like jam-packed. I think we can. It's going to be just really cramped. That's fine. We'll move our chest over here. And we can make it a barrel, but it doesn't really matter. The important part is this. Which, oh, I love the sunset here. Which we'll just add a redstone clock. That'll be actually just half of the machinery for this, which is cool. Because it's a splitter and then it's an auto crafter. That's about it, but that's like, there's a lot of doing to get there, so. I think we'll be forgiven for making extra torches. love sneaky redstone like this. There we go. Now we're splitting items between this and the chest. We can test how many it is by using this. Also, I wonder... Nah, that shouldn't be causing any troubles for the collection system. We'll test to see how... like, what the split ratio is. Okay, that's a little bit. I kind of wish it was the other way around, right? I want more pumpkins on this end than in this. But I suppose this is okay too. To do that, we would want it on for longer than it's off to lock it up. So right now it's on for about as even as it's off. It's just more of like a timing issue. That's not important. The important part is we can slow down the clock and then run it to a pulse extender, which is a lot more redstone, but it'll make it a little bit nicer. Wind up with more items where we need to go. This is like a 2-to-1 ratio, yeah. We need... I'm okay with a 1-to-1 ratio or less. 2-to-1's a little heavy-handed. I think we're going to prioritize pumpkin pie here, because that's funny. It's just something to do with how the delay in the hoppers locking up and the speed at which they transfer items is. That's not really the important part. The important part being we need to slow it down. Which for that we'll need another comparator. For the pulse extender. And then some repeaters to slow down the clock. We could use a hopper clock, I guess, but like, I don't know. It's sort of like the cost of redstone typically ends up being the same either way you do it. That's typically how it goes. At least for us here anyway. So I don't mind making it a little bit more sprawling, because I feel like more like sprawling redstone's easier for me to like diagnose issues and fix. Sure, we can fit a pulse lengthener there. Why not? Thank you, Minecraft. I think before anything, we'll just check. The issue with this right now, right, is if it sort of depends on when it dumps the items, whether it dumps them when it's off or when it's on, right? You would need a lot more to get a running average. This is a bit more even-handed. I like this a little bit, but it's still a little bit heavier on this side. It's not bad, but then it's more of a matter of luck. Which is not necessary. I wonder... You know what? I was gonna have the pulse extender disconnected from the clock. But I actually think we can get away with... something like this? Question mark? Right. I suppose that makes sense. It is in the wrong spot. There we go. There we go. That's what I was thinking of. I love stuff like this. It's like a beating heart. It's like pulsing. It's crazy. 22 to 25 is 47. Let's run it into the input, see what's up. Now it should be way more heavy-handed on that side. I'm seeing 31 to 15. That's perfect. That's a pretty good split. We don't mind that. We can see it work naturally now. Beautiful. Love it. So you do end up with like a healthy amount of pumpkins still like from the farm, but lots of it is going to get turned into pumpkin pie, which is ideal. Because I think pumpkin pie performs about the same as steak. Cool, this actually works really well. Then we'll just add a chest here so it can pile up, and we'll worry about that later. I think the first thing we need to worry about, though, is the chicken farm. Now that this works. Man, that's so cool. The chickens. We need a shulker box. Because we need to pick up some eggs. Lots of eggs. We'll probably just make 2 shulker boxes. Anywho. Because what else are we using shulker shells for? That's my take on them. Here we go. Oh, we can actually make a few. I'll make 2 for now. Yeah, it's surprisingly tricky if you want, like, a mix of items from the farm. If you don't want just pumpkin pie, if you don't want just pumpkins, but if you want pumpkin pie and pumpkins, we have to split the items. You gotta play around with the crafter. You haven't messed with it since it came out. It's kind of tricky unless you're doing something more simple, as in with an iron farm, where it's either 1 iron ingot and you're turning it into iron nuggets every time. Then it's real simple. You just have it tied to an observer clock, and then you just spam this until you get iron nuggets. Or the inverse of that, where you just detect it being full and you, like if I had more ingots, and then you make it into iron blocks like we have at our iron farm. Stuff like this, where it's like 1 pumpkin, 1 egg, 1 sugar. I don't know. They're alright. I feel like they're a little niche. They're definitely not necessary at all, but they are neat. I think they were a little overhyped. Just a bit. TBH. But they are good for, they're really good for iron farms because they get clogged up real fast. Any farm that has a gross, like, amount of overflow, they're pretty good for. Here, we'll make it pink. Do the chicken farm. Did I... Oh, this kind of works. This is fine. We'll just do it manually. Or not. Did I add... Question mark. Did I add... there's not a hopper under there. I didn't want that at all. You assume you need redstone, hoppers, and materials for it to work as intended? Effectively. I mean, we can look at the one in the iron farm. It's just right here. I think iron farms are the biggest use for them. Another thing is bamboo farms, because you can use mud and hoppers and have a bamboo farm that automatically turns it into wood blocks, which is pretty dope. But like the iron farm was just filling up with ingots. Ignoring this is part of an item filter. You can see none of it because I plugged it up. There is, though, multiple item filters. There's one that filters out the poppies and turns them into bone meal using an auto composter, right? And then after that, it filters out iron. They fill up the crafter here. And as it fills up, I'm detecting how many slots are full. And once they're all full, you know, I can't actually like read the crafter from the angle I'm at. But once they're all full, it activates the auto crafter and it spits out. So yeah, typically you're gonna want a comparator for it to work like properly, at the very least. Again, unless you are making like nuggets or something, which is like the opposite of what I think people are trying to do with saving inventory space, then you can just run like a simple observer clock into it and call it a day. They do have a lot of fail safes, interestingly. I think they are overhyped. I think they're a little too niche, but they do have some interesting fail safes to them. If they're powered, they don't receive any extra items. They're like hoppers, they lock up. And some like other stuff. You can only run pulses of certain speeds into them. They're pretty neat. You can do a lot of little tricks with them that you wouldn't expect. I wouldn't call them like fail-proof or anything, but it is nice. I'm just gonna make an extra hopper. I don't know. I use them a little bit more now. But again, I don't know. I can see how most people just don't really interact with them. They're Doohickeys. We'll do that, right? Place that. And we can do that. There we go. That'll fill up now for us. I like it whenever I can make the game do the work for me. I'm gonna get a 20 by 20 piston door with 200 auto crafters. I'm not really a fan of like ginormous piston doors. I think like there's 3x3s and 2x2s are pretty good like sizes for them. But it is interesting how like you can do ginormous piston doors with like flying machines. That is part of what having honey and slime like in conjunction with each other is good for. I think the big piston doors work really well with flush doors, like with hidden entrances and whatnot. Actually, I think there did used to be a flush door in the old Redstone handbook. I totally still have it. Probably not today. Maybe today. I'll dig it up and we'll do some of the like Mojang approved Redstone contraptions. Because we are doing like a Redstone day today. That said, I do have to BRB, so enjoy some Frog TV in the meantime. One sec. I've returned. Not only have I dug up the Redstone manual, but I dug up all the rest of my manuals. Like my handbooks for the game. It is the construction handbook. the Redstone Handbook, the Combat Handbook, and the Essential Handbook. I thought this one was called the Mining Handbook. Wow, this is a blast from the past. I'm like flipping through the pages. We're not going to get through all of them. Maybe we will, but we're definitely starting with Redstone. We'll get this contraption made, and then we'll go through the Redstone Handbook, because I think that's such a cute idea. This is going to be some of the first redstone I learned how to build. The pages are so like worn from like young me flipping through this over and over. This handbook predates so much. When was this handbook written? Redstone Handbook. This edition, first printing 2014. 2014. Whoa. That's pretty old. That's almost 10 years ago. Wait, no, that's more than 10 years ago. Oh my gosh. Are you telling me this handbook, this Redstone Handbook for Minecraft is 11 years old now? Yeesh, I need to retire. Man. Well, let's get... Ignoring the existential crisis, let's get the pumpkin pie machine made. The machine that makes pumpkin pie. It's kind of in the name. Wow. An 11-year-old Redstone Handbook. I wonder, like, what... I remember it has stuff like toggle flip-flop, stuff like that. I don't think it explains, like, concepts of Redstone super well, but it's pretty good for beginners, I think. Which I guess is the point. I could make like a specific streamer video for doing stuff from the handbook, but I think that's a little bit overdone at this point. I think a lot of people have done that. I just think it's cute to kind of flip to it on stream. It's interesting that they did a construction handbook separate from like an essentials handbook. But the construction handbook, I remember, had like a pretty big influence on how I design things. Unfortunately, this is going to be most of the eggs. We'll take the eggs first so we don't get like feathers stuck in there, because we only really need the eggs, TBH. We have infinity on this bow for a reason. We'll tuck some of this away. Here, while this fills up, I'll have story time. I don't know if we can hear the pages flipping. Redstone Handbook. Welcome to Redstone, an introduction to the electrifying world of Redstone. Whether you're playing in survival or creative mode, Redstone is an amazing substance that will open up the immense possibilities of Minecraft. It will enhance your gameplay by teaching you how to connect and control the blocks that make up your world. What's nice about this, right? A lot of these handbook types, not really like children's book, but kind of like book fair type stuff. Nowadays, you're like checking it out, especially like online articles as well. Stuff that's like shorter form writing, to see if it's like AI generated, but this so predates AI. It's so refreshing. You'd think it would be like a big deal to point out that someone actually wrote this. Also, who is the author? Who writes these handbooks? I'm guessing it's like a group deal. Yeah, there's like lots of different people who like contributed designs to this, I see. Redstone dust and torches were first introduced in alpha Repeaters were introduced in the official Redstone release Alpha 1.3.1, when it also became possible to obtain Redstone by trading with villagers. Is that correct? That doesn't feel correct. That's bonkers. Witches who sometimes drop Redstone were introduced in Alpha 1.4.2, followed by Pistons in Alpha 1.7. Version 1.5, aka the Redstone update, was released in March 2013. Since its arrival, a huge Redstone community has developed, building and sharing creations as diverse as arcade-style games, intricate traps, calculators, and even computers. I don't think I can read the whole book, like cover to cover, on stream. It's just occurred to me that I don't know about YouTube, but I think Twitch had issues with people just like reading books and stuff. We'll be doing blurbs. Fortunately, this is a pretty short book. It's not like I'm reading y'all a novel. Yeah, it is very simple, just like concepts of pistons and stuff. It'd be cool. I think this is a great thing to like show people who are like brand new to the game. To go from like bonking zombies to actually like making doohickeys and whatever. There we go. Skip till day. We have the eggs. We'll slap this down. And then unfortunately we'll have to say goodbye to that group of chickens and make a new group of chickens over here. Because I'm not going to pipe eggs all the way across my base. As funny as that would be. I don't know how many feathers that's gonna be. That's gonna be a lot. Pick these up. Thank you, Rain. That can just kind of... We don't need that, do we? We'll keep the feathers, but we don't really need them. They might just be taking up room, TBH. Cool. Let's put some of the extra stuff away, such as the feathers and whatnot. In fact, it's probably just the feathers. I think we can go over there now and start building this. The chicken farm's the easiest part. It's just it's a hole with a hopper. That's it. It's as simple as it could get. The pumpkin farm is definitely the most complicated part of it. But this is the output for that. I kind of want to line up the outputs, though, just to make it easier for me. That said, this isn't like an awesome spot for it. I'd rather have it like here. That creeper better stay over there. Alright, that can go wherever it wants to go. Like I said, this could not get any simpler. Do that, do that. I believe like that. That. Oh, creeper's coming. Bonk. Trapdoor. I think Enderman won't be able to move, right? That would be wise, wouldn't it? So cobble is okay for now. Where is the dispenser? There it is. And then whatever on top just for now. This does update through the block, doesn't it? It is a full-on pulse. Yep. And then we just do that, and that, and that. There we go. Where's the shulker boxes? Do I have an extra? Yeah, I do. I do have an extra hopper. I guess do my job for me. Whenever I put the shulker boxes, here they are. Boop. That's incorrect. I've done something wrong. Oh, because it's like that. Problem solved. It's gonna be really loud and obnoxious, so we're gonna go over here. But even better than that, because we just kind of have all the materials to make as many hoppers and such as we want. We'll just do that. Yoink. That should successfully relocate. Yep. Yep. Perfect. That won't cause any problems at all. 22 to 51, perfect. So the chicken farm has to output around here. This outputs around this way. They're going to meet roughly here. Meaning the sugarcane farm should probably be around here-ish. I could put it at the back of this farm, because we don't really come back here at all. Or on this side. Or the back of the mill. We do see this side a little bit from the village, so I want to be careful with builds done here. I feel like we can get away with a little bit if we make it look nice. I wonder if I can get away with having much redstone up top side there, because that is the height that should be for a sugarcane farm. But I don't want to mess with the aesthetic of this. What I mean is, if we pull this out a little bit, I can make this like mud. You can actually run sugarcane next to waterlogged blocks. It doesn't need to be water blocks. So typically you plant sugarcane next to a river or an ocean or a lake, but you can actually take like waterlogged roots, waterlogged copper grates, waterlogged stairs, and plant them next to that instead, which is pretty cool. That said, this is a little cramped for my liking for a sugarcane farm. I could have it there. We want like a corner for this kind of thing, so this feels good. Although this does feel like the path we would usually take from the village. I want there to be something here. So maybe not right here. But I also want it close enough that it'll be running, right? Because if it's too far away, it's not going to produce. So like vaguely here-ish. Fortunately, the trees do a lot of work in hiding and stuff. We could kind of tuck it away back here and just make it look like a shed or something. Maybe right around here. I don't imagine there's much more room right here. There's so many more chickens than I thought there would be. Oh. I suppose I could never know how many are in the bottom shulker block, but I imagine it's still quite a few. They'll sort it out. I think a more important question is what Y level the final hopper is at. This one, so it's feeding sideways, standing on Y110. So if I do build it over here, this would need to be at 110 as well. Which I think this is probably the best spot for it. If we do an automatic bamboo farm, it won't be here. This is just for like pumpkin pie and whatnot. We need the hoppers to be here. I don't imagine this is going to be a huge sugarcane farm because we're not like producing sugarcane for paper, or producing it for sugar, which is a lot better. We're not like trying to make books or anything crazy. So I'm imagining like 5 sugarcane tops. I mean, it could be more. What we could totally do is have it be picking up the blocks from like here. What we could do is we could have 2 rows facing inwards. What I mean is move this, right? Hopefully this isn't breaking into like our base. Ooh, it kind of is. That's what I was afraid of. I'm sure it'll be fine though, because this will be hoppers. Because we'll be building up here. Sugarcane can be planted here, pushed by pistons, like harvested right here on the center, and then we'll have another row growing here, also pushed towards this center, harvested, you know, with pistons, collected by hoppers, leading to that. That's the idea. That roughly lines up with this, and we can run the chicken farm into that and make an automatic pumpkin pie farm that way. That said, the hard part is going to be making the autocrafter work in a way that's not going to get clogged up, but we'll see. I think it's better to just kind of like make the farms first and then, you know, see what's up. Do I have spare sugarcane? We have 1. That's not a lot. That's also just eating up room. A brown frog just hopped out of a forest next to you. There's probably somewhere that's spawning frogs. It might be a mangrove biome behind that. Because I don't imagine there's a lot of frogs in the woods. That's not one of their home environments, is it? The mangrove swamps, I don't know. They're kind of hard to traverse. I like them though. Because like, a lot of wildland areas aren't like meant to be traversed by people, right? The mangrove biomes are for like fish, frogs, and stuff, so the fact that they're pretty hard for the player to get through, I think makes a lot of sense. It is just weird from a gameplay perspective, though. Hey, thankfully all the mud we made yesterday is going to find a use. Yeah, so we're going to need lots of copper grates, or we pop over to the mangrove swamp and pick up a bunch of roots. I'm on the side of using copper because I think it looks cool. Because you can plant sugarcane next to waterlogged blocks. It doesn't have to be like water. Boop. Where's all the mud? Found it. How much copper grate can I make? I think I'm gonna need 10. That, or we just put like water behind it. My thing being it's so close to our roof, I don't want water dripping through our roof. So we use copper. This isn't a lot. This isn't going to cut it. We need much more than that. We might need to pay a visit to the trial chamber again. Oh, never mind. There's 10 right here. Shoot. Well, I don't know what these were doing in here, nor do I know why I had them separated, but that's all the wax copper grate I needed. I wonder if the shulker boxes have been emptied already. The bee is doing tricks. Sounds empty. There's comically many chickens. Yoink, 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 yoink. Good. Thank you, Minecraft. I think eventually they'll face mob cramming issues, but for now they can hang out together. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, see, this is why we don't add, like, the farms right next to our base. We have them kind of spread out in, like, a farming district type thing. Since waxed copper grates are transparent blocks, I wonder if we can pull items to them using a hopper. Probably not. It's not because mud is transparent, it's because it's a little bit smaller than usual. It would be nice, though. Can we get away with some shenanigans, such as planting sugarcane somewhere where there's water, like, above it? Probably not. I think it has to be right next to it. So I'll have to, like, pull it off the wall a little bit, so we're not, like, breaking into our own roof, trying to, like, build this. Because the mud does need to be watered for sugarcane to be there. Unless, like, mud is inherently damp and I can just plant it. Nah. Yeah, I don't think I can get away with, like... Yeah, no. That's unfortunate. But understandable. Yeah, we can get away with a little bit here. You can't figure the comparator out. That's very understandable. It did take me quite a while. I think I've forgotten a lot of the comparator tricks that I used to know. I don't usually use it for, like, the quote-unquote intended purpose of comparing signal strengths, because there's not really a lot of utility for that in, like, the normal game. No matter how many items are in the crafter, does a full 8-block signal? I think the signal can be larger than that, can't it? Because the way I make it work is... Here. Well, I can't really go see it. It's very buried at the iron farm. Where's the auto crafter? The output? Where's my comparator? We don't have one? Okay, cool. We're definitely going to need another one, so I'll make another one. It's not dependent on how many items are in the crafter, it's dependent on how many slots are full. It is really weird. And also, clicking the slots to make it so that these slots are full and, like, items can't be added there also increases the signal. So, like, even doing that gives it a signal of 3. Every time there's a slot full, it adds to it. Right, that's 3. So this is going to be a 9-block signal, because this is 10. However, this should only be a 1-block signal. Whenever items are funneling in, they should distribute evenly across the slots. Hopefully. So if I make more of these, it does this. Right? So that way, if we have a repeater, which I need to make another one. Oh, I need to make sticks. For torches, for a repeater. see this way. See, it fills up one by one by one by one, and then it makes the block. And it keeps filling again. Yeah. It is effectively like this, but typically one would have like a chest on the output, so it actually doesn't just spit the block out to nowhere. This, on the other hand, needs to be watered. It's 10, so I need to pick up 9 more sugarcane. Oop. More importantly, I need 9 more water, which means more buckets, because I'm not going to be running 1 bucket at a time. That would be preposterous and a waste of my time. Thank you, copper grates. I think they're pretty cool. I like how you can have them irrigating blocks, including like sugarcane, which is super handy dandy. Two, 3, 4. I'm gonna make an extra bucket. I don't want to make a run for 1 more. That'd be silly. We have buckets, infinite buckets. There we go. Additionally, we need 9 more sugarcane at the very least. Oh, and then probably more observers too. The cool thing with this is you only ever really need 1 observer, but it goes faster. The farm is more efficient as you observe more and more of the sugarcane. Similar to the pumpkin farm, you just observe the crop. But, you know, it's whatevskis. Inevitably, it's all gonna grow anyway, so meh. Yeah, I made the pumpkin farm yesterday, and I just kind of like, as I logged off, I had the idea of, I think it wouldn't be hard to make a pumpkin pie farm. So, we're seeing like how that is. When we just need like all the individual farms for it. Unfortunately, you can't have an automatic cake farm, because you can't like milk cows remotely. No remote milking of cows allowed. But you can remotely shear sheep. Two, 3, 4, 5. Nice. How do I split the direction that items go through hoppers? Do you mean like what we did with the pumpkin farm, where some of the pumpkins go to the pumpkin pie crafter and some of them just kind of go in here? Because it's a little strange. You need a redstone clock. Well, I guess from the top, you have a chain of hoppers running to the side, and then you put 1 hopper below it, because the way it works is a line of horizontal hoppers will feed sideways, but they preferentially feed downwards. So you have a hopper below it, this hopper, by default, is the one that receives all the items, not the sideways ones. So then it's a game of activating this hopper, because if you add a redstone signal to a hopper, similar to inputting a signal to a crafter and some other stuff that can hold items, it'll lock it up. It won't be able to receive items. So by default, this hopper is receiving everything, and it will have the largest share. Without any power being added to it, without locking it up at all, it'll be receiving 100% of the items. The longer it's powered, the smaller of a share it'll have. The hopper won't take items if it's powered. That's correct. It also can't have items removed from it. However, I think if they're sideways, the rules are a little different. because whenever we were trying to make our hopper clock for the warden to time ourselves, having them vertically, it does sometimes lock items up in here, so it depends, but generally as a rule, yeah, adding a redstone input to a hopper locks it up. This is one way of doing it, but I think a cleaner way of doing it is using a redstone torch under the hopper, and then like activating it and deactivating it. This is just a very simple repeater clock. This is like just repeaters. It's just torches going in a circle, turning themselves off and on over and over, but we just happened to tie it to a pulse extender. So yeah, I mean, if you just take a lever, like so, boop, and then you put items in the hopper in front of it, it'll receive the items, but it's locked up, and items won't leave, right? Because only this one's receiving power. The difference is this one's set up vertically, so items won't even enter this hopper to begin with, and that's why I'm saying to do it this way. Where you have sideways hoppers, and that is the secondary output, and the primary output is downwards. Because whenever you activate the bottom hopper in a vertical stack of hoppers, the bottom hopper can't receive items. If it's an activated hopper in a horizontal series of hoppers, it just can't output items, but you can receive them all the same. You can use that for some shenanigans, but I think this is one of the easier ways to do it, in my opinion. Because in that way you can have a, if you're not doing a splitter, you can have like an oval shape of hoppers and then do like a redstone clock that way. Like a really slow hopper clock, but you know, that's a whole different thing. In this case, it's just the bottom hopper will receive all the items from the splitter unless you power it. So then it's a matter of making a clock that, you know, turns it on, turn it off. Oh, wait a minute. This should be 110. No, I messed up. That's okay. We can make this go further down, just not further up. So in actuality, this would work. Jeez, that scared me. You didn't power the bottom hopper at all and it makes a perfect split? That's strange. I wonder if it's because it's outputting some sort of signal. And we can test it. I don't really want a perfect split, but we'll see. I think that might have to do with the speed at which items flow through hoppers then. It'd be cool if I just like severely misunderstood how it works. That would actually kind of help here. Let's test that. We'll do half a stack of dirt inputted to the start of the line. I'm not getting that at all. Mine must be set up different then, because I'm only getting dirt in the bottom hopper. Ours must be different. Because that's how our furnaces work. Our furnace system in the house, kind of the fuel part of it works the same way, where there's a line of hoppers. And by default, the lava, the fuel is pulled out of the first one first, and then the second, third, subsequently like that. The cool thing here, I think I can... Yeah, we can do some shenanigans here. This is like really cramped, but it does work. In fact, it's probably for the best. Boop, boop, boop. Yoink. Give me the mud. Give me the sugarcane. Boop, 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 boop. Hello? Oh, right. I forgot. We're making it one block higher. That was the whole premise. I built this on this slightly wrong elevation. There we go. Thank you, Minecraft. Grab these. That's 3, 4. Where's 5 gone? It's gone away. Fled the scene. I can hear the chickens having issues with the mob cramming. This is cruel. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, some of them got out. That's probably for the best. If there's so many of them that they can phase through blocks, then I think that they should be vented off. Except when they get in the way, then they make me angry. I wonder if you can do a perfect split though, if you just have like them all sideways without any redstone. Like I said, we're not after a perfect split here, but I wonder if you could like do it on purpose. Doing them. I don't have any spare hoppers. Oh, I do. I have one, but just like giving like them a branch to go through. Fitzgerald machine. Right, just oodles of hoppers now. That way this is going to be a well, should be a lossless sugarcane farm. Cool. That's 15, at least 16 hoppers. It's going to be way more than that though, because you need to line up hoppers that way with that. It's a whole thing. Can sugarcane grow without water on mud? No, even though mud seems inherently damp to me, so to me it would make sense if it could, but that's not the case. Nope. But you can water it with waterlogged blocks, in the same way that you can irrigate fields with waterlogged blocks. So if you like to have a house in a snowy area where water would freeze if it's exposed like this, you can replace the block of water here with like a waterlogged block, and it'll do the same exact thing. And it won't freeze. So that's what we're doing with sugarcane to prevent like water from spilling all over the place. The crazy part is if you have mud over a block, over dripstone, you can drain enough water such that it turns it into clay, which to me means it's very damp, so I don't know. But I suppose it might break things if you like remove the need for water from certain blocks. This is... Do I have any spare chests? I need 15 more chests. That's 9. Should be 16. Yep. And then oodles of iron. Nice. You're gonna renew the realm and go on a frog mission? I see. Ow. There we go. There we go. And I just get back on top here. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. Now, anything that ends up anywhere in the farm gets picked up. Restaurants like magic, we don't know how it works. I feel that immensely. Sometimes it's like, this is going to be really simple, 5 minutes in and out, and then it's like 4 in the morning. I think I make this work first, and then we come back through and make it look nice. Make it look like the barn. Piston. We need 10 piston. Normal pistons though, not sticky pistons. I suppose you could use sticky, I mean it doesn't matter, but you don't need to use sticky pistons. Seven, 8, 9. Come on, Minecraft, work with me. Oh, it's a cobblestone problem. There we go. If you don't care about like watching the farm operate, which I do, but we have enough other farms to watch, you can make them like really compact, like closed in like this, like facing inward, and you have a way smaller footprint and way more sugarcane. I'm not going to do an item splitter here because we already have the lake full of sugarcane. I don't need sugarcane, but I want something that's automatically harvesting and making sugar, so we're doing this. Observer, we need, I mean, really we just need 2, but we have oodles of redstone, so we'll make a bunch. The only issue is, again, cobble. Boop, 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 boop. Stream! Stream, no! Hopefully it's just on my end. OBS, talk to me! OBS is reporting no issues. That was entirely a me problem. Thank you, YouTube. I guess I'd rather have that than OBS freaking out on me. Boop, boop, boop. Oh no. There we go. I can't stand having those things filling up my inventory all the time. This is not going to be enough cobble for 10 observers. I would eat my shorts. Yeah, see, that's 6. We're going to need more than that. Here we are. Hello, kitties. I haven't fed them in like ages. Should probably do that. Boop. Boop. Imagine infinite pumpkin pie. That's what we're working for. That's what it's all about. Oh, the frog got back in the chair. Our evil frog advisor. Hello, Enderman. There we go. Six observers, we just need 4 more. And then it's like some redstone dust, and that's most of the wiring for this. It's pretty darn simple. Thank goodness we don't need comparators for observers, because everything else needs comparators for some reason. It is light to have like tunable outputs, but like meh. Like I was talking about last stream, there's not a lot of uses for certain tunes of redstone strength. A lot of it's just binary on or off. That's not facing the right way at all. If I could do more with like different redstone strengths, then that'd be cool. Imagine observers with like readjustable outputs, so it's not just input on one side and output on the opposite side. You can like output 90 degrees. That'd be so sick. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, oh, I need more. No more boops. There we go. More boops. Sick. This works now. It's technically a working sugarcane farm. For now, we're going to leave it as is. We'll cover it up with like a little bit of dirt. We'll come back and make it look nice. That's really all we wanted, was it to function at all. World's ugliest sugarcane farm. I have an idea for how to make it like look nicer, because this is going to be a path that leads from the village past the iron farm up here and whatnot. But we're here to make the machinery operate. There we go. There's the hopper. So now we have all the farms. We just need to kind of glue them together. The egg farm to the sugarcane farm, and inevitably to the pumpkin farm to make infinite pumpkin pie, because I think it is as effective as steak. I don't know if it has as much saturation as steak, which doesn't really make as much sense to me, but whatevskis. We will need another auto crafter though. We can use this one for the sugarcane farm. This one's just producing sugar, so it's no biggie. This is kind of what I meant about the auto crafter. All it has to be, if it's a 1 item input, is just like an observer clock, and then you're good. In fact, we can borrow the observers from the chicken farm if they're not like part of the structure of it. I don't recall. Yep, no, we can take them. Yoink. Where is the hopper? I think it's down here. This probably isn't good, but whatevskis. Get under this. Wow, okay. The mob cramming hit them real hard. That's a lot of chicken parts. Here, we'll do this. Alright, more importantly, pumpkin pie. I want more pies in Minecraft. We need just like we also need a food update. We need a lot of little things. Especially for like sweet berries. Sweet berries are like painfully underutilized. It should be so simple. In fact, I can have this just going upwards. Do this. Nope. Probably should have done that in a better order. Nope. Thank you, Minecraft. There we go. I'm so happy they're not like overly loud. Has any of these grown at all? Yes, they have. Okay. If anything gets harvested at all, immediate sugar, right? I put myself in a bad spot, didn't I? There we go. Now we can check. I see sugar. Splendid. That's 1/3 of the pumpkin pie made. And it's just hoppers this way. What coordinate is this on? Because you might need to re-angle the crafter to match with this a bit better. This ends up on 367. Ooh, just barely. Perfect. It's the same exact spot. The chicken farm, this is a bit of an issue. It can't run that way because there is like basement there. That no worky. There's stuff there. That's my house. That's my house underground right now. So this has to run around this way. Funnily enough, if there wasn't the autocrafter there, if we could do like an item filter before the autocrafter, we could actually run the eggs into this hopper and just run everything through to the other side. But there's no room for that. And we can't have the hoppers be running directly under them because it'll just be like drawing the sugarcane into the eggs. So we kind of need to run the line of hoppers somewhere else that isn't here. The cool thing is, it shouldn't be in the way at all to have them like right here. That's part of why I raised these, because I kind of thought that might be an issue. That does mean the pumpkin pies will be made like roughly under here, which is, you know, fine. It doesn't really matter where they're made, but I was hoping it wasn't going to be underground. I was hoping to have like a bakery, but you know, we might have item elevators running to like a hut over here because this is the path leading down to the iron farm, even though it hasn't been like pathified yet. So I want to be able to take a path from the village, a nice mountain stroll up here, come around. There's a bakery here, all the barns, our houses over there, the whole thing. So I think the output for everything should be roughly here. Roughly. More importantly, this is where the sugar's coming out. We'll mock it up with stone. Alright, so that line's coming this way. Alright. There. Pumpkins are over here. What we could do instead of hoppers, because it's gonna be kind of expensive, even though I can just make however many. I don't want to be making like a ton of them. Instead of a line of hoppers, we could just do an item pipe, so that way we're not picking up items from under this. I think that'd be cool. Because if I have a trapdoor handy, which I do, we can do some sneaky shenanigans here. We could gander under the rafter. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Where's the chickens? Here they are. Okay, that's just so much better. That does mean we're gonna have a dropper firing, which is a little noisy, but it's meh. I kind of wish we just had like silent droppers, or similar to skulk sensors. They start making it a thing where any transparent redstone components, such as sensors, but also including like hoppers, stuff like that. I know hoppers don't make noise, but anything that's kind of transparent, you could waterlog it and make it silent. Specifically dispensers and droppers, because like this sheep farm, it's over here because of that, right? Otherwise it'd be kind of loud. I don't want to be listening to that all day, right? I'm also glad to see that the sheep crusher hasn't lived up to its name yesterday or today. It's been very well behaved. I feel like it only goes awry when like an enderman goes in there and kind of slows up the minecarts, but I suppose I will never know. I will need ice, and I have wood for signs. Probably need more than that. Also soul sand, just in case I have item elevators. Not 17 of it, more like 2 tops. We'll do 4 just in case. No reason to be stingy. More sticks. I can't imagine it's gonna be like that many signs. We'll start with 3. I feel like that's gonna be more than enough. Here, let me have some of my gamer subs. I need the caffeine. I didn't sleep super awesome last night. I don't know what was up. It might have been like the 4 a.m. Minecraft. That might have been part of it. I have a hunch. Yummers. Go put these down. I don't imagine, like I said, more than 3 signs, because like it's just from here to there. The dropper is gonna suck though. What we could do is, instead of tying the dropper to something obnoxious like an observer clock, we'll make it a little bit more complicated, just for the sake of like noise management, so we're not having to listen to that like firing over and over and over. We will need an extra comparator. I seem to remember having issues with this design a while back. So we might need to also use an observer clock here, but instead of having the observer clock powering the dispenser directly, we have the observer clock be activated by a comparator. Put that away for now. There we go. Yeah, first off, We need the torches. Still have stone handy. Splendid. All right. Fortunately, we don't need an actual like dispenser. It's just a dropper. And sunset already. Yeah, again, the alternative to this is just a really comically long string of hoppers, but like, meh, why? I know I have some extra there, but we'll need some later anyway. I totally forgot about that. No room there. So we'll do it here. Recalling that there's going to be hoppers running into it, so we can't do anything here. So you can make like, here, you can do some shenanigans with this, right? Or if you power it. Oh, one would need a repeater, wouldn't they? That's kind of what I mean. It's going to end up pricey either way to have it be the way that one would think it would need to be. Or, wait a minute, if it's a strong enough input, couldn't I... How strong of an input does one need to make this do that? Pretty strong. Fortunately, like the crafter, it goes off of the number of slots filled also. Or it doesn't, and it makes me look like a big fat liar. Oh, I suppose not then. I think it's because buckets can stack a bit higher than like other stuff, but just not to the full 64. Shoot, so we will need another repeater. So the two ways of doing this is to have it be like this with a comparator, repeater, then comparator circling back around to power itself. Or you could just like activate and deactivate an observer clock with this. Kind of doesn't matter. That said, hang on. Rather than that, I like comparators as much as the next guy, but like, couldn't I power a torch with it? I totally could. Yeah. Make another torch. Or a stick. I'm low on sticks. Nope. There we go. Darn. We're on the cusp. Yeah. That's what I was imagining. You're back. That was a good game. That's nice. I think it's literally this simple. There's items in there. This turns off. This is like a comical amount of torches, but like this should work all the same. It's still less torches than doing this with comparators and repeaters. That's not enough output. You would need a repeater there either way, so may as well just do this. It'll just be a little bit more delayed. Oh wait, I thought this would have fail-safe that. Darn. See what I mean? It burns out. That's part of the issue of having that. The observer clocks do the same exact thing by the by, but they're just a little bit more stable. It's annoying. One could have kind of a failsafe. I think it's like that. No? Ah, well. My coolest redstone machine, or like components are just like all the same as everyone else, but like machine, I guess it depends on what you're after. I like the pumpkin farm a lot. They all kind of work off the same principles, don't they? But like this pumpkin farm, hang on, it's so hard to see. It's all like closed off. There's a bunch of pumpkins growing, right? Every time a pumpkin grows, the observers detect it, harvest the pumpkins, and then a minecart with a hopper that runs under these blocks, pick it up and bring them over here. It deposits every single pumpkin that's in the minecart with a hopper, puts it in this hopper, and then there's a splitter here that takes some of the pumpkins so that we can keep them, but most of them go over here. And they'll be made into pumpkin pie. That's what we're working on right now. So this is going to be the coolest thing that we have. But I guess aside from what we're working on right now, I think the sheep farm is pretty funny. It's not like complicated or anything. It's just like sheep going in a circle and then they get sheared. This one's way simpler, but I think it is funny. I'm very smart when it comes to redstone. I think I'm like, how do I put it? I'm like bad at redstone, but like to the point where I just keep like having the same components over and over. Like my redstone works, but it's like super inefficient and really like overcomplicated, but in a funny way. Like I know how to make like individual circuits and use them for stuff like this, but my like fundamental understanding of redstone is not as good as some people who like really specialize in it. Yeah, and absolutely not. Instead of all that, we'll just make more observers. We have the quartz. The observers exist for a reason. Oh, I forgot that's just actively working to produce sugar. Okay, that's gonna be a problem for a little bit. We'll put the spare sugar, I guess, in here. There we go. Yeah, so like in this case, so like complicated redstone stuff is just a lot of really simple stuff glued together in my case. Like this is the simplest clock. Actually, later in the stream, we're gonna go over this like redstone handbook. I have the old redstone handbook from back in the day. I still have it. It's an 11-year-old book. And it has really basic redstone ideas in it. Like redstone builds. And one of them is a torch clock, a repeater clock, whatever you want to call it. It's a type of redstone clock where torches turn themselves off because it's an active torch that leads into another active torch, into a third active torch, and it just goes in a circle. But you can slow it down with repeaters. In fact, you don't need 3 torches, you probably just need 1. And then it just runs into a simple pulse extender. So like this seems complicated. This output is like a complex output, but it really just is 2 simple machines glued together. You have all the Minecraft books? Yeah, I have them too. I think we'll go over like all of them at some point, but today we're just gonna make this pumpkin pie farm. Where like it just automatically makes pumpkin pie. We can just show up and harvest pumpkin pie whenever we want. We don't need to do anything. But it's unfortunately you can't do the same with cake. It only works with pumpkin pie, so That is sad. Right, we did need the 2 observers. I'm gonna pick these up because I keep forgetting that I have this. These aren't anything. We can take those. All these are super in the way. Not my pickaxe. I do need that. Thank you, Minecraft. My pause screen? Do you mean the frogs, or do you mean the just chatting screen? Because the just chatting screen is this. This is the winter like version of the just chatting screen. I decided to go back and record it with snow because it's like, you know, winter. So yeah, if we're just chatting, this is where we hang out. There we go. Oh man, it's getting dark. Shoot. Yeah, the one where I changed. Why do you say that so suspiciously? What are you trying to find out? You're doing like espionage. That's the most suspicious I've ever seen anyone ask anything in chat. Oh, Bedrock or Java? Oh, it's Java. Yeah. Yeah, Redstone stuff sucks in Bedrock, and that's, I don't know. That's a fact. I used to be like, oh, there's some differences, there's some of this, some of that. Nah. Bedrock Redstone's no bueno. It just does not work. Flying machines don't work, this doesn't work, that doesn't work. It is, I don't know the deal. Java Redstone is just more consistent. I wouldn't mind Bedrock Redstone so much if it didn't have consistency issues. It just kind of, sometimes it does stuff, sometimes it doesn't, especially in a server where you're like logging on and like logging off. Like, stuff breaks a lot. Java just works better in terms of Redstone. It's just consistent. The auto crafting table, I call it the auto crafter. But every time, that means whenever like I search it up, it's not going to be in this because it's a 3x3, but like I do that and nothing shows up. It's definitely just called the crafter, but I've been calling it the auto crafter since like day 1. So this should be literally as simple as observer, dispenser, stone, once again observer, repeater. What's the deal? Oh, it's backwards. I don't know if I want to place this. We're gonna use, tell you what, I'll make you a deal. We'll use cobblestone as a stand-in because this is gonna be really loud and obnoxious if I add the observer right now. Because that's perfect for the pumpkin pie. No, that's what we're doing. That's what we're working on. But it's not this so simple, right? Because I can pretty easily make an auto crafter that outputs pumpkin pie, but you have to manually like chuck in the ingredients. This way we have a pumpkin farm, right, running independently. That's what last stream was. Well, part of it. Last stream was fighting the Ender Dragon, and then we came and made a pumpkin farm because I thought that'd be cool. We have a pumpkin farm that's outputting pumpkins, right? And then we have a chicken farm that's outputting eggs. And then we have a sugarcane farm outputting sugarcane, which we already have another crafter here that outputs sugar. So they all lead into one auto crafter, and we just make pumpkin pie without having to do anything. We don't have to lift a finger. Just pumpkin pie, infinite pumpkin pie. Even though TBH, it's not my favorite kind of pie by like a mile. This is gonna be real silly, but we'll make a sticky piston, which we need one anyway. We're gonna use slime for this. Just to make this whole thing a little bit more compact, I believe. This is abysmal. My inventory is no good right now. Don't need all that dirt. We can put away the shulker boxes. Well, no, that's the thing, right? So with the sugar, the recipe is 1 sugar cane to 1 sugar. It's so simple. But with this, if you get a pumpkin going, because it's 3 separate farms, they're not running like on the same time. Sometimes the pumpkin farm will spit out a pumpkin, sometimes the sugar cane farm will spit out sugar, sometimes the chicken farm will spit out an egg, just kind of all at random. So they need to all fill in a certain way, right? So we don't have like the autocrafter getting clogged up with like 3 piles of eggs or something and then getting clogged. And then we can't have it just have like a pumpkin, because if it fires with just 1 pumpkin, it'll just make pumpkin seeds. So we gotta like stack stuff up. Let's see. Oh, we already have sticky pistons. We just need the 1. Well, you know what am I talking about? We have a bundle. We'll just bring them all. I will need slime balls, just in case. I need to make some slime blocks. We'll throw these back in our thing. Boop. Hopper minecart. Oh, wait a minute. That probably would be a decent idea, because you use hopper minecarts for super smelters because it evenly distributes items. You could use that for this. It would be a little resource inefficient, because you would just have like, it would be all the iron for that, all this, all the like the rails and everything. But I suppose you could use that to evenly distribute things. I think you can get the same effect by like timing the hoppers and locking them up in certain timings to like save on resources, but you probably could, because that's what people use for super smelters, like I said. The thing is, it'd be pretty simple too, because you'd have like a logic gate. So if there is an egg, at least an egg, a pumpkin, and a sugar. It can be more, but just like 1 of each, then the hopper minecart evenly distributes the items. But you probably don't have to do it like that, like I said. You could use the same exact thing to let 1 item through at a time with hoppers, because you can do that. That's how item filters work. So you don't necessarily need to do that, because it's not really the same as a super smelter. But that is one way of approaching it. This is the kind of thing that you don't just need, like there's more than 1 way of solving the problem, right? So it's all good. It's less of a matter of figuring it out and more of a matter of like building it all. That output is to there. This sucks. This is like an excessive use of slime, but like you could probably do that. I don't remember if sticky pistons can pull slime. I would imagine they could. So that if something passes through this... No. Oh, we need to be taking the output from this. Oh well. That's pretty easy too. Wouldn't be a big deal at all. It would actually be really easy. Just more of like a demonstration. We're not gonna do it this way, but wouldn't be hard. I don't have another repeater. Ah, shoot. That's okay. It kind of still works. It's whatevskis. It's just, you know, it bothers me. Cool. That works exactly how I wanted that to work. I just need to invert the signal, which is actually pretty good for what we're trying to do. Here, that said, we're gonna go watch some Frog TV for a second. I need to check some stuff. Also, I'm paying the price for the sheer volume of gamer subs I consumed earlier. Yeah, I know a lot of people like having mobile things in their Redstone, like minecarts with hoppers, stuff like that. That is totally one way of doing it, but I also really like having stuff be, I don't know, just kind of working silently. I think that's pretty neat. With like hoppers locking up. We've been doing a lot of stuff with locking hoppers recently. It's been kind of our favorite little circuit. There we go. Have I experienced deja vu before? Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone has. I've got some stories about that, but I need to check some stuff real quick. Cool base, yeah, we can do a little bit of a tour when I get back. We have a lot of stuff planned for stream today. But yeah, I still get, and I used to get even stronger deja vu, just like all the time. Here, launch the frogs for me, I'll be right back. I'm back. Deja vu you think is weird? Yeah, I mean, it sort of depends. Like, yeah, like you said, it's the type of deja vu. Because, like, deja vu is simply, like, oh, I've done this before, but, like, I think more of what I experience, kind of like the... We'll have a story time for it later, because it's more complicated than that, but, like, especially as a kid, I would have lucid dreams very, very, very often, and then a lot of the deja vu I would get would be stuff from dreams. Which, like, people throw around the word premonitions a lot, but I think that's just not it. It's just a matter of, like, having very, very, like, long REM cycles. So a lot of your dreams are more vivid, so you're just kind of bound to experience that more often. But it's pretty neat. There's a lot of, like, movies and stuff based off of that concept. I definitely don't have it as often as anymore now. I know lots of stuff planned for today, so I want this pumpkin pie just machine made, right? That's the first thing we're doing. I knew that would be kind of a bit of an undertaking because half the farms hadn't been built yet that are like the inputs for it. So we're doing that. But then I want to go through the old Redstone handbook. Just kind of show that like a lot of my Redstone I don't know. If you like really look, it's very outdated. It's outdated circuits kind of stuck together. All my favorite clocks are like really old. Now we need to be taking a comparator output from the dispenser, not from the hopper that's attached to it, but we could do some interesting things with like locking up the dropper, sorta. Slash, I don't know how much it matters. Move that, move that. Boop, boop. That'll deactivate that. This is fine. We can work with this. Sure, Minecraft. Okay. I see. You can use target blocks and also like mess with the shape of redstone to help with like directionality issues. There is that, but I think it's just easier if I do this, because I think if I place a block here, yep. Now, I don't think this will work the way I think it'll work. Like, that definitely doesn't do anything. Also, you can't do that. Like, this doesn't work like that. Because of the length of the pulse coming off of observers, you can't deactivate torches with them, which is funky. I'm not a fan of that, but it's whatevskis. You can get around it pretty easy. And then just do that, and then this is going to be really loud and obnoxious for a little bit. And let me out. Let me out of my prison. I probably need to invert this twice then. Or use glass. Either works. Totes, and pick up some glass. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like pulling my hair out trying to like fit that circuit within that space. Ah, wow, that's a lot of sugar. That is gonna be getting in the way for a while, isn't it? Where me keep spare glass. Here it is. You can use lots of things in plates of glass for redstone, but I think glass is just like pretty consistent. All reliable. Definitely like consistency is one of my favorite traits of like a piece of circuitry, because I'm used to bedrock inconsistency. Okay, there we go. Crisis averted. Except I don't think that does anything. You would need probably another glass. Line that up. Pixel perfect. There we go. Cool. This way. Nothing happens. Why? Does this need to be a solid block, Minecraft? Is that what you're telling me? That's very strange. Good enough. The point is that it toggles faster than it can receive blocks, so it shouldn't have any leftovers. Because a hopper only dispenses, well, hopper only carries 150 blocks per minute. I'm pretty sure the observer clicks are faster than 150 per minute. Which gets a thumbs up from me. Something I've noticed is this is directly in the way of my damn stuff. That's okay. We can avoid an existential crisis by doing this. I love like turning around and noticing that whatever I built is just not going to work the way I intended it to. Because that glass is transparent. I don't know if that's going to cause a problem. Nope. No problems here. Yeah, I don't know the fire rate on an observer clock, but it's definitely faster than the dropper can receive items. So whatever it is, it's faster than 150 BPM. That, or the hopper's getting hung up, the hopper gets like stopped. I think what's more likely is the hopper is getting locked up bit by bit. The dispenser gets locked up one block at a time because this is powering it. I think that's probably what's happening, which slows the whole thing down, which makes it work, which is a good thing. This redstone being here is a bad thing, but I can get around that. Because otherwise that wouldn't work. It would flood. But this shooting blocks to the side here, the opposite side, is actually going to allow me to have water running past this without having any issues. That'll just be like, where's my ice? And this is totally fine. Grab my signs. Yeah, that's why we don't need like 30 million hoppers. Boop, boop, boop. It just works. I don't have water on me, because that takes up a ton of room, so we need to pick some up. But I'm going to need the ice and signs out. I didn't end up needing the slime, which is huge, because I don't want to waste it. Not like we have a farm for that. We do. Oh, thank you, Minecraft. This is just going to keep giving me sugar until I, like, route it into this. It is a little bit more complicated than I thought it would be. I thought this would be like a 5-minute in and out thing to make an automatic pumpkin pie maker. But without like the farms for it, the only thing we had was the pumpkin farm. The chicken farm was in the wrong spot and we just did not have a sugarcane farm. But other than like routing the items, it shouldn't be too hard. Cool. And then we should have the other trapdoor in here. Yep. That'll let me sneak under here. Nope, unless I place it wrong. That's cool too. There we go. Oh. Thankfully there's no redstone down there. Yeah, sick. We'll put a spruce sign here, as well as some ice here. Oh, can't fall into there. That'd be an issue. Oh, we could totally have the bubble column. I think we could have the bubble column just straight up here. If we break that, we'll take a look at where that goes. I think that just goes up. Hang on, that kind of works. I've been getting pretty lucky with like the setup of the farm. It's been making things pretty convenient. I'll just remove these and see what's what. See, that's the output for it. This is the line that's going to be receiving sugar and I guess maybe also eggs at the same time. That's going to make it real easy. Munch on these real quick. Sun's not low enough. You can already see the stars. Wait for it. I don't want creepers showing up and getting like stuck in my farm. Nice. So whatever this is, a very complicated way of receiving eggs. Oh wait, okay, thank goodness this is a dropper. Hey, if that was a dispenser, we would just be like breaking the eggs. Never really thought about that. It's really lucky I made one and not the other. Yeah, and then there will be a bubble elevator here. Yeah, we can line them up. I think the output for everything is just going to end up vaguely up here. We can join the two bubble elevators together because there'll be probably a bubble elevator or just a line of hoppers going this way. And then run everything that way over there because that's where I want the bakery, quote unquote, for the pumpkin pie. I don't want it like right next to the farm. I want to have a cute little like bakery house over here. And we terraform this a little bit for our basement, but it should be fine. Yeah, I don't see our roof anywhere. Gonna have to be aware of not breaking into our own home from above. I have a lot of underground builds that are pretty near the surface. Cool. I think since we have a pretty good setup for having just a one output of items, we do this like different ways. We could have just one input for the pumpkin pie crafter, right? But I don't think that'll work. I really wish you could like program an auto crafter to how do I put this? Because a pumpkin pie, right, you make in a 2x2. It's just pumpkin, sugar, egg, right? I could fill the items into a crafter of like pumpkin, sugar, egg, but it's gonna like eat it all up. I really wish I could leave those items in the crafter to like pre-program it. But if I slap down an auto crafter anywhere, it's pretty easy to see how like, here, do I have one over here? I thought I had a spare auto crafter. I think I do. The redstone output's going to be the same whether there's one pumpkin, one sugar, one egg, as if there's two pumpkin, two sugar, two egg. If I could get it to do a separate output for that, that'd be pretty sick. But I don't know if the signal strength increases at all, because I think it's just a signal strength of 9 regardless. I don't think it goes like past that. We could totes find out though. I swear there was one somewhere. No? Shoot. Oh, we can make another one. We just need another crafting table. Redstone, iron, cobblestone. What am I missing? Oh, yeah, a dropper. There we go, crafter. Yeah, so I guess we could test it a little bit. I haven't done anything super advanced with these. I just know we'll get the full output of 9 if we get like... Here, I'll do a whole string so we can see. Alright, we would need a comparator as well. Right. Already, if I close off these slots, we're most of the way there. And then if it's one of the, just any 3 items, it doesn't matter, right? We get 9, so up to here. Does it do any better if we double the items? So we're missing the corner. I don't think it does, but I sure hope so. Yeah, no. If we were able to do that, because I want to leave it like this. I really wish this was how it worked. Because without being able to keep at least one set of items, one recipe in the crafter at a time, it doesn't really work. Unless I have a bunch of item filters running into it that also output to the crafter, but then you get into a bunch of timing issues and clocks and like stuff like that. Not my jam. Another thing I suppose you couldn't do is something like this. I think the output's still going to be a max of 9. In fact, it should stay at 3. If we double the recipe... Yeah, nah. It's entirely related to the slots filled, not by like the weight of items inside, which is the better way to have it, yes, but it does make my job a little tougher. So either we use a hopper minecart to evenly distribute items, and this hopper minecart gets activated whenever there is one of each type of item. The issue being we would need 3 separate inputs for the bakery instead of just one string of items, which we could totally do. I mean, unless we want 3 item filters, because I could just like chuck all the ingredients into one input and then have item filters to then separate them out again. That's just a more complicated way of doing it because it's already separated. That would be just putting them together and separating them for not really any reason other than like convenience. But then I suppose it might be easier. Let me take a look at where the inputs would be, right? Because this one's sugar. We could separate these, I suppose, because that could be for... This could be just for eggs, so we could separate eggs out. This could be just for sugar, and we can have this just be for pumpkins. So we don't need to put them together and then have item filters. We would just have it feeding into a chest, I suppose, or a barrel. And then once all 3 containers have something in them, it activates a minecart with hopper that collects 1 item from each and then drops them into an auto crafter. That's probably how I think this should be done. That's what I'm going to call it as. Which means this is going to need some elevation to it, because it'll be storage. Here, I'm just looking up in the air right now. It doesn't really show what I'm talking about. It should be storage, minecart with hopper, and then like crafter somewhere over here. So the more elevation here, the better, but like to an extent. Two ways of doing that: we could have the pipes a little bit more underground, and then we have bubble elevators inside, which I think would be cool. I think we might make this look cool by having pipes that are kind of hidden, and then you walk into the bakery, right, and there's bubble columns going up the walls, stuff like that, minecarts moving around, some like preposterous Dr. Seuss shenanigans. I think that might be the move. And we'll just have more bubble elevators. I can make more. We have just about as much soul sand as we're ever gonna need. So I reckon about this deep works. Ooh, that stinks. So there has to be a block there because I don't want water like over our basement. That's fine. We can always terraform this hill out a little bit. Yikes. Wait, this is literally our roof. This is fine. That'll just be for pumpkins, and then we can move the item pipe for eggs over a little bit. I could totally do that. That's still buried. So I'll go over here. Cool. And we'll have like all the item elevators here. What you could do is, because items in Java are centered within their bubble column, you could totally just have these all next to each other. Like, they don't need to be separated by one block like you might need in Bedrock. I just think it will look cooler to have them all in their own like pipes, but you don't need to do that per se. I think we'll go with that. We'll make the water streams now. Here, I have soul sand with me already, don't I? How much did I bring? 4. That's pretty much the exact amount that I need. Maybe I might need more. 2, 3. 3 bubble elevators, 1 for pumpkin, 4 egg, and 4 sugar. I'm gonna need this crafter right here. We'll basically make it work the same way as a super smelter. I don't know, programmable crafters would be pretty sick. I'm sure there is a way to do it that someone's figured out, but I don't know. I can't really imagine how that would work. This is fine. And then that runs over here. Where there is another elevator. What other items are going to need elevators? I know the eggs are going to need one here. This won't need one, because it'll feed up to a dropper or a dispenser, doesn't really matter. Just preferentially a dropper. Because this can feed up to hoppers and then so on and so forth. The redstone will be a little cramped for it, TBH, but it should be fine. Fast forward a couple of minutes to me pulling my hair out because I tried to make it way too compact. And this definitely won't need one. And if anything, it's going downwards. That's harvesting pumpkins like crazier now. I didn't think the pumpkin farm would be that effective. There is only like 21 pumpkin plants going. So like, let me grab some water. Oh. Let's get like an idea of this. Boop. It's gonna be nice to just be able to walk out of my house and just go to the bakery and grab a pumpkin pie. Funnily enough, you could definitely already do that with villagers, but this way it's free. Cool, and then a sign here. We're definitely gonna need more signs. Way more than I thought we would need. Like that. If anything, this little segment right here might need to be longer so the items have more momentum. But we can give it a try. Nah, they'll be fine. They'll make it. Oh. I suppose this works. There we go. We're free. We do need more signs. Yeah, again, if this was like manual input, if I just go grab egg, go grab pumpkin, go grab sugar, this would be so much easier. But I love just automatic farms. Just being able to sit there and just like watch items go around. like flowing through pipes, just all independent of someone operating them. We can do some interesting tricks with pipes and like item pipes in Minecraft. Because it doesn't need to be a full block wide, it can be a quarter block wide and you can still get items flowing. They just need some like more momentum. That's how the drainage pipe here works. We have a garbage disposal in the base which shoots items all the way out through here and it flows that tiny little quarter block. And it, you know, sends them into the void. But if you throw an item hard enough into this little quarter block of water, it will make it through. This shouldn't need to utilize that though. That was kind of complicated whenever we were making that. Cobble. Make it something nicer later. There we go. We can give that a test. Any old items that make it through this. There it goes. See if it worked. I hear it. There it is. Yep. Eggs are ready. Now the sugar. We'll definitely need another dropper. This is going to be the most complicated part of it. Having two dropper mechanisms here, not really interacting with each other, not interfering with each other. Yeah, we will need that comparator. And with all the water around, there's not a lot of room for redstone. Let me pay a visit to the chest over here because this is ridiculous. I need to put some of this away. Don't need that, nor do I need the mud or the coal or any of this other stuff right now. I might need the glass, TBH. Some of this. There's a dropper. Okay. Where thing? Here thing. Well, that kind of just already works. It's very noisy, but now it just works by default. Because any sugar that it's going to go into the wrong pipe, or just straight up. But if any sugar cane enters that, it'll dispense it into this. How do you feel about this? Because this is kind of noisy. I don't know how much I like that. I don't like having droppers just like firing all the time. I'm not a fan. Like I know I said we just need to make it work, but this works too much. This is doing too much work. We could totally just, I think, scoot the observers over. I think if I simply like do this. Nope. Do this. And then this. Nope. I hear it. It's working. The crafters are so nice and quiet. I love them. You can just barely hear it, although not really. I love them. This, on the other hand, isn't too good. We could probably use a repeater. Yeah, we might be able to use a repeater there. I can run redstone over the top of these, which is pretty sick. If we grab an extra... Here we have torches already. We'll pick these up too. Yoink. this. One could also definitely just have like an I'm really overcomplicating this, but one could definitely just have an observer coming off of this and that feeds like back around. Like it's not this, doesn't have to be this complicated, but I am curious if I can get away with like do that maybe, and this. How much does this slow down the pulse? Pretty good. I like that a lot more. But it's just too regular, right? The alternative being, we put these away, grab ourselves just one observer. We will need more cobble. Grab that. Crazy that of everything I could run out of, most of the time it's cobble, because our main pick is silk touch. Having all this shenanigans and not a cobblestone generator is pretty ridiculous. Boop. Boop. I think it's every time an item enters the dropper, it should fire. I don't know. I don't usually run it this way. I like using comparators, but it's whatevskis. Ooh, that's not good. Here, let me skip till day. Let me see if that's outputting a signal at all. Because maybe, hopefully, it's just outputting too short of a signal. Because observers are kind of quick like that. Anything in my inventory that would help me figure that out? Yes. I think that was just a coincidence that that fired. I was like, what did I do? Yeah, no, absolutely nothing's happening. Okay. Never mind, I was wrong. This... The observers, yeah, the observers don't affect the comparator from below, which is pretty sick. Which... if this is gonna be water... Let me add water. Well, add a pipe so I know it's what. We can get away with a little bit of shenanigans, I think. But it's going to be kind of tough. Here, if we like... I get up in here. Do that. Do that. I like using cobble for this because I don't want Enderman like messing up my stuff. If it gives it more than like one at a time, this is gonna break, but just like a really simple way of doing it should be like this. Or not, because I'm a silly goose. There we go. Except it only does one at a time, which is a problem. So one would need multiple observers to make an observer clock, etc., etc. Which is what the pistons are for. You want to interfere with that redstone, but that shouldn't be a problem. Like that. Then we'll take another observer. Oh, which we can't because we need once again we need more cobble. I would almost be willing to like trade with a villager for just heaps of cobble. We just do not be getting it. We have oodles of stone though. To be honest, I guess I'd rather like have to break stone for cobble than have to bake cobblestone for stone. So like this is the best it could have been, but still. This should work. Perfect. Okay, anytime anything enters this. Nice. That's so much better. Doesn't interfere with anything, I don't think. That still works. I didn't imagine making pumpkin pie would be such a complicated process. The price of infinite pumpkin pie is my patience. I will need some more hoppers for this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Unless I fall into my own pipe. A common mistake. It's so scuffed, but like I can already see what the end product is supposed to look like, and I think we can make a pretty cool looking bakery. We just need it to actually like function. We need the items to go where they need to go and then get distributed evenly so that the crafter doesn't break. We're gonna need, oh, I think we have plenty of wood already, so I think we're good. 2, 3, 4, nope, 4. Sick. Why is no one else chatting? I don't know. We're just hanging out. There's no biggie. We're just chilling out, doing redstone stuff. This isn't... Me placing this is not going to work. Also, we're about to lose our hopper if I break this. My hopper! Man. Oh, well, yeah, how dare they? You have to go make a FNAF video? That's hype. Is it like a lore video or what? Are we doing a Freddy tier list? $3 special? I see. With custom songs and original FNAF? Well, some of the eggs are just going away. That's okay, I guess. We don't need all of them. I'm sure this has produced hundreds of eggs, by the way. This is too many chickens. It's like a 1 in 8 chance that an egg produces a chicken, and we got really, really lucky. Egg launcher, yeah. The good thing is it's a dropper, not a dispenser, so the eggs aren't, like, breaking, surprisingly. Eggs going to space. We can make rockets. I mean, it's not hard to make a rocket with, like, flying machines. Send stuff up to build height. We're gonna need more stone once I break this for cobble. Luckily, we have thousands of it. Sick. Boop. It's still going. Oh my gosh, it just wrapped up. I'm glad to see it works pretty continuously. Hey, we're gonna end up with like a gross excess of eggs at the bakery. I'm just assuming. I can kind of already see that happening. The cool thing with that system though is there's only so much room in a hopper and in like a barrel and a chest, whatever. So that back there is going to help with excess items, because anything that doesn't get picked up will just despawn in the pipe, which helps a lot. So you don't have like overflowing items at the bakery. It'll just get like stuck in the pipe and not be my problem anymore, which is cool. Thought I kept like a healthy amount of stone up here just for like quick redstone stuff. That's what you're doing in your game right now. You're making a sky base with like a rocket as the way in. Yeah, it's way easier to do that stuff in Java with like flying machines, with like multi-directional flying machines. You can make them go like up, down, whatever. Flying machines aren't really my specialty though. I'm not really good with them. I just don't see it, like, I don't have a lot of use for them. Maybe if like a conveyor belt or something, but I don't know. Probably should have grabbed more than half a stack. I don't know why I'm being stingy when I have like thousands to spare. Yeah, being in Bedrock is tragic. Get out of my inventory. Yeah, having water like right next to the redstone is nerve-wracking, but with the sign there, it should be a-okay. That mountain, that one, yeah, it looks pretty okay. It's just it's got a lot of shape to it. I want to do something with it, but I have no clue. That or this one. This one's a little bit less extreme. Be perfect for the Undertale map, yeah. Hey, found all the eggs. So they're ending up where they need to end up, which is pretty cool. That does help. Oh yeah, and then the, I guess now the sugar works. We just haven't, like, made the pipe run all the way over here yet, but, like, the actual, like, dropper works already. So if I do that. Here, we'll skip till day. Right, so the eggs end up over here. The sugar, there's gonna be so many more eggs in every other ingredient, but sugar should end up over here as well, hopefully. I should probably check the crafter to make sure it's not clogged, because that's always a possibility. If literally anything else gets into the sugarcane farm, it'll get clogged up, but, you know, whenever everything's closed off, it should be pretty stable. The thing is, like, once you start getting into, like, complicated stuff like this, when there's, like, a lot of stuff kind of glued together, there's just a lot more room for stuff to go wrong, and that's why I prefer Java, just because it's, like, more stable. That said, you do run into, like, instability stuff whenever you're having, like, a server, like, you're getting it into, like, multiplayer with multiple people logging on and logging off, so it's kind of a moot point unless you're in, like, single player. There we go. Jeez, wow, this is a really happening, like, area. This is cool. Right, and then the final thing is pumpkins, which should be the easiest one. I love seeing all like the ingredients flying around and such. I think we have to say goodbye to these pumpkins. They're a little in the way. Goodbye, pumpkins. We'll put them a little bit over here. Hello again, pumpkins. You have an auto armor maker. And then a hopper that runs under the crafter, puts it in chest. I see. So you just go to the chest for armor. Yeah, you can also just attach it to a dispenser with a pressure plate. So if you go to like walk onto the pressure plate, it'll just equip the armor for you. It's pretty interesting that you can use dispensers to equip things with armor. Not just the player, but you can give villagers armor. Because they have inventory for that. So you could give like villagers like Thorns 3. Which is always funny. Make them able to defend themselves for once. Oh, I have to clean this out. Yikes. Oh, well I can use that. You know what, we'll just transfer items from one side to the other. We can only move 4 at a time. Never mind, we can move 5 at a time. Revolutionary. Which was actually just all we needed. Hype. Boop. Boop. There we go. Use a chest to repair the broken one? I see. I think you can also use... Well... No, I don't know. I don't know if you can use a dispenser to remove armor. I don't think it works like that. But I think you can use a dispenser... I don't know. If a dispenser with armor in it is activated by the player and they're already wearing armor, I don't know if it like replaces the armor. It might just then dispense the armor without equipping it. Yeah, it doesn't. I see. I get the feeling one of these farms is just comically more effective than the others, and it's the egg farm. One more dropper. See, I don't mind hearing the droppers firing if it's like on a command and not just like all the time. Listening to like what is, I think at this point 6 droppers just constantly firing would be horrible. You can merge armor in an anvil to repair it. You know what? That does bring up an interesting point. I wonder if they're ever going to add, like, auto repairing with redstone. Like, with auto crafting. I wonder if you could have, like, stuff like that. Or, better yet, if it's, like, iron armor and you have an iron farm, it's so productive that you could probably just have it smelt the armor. Like, the almost broken armor and just turn it into iron nuggets. Yeah, exactly. You have an iron farm. Or you're gonna make an iron farm for that. That should work, you know, like that. You don't even really need to smelt it. You would just remove it. Because they're that effective. I have her the crate mod. I don't know if we're gonna do it, but, you know, it's been on my radar. We'll definitely just be using hoppers for this. How many hoppers is that? -1. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Have an auto farm for everything? Yeah. Should be 6 chests. Yep. Except we need more iron. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. 7 total. Man, last night, like late last night's stream was so good. Oh, we have another pumpkin already. Because usually I'll wrap up a long stream with like 20 watch hours, 15, between like 15 and 20, but like I logged off with like 50 hours from one stream, which is pretty hype. I also love how you can see like the eggs breaching the surface like they're like humpback whales or something. Put a campfire in the nest for better honey production? Nope. You don't need to. I mean, unless it speeds it up and I'm not aware of that, but dispensers are pretty fine. Like I said, unless the campfire makes them make more honey, you don't need to. The dispensers, they don't aggro. You can just do it. And then tie that to... You can literally just run an observer off of the beehive and like just loop it around. It does speed up, that's interesting. I didn't know. TBH though, you can, since each beehive only holds like what, 3 bees, you can have a lot of beehives going, and I'm never gonna need more honey than that. So even if it does speed it up, I don't think it's like super necessary. A good point for using campfires though is I believe you can pull items through campfires using a hopper, and then kind of use that as a way so that instead of having this just chuck them, you know, somewhere and have to have the beehives in an enclosed space, right? You could kind of do something with that. So that is a positive point for honey production. So, like I said, I don't really think you would need to, but it might help with the setup. I would just be scared of like having the bees possibly run into the campfire if they like get out. Why is this guy here? This guy is trying to ruin my machinery. What do you even have, man? Red sand's pretty cool. I'm gonna need more of it than that though if I ever use it. You know what, amigo? I'll take a sea pickle. How about that? You can go get mangrove. I think we already have cornflower. I'm game. We'll get some emeralds for you. I don't often interact with salesmen, but I do kind of want that stuff. He drives a hard bargain. Gonna hop on VR? Oh yeah, no worries. Have fun. Carpet prevents it? I see. Trader the village name? Nope, that's a mod. Unless I'm like totally wrong, but I've seen a video for that and I'm pretty sure it's a mod. I hate that. I hate scrolling through like short form content and I see like, oh my gosh, you can do this in Minecraft, and then they never mention that it's a mod. And then you go to the comments and then the comments have to tell you that, hey, it's a mod by the way. But yeah, with the trade rebalance, you, like for example, if you want a mending book, you need a swamp villager. That's what the one I saw was about, and it's like, look, you can name it Swamp. But no, I don't believe that's in the base game. I hate that trend of being like, look at the new updates and it's a mod. I haven't seen that stuff since like the 2010s, and they're bringing it back. Fool me once. Where's my spare emeralds? Here they are. We only need like 6. He can have so many emeralds because he will be sent to the great beyond afterwards. So we'll make him happy before we send him on his journey. I know it's Jeb and Dinnerbone. Yeah. Those have been there for a while. I like how happy that sounded when I really finally take the trade. Like, no one's ever done this before. Oh, you sold out of it? This guy walked all the way over here to, like, sell me stuff, to pester me, and he's sold out. You know what, guy? Yeah. If that is the case where you can name villagers, that is in the base game, which I don't think it is. I don't know why that would be a thing, because that doesn't make any sense. Why have a trade rebalance if that's the case? The trade rebalance is just the worst. I really wish they would just remove it. I don't know who's still being like, oh yeah, that's alright. Like, who at Mojang is thinking like it's a good idea. I can't stand the trade rebalance. It is turned off every time. I so hope that never makes it past the experiment phase. It's like, oh, we can make the game worse. We can make the game worse. Oh, we're still thinking about it. We're still thinking about it. Like, that's how I feel about it. They really should just, like, get rid of it. It doesn't do anything positive. You could, it's so simple. If you have a village that has something like a trade you don't want, and you reset the trades. Oh, you reset it again. Like, it's, I don't know. Other than like going, like, sometimes you just can't find a village at all. Imagine having to go find specific villages. No, not at all. I'm not walking thousands of blocks for a desert village. I'm sensing another comparator in my near future. The amount of comparators that this contraption has eaten up is bonkers, but that's okay. This one should be just about one pumpkin at a time, so you could probably get away with just like Whatevskis here. Or just a comparator to repeater, but we could just hook it up with a clock if we really want to. Funnily enough, we could also probably hook it up to the sugarcane farm to just fire off the dropper occasionally. Because with 5 sugarcane, it should be firing, like, on a pretty regular basis. That might save me some time. Well, yeah, mods are free on Java. Like, I feel like everyone should be aware of that. And if one is not, then I feel like that is just a consequence of that. Like, I don't like saying like, oh, well, then they deserve to pay, but like, I don't know, if there's people, I don't really know why Marketplace is a thing, TBH. Who is using Marketplace? I think I don't know. I don't think it's a wise move on Mojang's part. Like, I think everyone's aware of how bad it is. So the premise here being that, well, it's a little bit less intelligent, that it should, as it fills up, fire, I think. Like, this should work. It would need to be pretty full for this to work like that. Nope. There we go. It just has to fill up a little bit beforehand. I probably loaded it with too many to test, but the answer is a stack and 20, or a stack and 19. Cool. Yeah, as long as it has like a stack and 19 in there, it's fine. Let me go fetch my trapdoor, because I'm gonna need it to get into there and add some water. Yeah, you pay for bedrock and then coins. Yeah, I think everyone's well aware. But it does suck. I understand though a little bit. I don't know. Because then, like, what can they do about it? Because they're not on PC. The mods need to be like ported to bedrock. It's not the same. It doesn't work the same way. There's tons of differences. But yeah, I understand it's no fun. It's not as simple as like, oh, importing the dweller to bedrock. It's not the existence of Marketplace as a whole, because lots of people make things and make a living on Marketplace. It's more so just like Mojang pushing it so hard as like the only option for Bedrock. And then they push Bedrock as like the end-all version of Minecraft. Like that is clearly their favorite. Everything that is done by them is done for the sake of parity with Bedrock. I know that's probably the most popular version of the game, but you know, lots of people, including myself, prefer Java. Right. Everything should be working now. We need to wait until we see... So there's another egg, so we know the egg one is currently working. There's sugar. We know sugar is currently working. And then pumpkins. Which might take a little bit longer. We're gonna have so many more of the other ingredients than of pumpkins. That said, the pumpkin farm is pretty good. Like, look at the volume of eggs coming through on the left. There are just piles of them. No, it's just the gaming community as a whole. Like the atmosphere of games developers of buy game or get game for free, and then you get a bunch of 9-year-olds hooked on it, and they're like, Mama, Papa, I need game dollars. I need virtual dollars for my game so I can be Spider-Man in whatever, you know, game that I play all day. And you go back to games like old games like Mario 64, and there's so many fun little hidden things. There's like so much to it. I don't know. I feel like now you get like a lot less bang for your buck with games. This is a gorgeous sunset, but I'm waiting for the pumpkin farm to show that it's working. I didn't dump out the dropper, did I? Nope. It's still primed and ready to go. Unlucky, I guess. Pretty sunset? Yeah. we can just kind of cheat and throw a pumpkin into the input of the pumpkin farm, but I want to make sure the whole thing works. It is just chalking eggs like crazy. I feel like we should have a splitter to remove some of the eggs for like some purpose, but meh. Because there's like 10 times as many eggs as every other ingredient. Oh, pumpkins. Okay, everything works. It is just so much slower than I thought. But we may need to adjust the splitter so that we have less pumpkins coming through to this, right? A higher ratio going to the pumpkin pie farm. The cool thing is I can tune this to do that. We can totally tune this to be off more, to be on more often, and make the hopper off more often, respectively. Cool. Ignoring like efficiency issues, let's just like make the bakery work. Probably step one. That's gonna need one more thing of water, so is this. Good. We need 3 more signs. And glass. I'll make this, we're starting in the area where it's like, it's gonna be the interior of the bakery, so we're gonna make it look good. Oh, that's no good. We can get around that though. We can just like do that. Oh, wrong block. There we go. That would have been bad. I don't want the eggs. Alright, problem solved. I'm so down to get more ice. We can visit the creeper farm, get more rockets. I'll probably, oh, I've definitely used like all my sugar cane for this, so I need to put this away. I don't want the eggs. There we go. Good enough. Paper time. Yeah, because that was all our ice, I believe. Oh, we had a little bit of paper, but, you know, not nearly enough. Oh, I want the spruce signs. There we go. Take 10. Head down here. This farm has been decent. Could be worse. I'm sure, you know, as you add more layers, it's more effective. But there is already 6 spots. No, wait, it's more than that. It's, I think, 12 spots where creepers are spawning in total. 6 farms. So it's kind of 6 creeper farms glued together. If I remember right, ice is vaguely that way. Hopefully we get it. If we don't just like overshoot it or anything. I know there's some on top of the mountain, but there's like significantly more this way. That's Elytra. Oh, the Elytra's fine. That's weird. It usually puts us upside down. This is the first time we're like right side up in the inventory. That's odd. I'm noticing a distinct lack of ice. I think it was a little bit further away than I was remembering. Just like a tad. Yeah, more rockets would have been very wise. There we go. Yeah, just like a bit further. What a pleasant sound. It's music to my ears. Good enough. I'm definitely not going to need more than that. Up top, make sure I didn't drop any. I did. A lot of it, too. Alright, back home. It's so nice that we're not doing an ice highway, so I don't need, like, heaps of it. It's just kind of there. I'm assuming we're on track. Pretty much. It'd be crazy to get lost just on the way back home. All we needed was a little bit of ice. Oh no, here it is. Made it home. Beautiful. We can get this bakery going. signage. Don't think we can sleep yet. Have to wait a second. Oh, no, we can. Huge. Alright, so like the foot of the bakery. All the pipes for ingredients and such. Add these. I get the feeling that our inventories are going to fill up with the ingredients for a while. Because it's just going to keep producing them. We'll keep the pumpkins because that's like the least efficient one of the farms. It's not producing nearly as much as the eggs, which are like, yeah, like right there, constantly firing. They're like breaching the surface. Oh, now it's raining too. Cool, now I get to add the like cool pipes and stuff that are gonna run up through the bakery. I like the idea of steampunk bakery. I like copper and everything. And I'll just like make it work and then we'll add everything around it. I think we just do this. It's okay if we're not nearly as efficient with glass as we could be. I don't mind. I'm sure the back wall could be copper, because we just want to see like the front of the items, because this part's going to be buried. It's not going to be like a visible part of the bakery. Speaking of which, I don't know how much copper we own. So we might start this off with like bricks, just to like have a block there. And kind of get a an idea of the size of the bakery, and then come back and make it look kind of steampunk. So we just need to get like the item pipes and such working to begin with, because we have oodles and oodles of bricks, just not copper. There we go. Put these away. I did not think having like the pumpkin pie machine would be this tricky. Eat these. Alright, what else was it? Glass. Luckily we do have a whole extra stack. This part should be pretty easy, I think, as long as you get the items pretty evenly distributed. There is a mechanic already in place for that though, so shouldn't be too terrible. Alright, so remove the backs, that's not necessary. Boop, 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 boop. No, actually it's better if this is glass in the middle. We'll replace those with some like prettier blocks. Like I said, such as copper. Cool. And then we add these. Yeah, you can do some pretty interesting stuff with these crafters. Yeah, so we're gonna have separate bubble columns, one for the pumpkins, one for the sugar, one for the eggs, and then it should craft them all into pumpkin pie. And all happen automatically, as long as nothing happens to any of the 3 respective farms. The redstone is kind of like clustered together. It should be pretty stable though. I don't think we're gonna have any issues with that. That is a great thing about Java. Boop, 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 boop. Sick. Alright. Now, I think the cool thing is we can run rails over trap doors or whatever. And I think we might be able to get away with picking up the items like directly from the bubble columns with the minecart with hopper. You know, alternatively, or like we have flowing water. But getting the items into the minecart is going to be a little tricky here. Hey, welcome in. We're working on a pumpkin pie machine. So it's still live around 4 a.m. where you are? Yeah. I think I'm warming up to more like late night streams. They tend to perform better anyway, and I don't mind staying up, but I do have to move some other things around if we're going to be doing that. I don't mind, but we were doing some crazy contraptions per usual. This is ugly right now. We need to cover this up and make it look like pretty. I don't like having all the hoppers exposed. We'll make the minecart with hopper. We'll pick up the rails from the house. We got spare rails and just kind of play around with that. Unfortunately, I don't think I can just have them in the air. Floating rails would be pretty sick though. That would help a lot. Yeah, no, we were having some pretty good performance with streams, so I decided to stay up a bit later. Make another hopper. Hello? Where hopper? Oh, I didn't make the chest. Silly. There we go. Hopper minecart. Oh, okay. Crisis averted. I think that's the second time we've run such a late stream. It was also my personal best for like length of stream. Oop. Right. I don't think the game's gonna let me get away with, yeah, that. No. But something I am curious about is if, like, we get a trapdoor. Right, I should have a spare one somewhere. We can waterlog these, right? We can also waterlog slabs, just by the by. I'll do some testing here. Because if we have a bubble column shooting items up into the underside of the minecart with hopper, that's going to be so huge. It's going to be so helpful. We'll try the trapdoor. We'll try with slabs, potentially. YouTube should extend the stream time for those who stream more than 12 hours. I wonder if that's why my stuff got restricted. Not like restricted, but like the time, because my thing showed 13 hours and it got cut down to, I think, like just under 12 or something like that. Is that why? I totally just was not aware. I just straight up did not know. But like, I don't know. I thought that once you reach like a certain metric, which I think I've already reached, I think like 3K hours, once you're like eligible for fan funding, I thought it let you do longer streams. I thought that was like the cutoff for that, because I've seen like just constantly running streams before, like for like radio, what is effectively radio, or do those get like reset every 12 hours? Have to end stream before 12 hours to start it up again? I see. I just straight up was not aware. Okay, this is doing preposterous stuff to the eggs. We're tossing them around a bit. First question. Can we do this with trapdoors? Because this is going to be so cool if it works this way. I don't want the eggs. I don't want them. Oh, thank you, Minecraft. Are they bouncing? Sort of. I don't think this works. Yeah, no. Shoot. I wonder if it works whenever the item gets, like, first thrown into there. If it, like... Oh, see, no, we saw that one try. That one went about as high up as it possibly could. I think you could make this work if you use, like, glass or something, like glass panes, where it makes, like, the T shape. And then center the item on the corner of the block and then shoot it up. Because you can center items on, like, the edges of water pipes. Totally could do that. That's how our disposal system works, but that's too much effort. I think we have an easier way of doing this without, like, doing all that shenanigans. That is a bit of a shame, though. Yeah, no, I wasn't aware. I thought I could just keep streaming. I thought, once you reached 3K on hours, you're a-okay to do whatever, like, length of stream you wanted. Then what's the, I wonder what the, like, the length of stream before that is. Oh well, I guess it's not really important. It is a little tedious, isn't it, though? Let me out. Thank you, Minecraft. Where's my axe? Oh, I left my axe somewhere. We put ourselves in a situation. There we go. Okay, problem solved. I know where the axe is, but that knowledge does not help me when I'm stuck in a bubble column, does it? Fortunately, though, that is where we have, like, everything put together. You know what, though? I don't know if that matters, because, like, if we do this, if we do that number... Here, let's remove this stuff from the hopper. Pick up our stuff, move that, move this. Doesn't this just work? Yep. Thank you, Minecraft. I don't want the eggs. I cannot stress enough how much these are bugging my inventory. Nope. What's nope? Nope what? I have no clue. It did work. That does work, like, as intended. Use them. I have no clue what you're talking about. Use what in the chicken coop? The eggs? No, there's like 100 chickens already. There's millions of them. No, we don't need more eggs. That's the last thing I want. I cannot stress enough how much I don't want more eggs. There's currently eggs filling up our inventory just standing here. There's so many. I don't want them. Minecraft can keep them. If this just straight up works, it's going to be really funny. Oh yeah, I suppose I should empty it first, shouldn't I? There we go. Okay, I should have seen that coming. I cannot stress enough how many chickens are already here. You can only have like a certain number. It is Java, by the way. Like, again, so mob cramming is an issue. So there's like an upper limit to the amount of chickens we can have. They're producing so many. They've made a circle. We've made a circle in game, right? There's more than enough chickens. The chickens, there's so many that that's pushing them out of the glass. There's so many, their atoms are lining up with the atoms of the glass block, and they're just phasing through it. There's so many. How is the egg ended up here? I guess I threw it. Yeah, there is oodles and oodles of egg. Jeez, whoa, did you see that? It like threw it like a mile into the air. I wonder if we could make that into like a fun mechanic for the bakery, or there's like ingredients flying up into the air and stuff. That'd be nice. Oh, see, nope, that one totally worked. We saw it and just pick it up. We're not making another chicken farm. There's too many eggs. I don't want to double the eggs. There's hundreds. We have like double chests full of eggs. That's all we have. We are rich with stone. We have thousands of stone and thousands of egg. Just too much. There's only so many things I can accomplish with egg. At least I can like build stuff with stone. There's no egg block. If they did that, is hilarious. I love how it's just chucking them up into the sky. We're totally incorporating that into the bakery. Yeah, so this just works. Love it. Yeah, so then it's a matter of running these also over hoppers and such to make it evenly distribute items into an auto crafter. The issue is this is going to be picking up like 10 times the amount of eggs as it's picking up every other ingredient because there's already too many. I might just straight up remove chickens. It just picked up another egg in front of my eyes. Like, there's too many. We need a way of like venting excess eggs because this is going to work. This is not going to work. This system of doing this isn't going to evenly distribute anything if the inventory of the minecart fills up with eggs first. Right? Then it's just not going to work. So we need like another. This is funny, but this isn't really the system we're going to end up using. What I could do is run these rails on this side of it, and then run one in the middle there, and then run a minecart on the other far side. So then we only have one set of ingredients each, and that would actually work pretty well if the items can be picked up from those edges, because this one is picking up the items so well because it's like on the back edge of the water column, as in the eggs hits the back wall, like what we saw there. It hits the back and then goes up straight into the minecart, right? But if it can pick up from like the middle, that's cool too. You'll probably want to test that. Or let me get this out of the way. Normal rail. How many egg? 16 and 7. Alright, this way we can count egg if we get more. But this should work because their hitbox is kind of wide. Nope, those entered my inventory. 16 and 9. We need to leave the premises so we're not picking up the eggs. If we come back and there's like significantly more than 16 and 9, that's a good sign. Experience, I see. I was kind of wondering why you asked and then left, but now I understand. That is funny. Answer the question. I think that's the point. Error. I think I'm connecting the dots. I think we got to the bottom of that. Peak. Yep. That's the joke. Yeah. I'm glad we got there together. Yep. We've all learned. I hate to stand up now, but I do have to like I do have to like use the restroom real quick. We're gonna speedrun this time. We'll be back. Please enjoy the frog jar. I worked very hard on it. Gilbert and Gerald really enjoy it. Bathroom speedrun, yeah. Alright, BRB. Error, don't. Please don't. Don't count, stop. No. Nope. Just straight to 10. We're not doing that. Stream elements will have a conniption if you try to count. That is, yeah. Alright, BRB. I'm back. Boop. Get back to it. We are here for one thing and one thing only, and that's pumpkin pie, which isn't even that good, TBH. But it's the only pie in the game, so we'll take it. Yeah, we have berries, we have all sorts of ingredients, but they really just don't. They don't want to give us more food variants. So, I'm noticing something. I'm noticing something about where the eggs are not going. Unless this minecart's full already, which I guess is also a possibility. Nope, it hasn't picked up a single egg in my absence. So that's a problem. It is interesting that it ended up at the corner of the column, which is interesting. We could probably use that. So then where would this one end up? Wouldn't this one be centered? I think this is the only one that would be centered, because this one is... yeah, this one's going like from the side. It goes across and then up. So that's why these are centered on the left. These should be centered in the middle. So I'm more curious about this column here. Or water. Water up here. I really hope this is able to pick up sugar the way I want this to. Oop. Move these. Is it just me, or has this not been producing? Or is there just like a gross excess of eggs that's distracting me from the other ingredients? Oh, did something. Oh, there it goes. Buy sugar. If the minecart picks it up, that's gonna be huge. Except it doesn't, because it sucks. That's weird though. It's ended up on the right. I wonder if that's an every time thing or what. Because if that's consistent, then that works for me. If it consistently ends up at the back left corner of the water column, I guess in our case right, then that's a-okay. As long as it's consistent, we can figure out where to put the cart, but if it's not, then that's not going to be very helpful. Sorry, I feel like you call things like you say, oh, that's definitely that way, and then like you don't confirm at all whether that's like true or not. You're very sure. You can totally cheat at this by just putting sugar in the thing. There we go. What's strange is it does feel like it's preferentially going through the left edge, but that's not how that should work. Also, just straight up doesn't work that way, I see. It's not close enough to the edge. In fact, it's totally centered on the column. If we do that, right, so the sugar gets like stuck like right up there under the block. And then we move these. So we can pick up all the ingredients together, but that's not really helpful at all. That's not sorting the items even a little bit. That does actually nothing for us. But if we move them over here, this is what I mean. I don't want the eggs. We don't need more chickens. We don't need this. We don't need that. We just want sugar. Please leave my inventory. Because it sure doesn't look like it works. Unless it picked those up. Yeah, no, this doesn't work even a little. I can pick them up, strangely enough, but not the minecart. Man, like I said, it works in the way that we can have rail across this and we'd be picking up every item, but then that would totally defeat the purpose of having the minecart with Hopper and being able to sort the items. We're turning off the egg farm. How about that? I'm so tired of picking them up. Okay, that's another one. I don't want... I need to go shut this thing down for a little bit. There's one thing I don't want, it's eggs right now. Where's my lever? We have a lever somewhere, don't we? No, but I can make one. Thank you, Minecraft. You're very funny. There. Nope, 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 that's not what I wanted. Nope, nope, stop. Okay. My bad. That was poorly placed. Minecraft is on thin ice right now. There we go. I think that fixed it. I cannot wait for Skyrim. Alright, we shouldn't be getting any more eggs in the farm. We're gonna go on a trip. I feel like I keep throwing the eggs further and further away, and we keep stepping on them and picking them back up. They have been plaguing my inventory all day. There we go. We'll remove these two. These were pre-existing. Yeah, see, there's already 4. Yeah, there's too many. Too many. This thing. This is no good. I think there is a way to have floating rail. We kind of have to cheat it. Like, it's not so simple. There's like a way you have to remove the block. Just throw them. I think you're forgetting that spawns chickens, and I don't want 1,000 chickens running around. We're not doing that. If like today's been very just do this, just do that, funny YouTube man. It's 1 in 8. We've been over this. There was like 40 of them running around over there. I don't want more chickens. Just laying more eggs all over my property. It's not rare at all. It's a pretty decent chance. Man, what the fuck? This has been very close to working, but we got to the end and just kind of hung up. Oh, I mean, well, okay, so we could have an item dropper, sort of. We could have this bubble column, run the items up into a hopper. We can very easily do that, but, Or wait, not even that. We could have the water flow up over some block that the hopper can pull the items through. That probably wouldn't be too bad. I just like the idea of having all the pipes running up to like the same level. But if we can't do that, we can't do that. We can accept that. Yeah, you know what? I have a great idea. This middle pipe, go all the way up and over, because like the bakery is going to be this whole little area, right? And there's going to be 3 minecarts with hoppers or whatevskis, 3 separate inventories. I don't know. We need to evenly distribute these items into the crafter. We had a solution for this earlier, but like this has been rough. Rough enough that I've forgotten. Yo, Sendo! Welcome in. We are here in the throes of it. We are making a contraption beyond compare. I woke up and I wanted pumpkin pie, and I didn't want to lift a finger to get the pumpkin pie. So that's what we're doing. Automatic pumpkin pie. Infinite pumpkin pie. Unlimited. But it's strange. There's a lot going on. Yeah, so yesterday we beat the dragon, which was cool, but more importantly made a pumpkin farm, and it's pretty dope. It looked better yesterday, and then I decided to mess it all up with my redstone shenanigans. So So we have an item splitter, so the pumpkin farm sometimes puts pumpkins in this chest. Most of the time though, it throws pumpkins over here and throws the pumpkins into this pipe. And then we have a sugarcane farm which makes sugar and throws it into that pipe. And then we have a more billion chickens over there which produce eggs and they get put in that pipe. And I think we can connect the dots beyond that. The issue is crafters are strange things, and we have to evenly distribute the items into the crafter to prevent it from going awry. And it's pretty whatevskis, but it's not the most complicated thing we've done so far, but it is surprisingly complicated for what it is, because otherwise it's just gonna be, the autocrafter is gonna keep getting like filled up with the individual ingredients, and it's gonna get clogged every like 2 seconds. So we need to do it in a way where it's like letting one object through at a time. We could totally just like run each bubble column, because each bubble column is like one ingredient, which is cool. So we'll have like a bakery and there's gonna be like items getting chucked up into the air, it's whatever, but I don't know. This is definitely like testing the extent of what I can do with redstone. Shouldn't be too bad though. These items go into hoppers, and then I have a clock that hits each hopper at the same time, so they just all kind of connect to the same point. Shouldn't be too bad. I don't even think we need the minecart with hopper anymore. We were messing around with that, but that concept just wasn't really working. We are not using allays for sorting. We have a bunch of allays, but no. Unfortunately with allays, like while that might be a good idea, they require like jukeboxes and note blocks and stuff, and I also just hate allays. I have a grudge against them. They're pretty difficult for no reason. We have a very unethical XP farm that makes use of the allay, and they totally deserve it. Cook the brother, I would. I would love to cook the. I would love to cook the eggs. That was the first thing I wanted to do. That would have been step 1. Add a scrambled egg. We need a food update. How about that? Do we all agree? Food update. I want more pies, more desserts, more everything, more fruit. Because we have like all these berries and stuff that I just can't make use of. Yeah, we are in the throes of tinkering. Yeah, I guess this isn't too bad. It's just like 3 strings of hoppers. It's just that the hoppers are kind of ugly, and also the back of the crafter looks like a butt, but that aside. Yeah, I don't think we need these. We had so many eggs, I had to shut off the egg farm. We made too many. Yeah, I guess this isn't too bad. I want to make like a cool oven looking thing. But I guess it's just straight up strings of hoppers and then like a clock. Totally just like an observer clock too, because why not? Oh wait, but then that, well, oh my gosh, it would have to be logic based, where I need to check that every hopper has some item in it, so we have all 3 ingredients, and then it lets one set of ingredients through, and then it crafts. Because I know we wanted to use the minecart with hopper, but unless you have like a totally equal amount of ingredients coming through, that's not going to work. Sendo, if you're still hanging around, I saw you did a hardcore stream. How'd it go? I wanted to pop in, but we were in the middle of beating our personal best. I accidentally ran stream over 12 hours, so that was cool, I guess. It went very bad, yeah. I wasn't aware I couldn't, I don't know. I guess I'd never pushed the limits of how long I can run a stream, but there was that. How many worlds did you have to reset? Like, how many times? I think we got up to like 7 or whatever before I was like, that's enough hardcore. Lost 2 worlds and you lost the last one because you were talking to chat and a creeper came up to you. Yeah. That's why I think I prefer this, but it is unfortunate. It's crazy because like I'm like through clenched teeth, like, all right, chat, we're starting a new world. We're resetting. Yeah, resetting to like 6 or 7 worlds was not fun. Not very good at Minecraft. I think sometimes it's just a matter of just preposterously bad luck. Like sometimes the level of shenanigans you get in Minecraft is incredible. I mean, we had similar stuff that would have happened to us if this was a hardcore world. Well, I'm not gonna run all the way over there, but while we were digging this ginormous mine shaft, we had like creepers falling on our head and stuff, killing us. It was pretty unfortunate. But yeah, I was starting a stream, and I got the notification, and I saw the title, and I was like, I wonder how that's going. I wonder if they're having fun. Okay, it's not too terribly difficult for me to detect that there are items in the hoppers, but fitting it within this amount of space is the tricky part. Should be fine if I do like this number. This is not nearly as tall as this needs to be. Do that. Yeah, creepers are bonkers. It's like they don't gain a single thing from detonating. They're just doing it for the love of the game. Some of the other mobs, it's like, oh, they're just trying to survive, they're just hungry, whatever, but the creepers are entirely malicious. The cool thing is we can also do this with trapdoors instead of glass, but, you know, unless you do bamboo trapdoors, or if we do acacia trapdoors, which you might even just do acacia for the first time, like, ever. Because I think the orange colors of acacia don't, like... I mean, if you look at the rest of my builds, orange isn't a color that appears a lot other than, like, lanterns. So it might be, like, the first time I ever build anything with acacia trapdoors. Because I imagine like bakeries are kind of that color. It's also very pumpkin themed, isn't it? Or we keep up with glass, you know. Wow. That's an extreme reaction from the sugar. I'm gonna need so many hoppers, aren't I? That's fine. The hoppers, right. So I need a comparator to check for an item. And I need something that stops every hopper. Or wait, what I could totally do is use an observer, because observers, if you like power them with redstone, it sends 2 pulses, one from the redstone activating and then another one from it deactivating because the pulse is so short. That is a good thing because we can possibly have the crafter on by default and then have it quickly turn off and then on again so that stuff doesn't flow into it. Because when they're locked in the on position, stuff shouldn't enter the crafter. I think that's what we're gonna do. Rather than like having hoppers be locked up, we can just lock up the one final destination of the farm and do that. I need more of this. We need a few more chests. Hoppers. This has been one of the projects of all time. I did not think there would be so much involved in this. 99% of our issues boil down to chickens. I don't like chickens in-game, and I actually have a big grudge against them IRL. Perfect. Perfect. That is exactly how it's needed to work. That is stupendous. Okay. I don't know how, but we need to find a way to make this on by default and then use observers to turn it quickly off and then on again. Or we could use like pull shorteners and all sorts of other stuff, but I feel like observer is just one block that does what we need. Or I have an extra observer, I don't. Yeah, I was gonna pop in and watch the hardcore stream, but we ended up playing Minecraft here to like, I don't know, 4 in the morning Central Time. Whatever that is, Eastern, I don't know. I suppose we do know what it is, Eastern. I don't think that's a hard thing to figure out, but you get what I mean. We love some late night Minecraft around here. I need a torch, what am I thinking? Boop. The only unfortunate thing is we can't really use observers to toggle torches in such a simple way. We have to run, I think, a repeater off of it. I would try something real quick, but I don't think it's gonna work this way. If we do like this number. Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, we were getting some like crazy attendance last night, so I was like, you know what, late night stream. Boop. I love these things. You need 2 more. The ice has been plaguing me as well. We need to get rid of that. I heard something fire. I think that was the sugarcane. Strange. Oh, also I don't need those right now, I guess. We've been picking up a lot of them. Hey, welcome in. Hello. We need another repeater. This bakery is gonna need a lot of work to look good. Here we go. Repeater. Block. Yeah, like that. Off and then on again. That one's too short. Yep, like that. Cool. What is a recipe we can do pretty easily? Because the shape doesn't really matter that much, does it? But it's like that. This is on by default. We need to make sure this doesn't fill up with... Oh. Well, that already broke then. That does not work at all. Wait a minute, it's powered right now? What the heck? The lever... Oh, because the lever here was deactivating the hopper. Minecraft is so funny. I wonder if... No. We're inputting a signal into this. But it's different because it's a different type of redstone component. That's pretty silly. Silly, but I think we can get around that with this, this. Hopefully. Nope. Nope. It works with pistons, but it doesn't work with this, apparently. Something that functions without a delay, right? Kind of what we're after. Oh, that works. I probably should have thought about that. Man, it is bonkers that we had issues. We had like the opposite issue with the hopper clock under the warden. For some reason, this just works differently now. That's bonkers. Does this plus that have the same effect? Yeah, okay. Figured it out. This sucks though. I don't want to have like this much stuff like in the this much redstone component stuff in the bakery, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. We've gotten pretty decent at covering up redstone components. Nice. Easy way to test this is that is the shortest it could be and still function. We need this to spit out only one thing of iron nuggets and not have any additional ingots inside the crafter whenever we check it. So that's what we need. Okay. Thank goodness. Oh my gosh, that works. Funnily enough, this should work. Here, we're gonna need more just to figure this out. I wonder if that locks up. Nope. Okay. We got our question answered. If we do like that number. Goodbye, redstone. It's a little funky, but it works. It depends on how much like exposed redstone we want in this build. The pumpkin farm scared me. I was like, what broke? 1, 2. Chest. These are gonna be the best tasting pumpkin pies ever. Made without an ounce of love and care. Made entirely by a cold, uncaring machine. Perfect. Right. Okay, wait, so we can just totally test this already if we get... See, where did the sugar even come from? But we do need 1 of it. In fact, we'll do 2 of it each just to kind of prove the concept. Run in here, put some of the sugar away, 2 pumpkin, and then 2 egg. There's still chickens roaming about from the earlier incident. No, Minecraft, just 2. Okay, thank you. Right. The point being, we put 2 of each ingredient in each hopper. It only makes 1 pumpkin pie. And that's it. So we keep an even balance of ingredients the whole way. We probably need more hoppers here, I guess in hindsight. That's okay. We can waste as much wood and iron as we need. Boop. Boop. I'm gonna run back over here. If I recall, this is the side eggs go on. Oh, I forgot about that. There we go. That's the side eggs go on. This is the side pumpkins come from. And this is the side that... Unless this one's already powered, but I don't know. This is the side that sugar will be coming from. Alright, so there's 2 in each. The ideal result being I break this block, and we get 1 pumpkin pie, and then we have an empty crafter afterwards. That's a pumpkin pie. Smells like a pumpkin pie. Looks like a pumpkin pie. Is this empty? Looks empty to me. I think we got it. This looks preposterous, but I guess it's the way we're gonna make it work. We can cover it up with stuff, I guess. Hallelujah. Let's get these connected. I'm gonna pop off so hard whenever like it's all working. I think we're gonna need at least 3. Let me up. I'd be stuck. There we go. Also, yeah, I forgot. We do need to add more. Like this is not ready to go. What we need to detect if... Oh man, wait, we need more. We need to detect whether there's an item in each of these hoppers, which we don't have a great way of doing, given the redstone that's around it. We totally just, like, forgot, like, half of what we need to make this work. Alternatively, we could kind of take a gamble and only check the pumpkin side, but I don't know. What we could totally do, though, is check the outer hoppers, right? They're not going to be holding items, but what that might do is that might allow me to, like, a toggle from that. So the hoppers will toggle a block, and that'll handle a logic gate, and then we can, you know, only let 1 item through at a time. As much as I don't like toggling redstone, we've had our history with that. I think that might be the way we have to do it, because how do I take an output from these that won't trigger a comparator? Because like this is redirected into this, unless I run this redstone into like these, but then this one's going to be slower, so it doesn't work. And then also we need an output from this. So I understand how to make this machine work, but I want to make it like look decent within the space. Because what I could do is I could have hoppers here and like run a comparator off of it and around and like wire it that way, but that, I don't know, that's going to be kind of cramped. And that is totally an option though. I think I might have to do that. Unless I make it even taller and then we just run another hopper up there. I don't think I can put a comparator up here. Do I have a spare comparator just to like show this? Here, I need to put some stuff away in a chest. Yeah, unfortunately, unless you have like the exact amount of same ingredients going through at a time, it's just no worky. We're not going to be using that. So there's kind of two ways. So minecart hopper evenly distributes the same items. Like if you fill it with nothing but cobble, it will evenly distribute them among multiple furnaces, but this is like the inverse issue of multiple items into one container, which is kind of different. We'll need another hopper, we'll need a comparator. We're gonna need a lot of comparators. But the top one's gonna be the most difficult one. We probably need to go down and grab our copper bulbs. Thankfully, I made some extras last time. Cool. Part of the problem is I don't think I can put a... Let me see. Could be wrong. I don't think this... Oh, it does. Okay. Splendid. Cool. So then, yeah, we just do that. We'll raise the whole thing up by 1. We need to check if every one of the comparators... We'll have more. We'll check if every one of the comparators has fired, and then kind of on that output, we can run this observer. So it's just like 2 AND gates. Two AND gates with a reset, unfortunately. Which means we'll have to find a way to reset the copper bulbs from the observer's output. It's so overcomplicated. I bet there's an easier way to do it, but meh. We're trying to do it in a way that's like clog proof. Because you could make it work in general, but there we go. Copper bulbs. We'll probably need the beeswax or honeycomb. Yeah, because these are not waxed. Boop. At the very least, 2 more comparators. Probably more than that. The signs. I don't need the signs. There we go. It'd be cool if I could have the copper bulbs like kind of lined up so you could like see the whole thing, the whole contraption working, but that's gonna be a little rough. It'd be really cool if like I could you could take like a comparator output from the top of a hopper. That'd be pretty dope. These would have to be from the side. These each run their respective copper bulbs. Unfortunately, this one's not really going to be visible from like the bakery unless we have like all the redstone exposed. If we keep it symmetrical, I don't really mind. And it's definitely not going to stay as stone bricks. It'll be something like steampunk-esque, something that's befitting of the bakery. So these need to do 2 things. These need an output, because these are just kind of 1-block toggle switches, which are dope, but we need the output from these to run some logic gates, and then toggle activate the observer, so with that we make the pumpkin pie, but like no more than 1 at a time. And then we need something to reset the copper bulbs. I don't think more items... Well, I mean, you could leave them as is. More items passing through the triggering hoppers will reset them, yes, but then you'll just have spare items building up in the hoppers, and eventually it'll just like stop working. The whole point of making it this kind of over-engineered was that this runs 100% independently of me. So I can just show up and get free pumpkin pie. So we need the observer to also run a reset switch. So I guess first then we need 3 more comparators, because you can only take the output of them from a comparator. I wonder if you could use a redstone torch for a copper bulb. I guess I never really tested that. I don't think that's the case, but I could sure find out. That would be pretty sick. I sure think the answer is no. Yeah, the answer is no. Boop. That's alright. It's only like all my redstone. Boop. Boop. 4, 5, 6, 9. How many quartz? Eesh. I need more quartz. I sincerely hope I don't need more comparators after this. Also, we need that button back, so I need to turn this off. Boop. This is so like temperamental. Like there's so many things I could jam the farm if like something falls into the sugarcane farm. That's my issue with crafters. So this, okay, grass is in the way. Where's the button? I keep throwing it. I do end up needing it again. Yep. I think it's just that easy. I think It doesn't need to be like that much more complicated. Oop. Oop. So it's pretty easy then. This only ever does anything if all of them get turned on. I'm gonna have nightmares about these pedals, I think. Oh, and we have a spare piston. That's cute. Here, we can use that. Can we? Nah, I think we can. I think we're good. Not gonna think about it too hard. This is probably not like a very compact way to set this up, but it's okay. I think if I rotate it, it would cause problems. Because it'd be right there. That wouldn't really work, because it would just be activated by that. So, not gonna do that. Fortunately, I can just kind of cover all this up at a later time. Right, so I think this is like sufficient for how to turn on the oven, what is effectively the oven, the crafter, but then to reset the bulbs. Shouldn't be too hard. In fact, if that wasn't there, if that repeater wasn't there, we could totally use the output from the observer to toggle this, but that's all right. We can use something else and like run a signal into the side of this, and that should do what we need it to do. To the back of it, the part that's not going to be so visible won't be symmetrical, but that's fine. I want to start worrying about that now so we don't build like one part of it and then get frustrated later. In fact, I believe we make another torch. Boop. Yep, splendid. Okay, we can bury the redstone. Love to see that. Oh, that's my... Oh man, that's my basement. We sort of can't bury the redstone. Follow-up question. Can I... Yes, okay, thank goodness. Never mind. Makes my job a little bit easier. Just a barely buried redstone. Although I know I can't get away with that. Yeah, that's an issue. Boop. Okay, it still works. Torch, torch. That one's off. That one's off. No. this doesn't work, because if any one of them turns on, the whole thing turns on, and we need the opposite effect. We need what is effectively a logic gate. There was a way to do this. I think we need like another inverter. We need all these to run to the same torch instead of different torches, which I can do. Beautiful. BRB, good luck while you're gone. Yeah, thank you. We will persevere. It's nearly done. We just need the reset switch and we're all good. I'm gonna break the symmetry. Alright, now they all need to be off, well, on, however you want to think about it. An item needs to run through each hopper for it to operate once. I think the only then issue is that it still kind of builds up, specifically with eggs, so I think the easier solution is just to reduce the number of chickens, because there's just too many. Alternatively, we just don't check the egg side of the farm, right? Because we know there's gonna be eggs. Like, for a fact, there's gonna be enough. The odds that we don't are pretty slim, so we might be able to run this without logic. Because usually whenever these farms go, they're going to send multiple blocks at the same time. That's kind of my only concern with this. What the hell? No way that updates the piston. No way that redstone powers that like that. See the air like that? Man! The comedically timed rain is crazy. We need to be taking the output from those hoppers, not these. That's kind of the only way this really works. And these petals. We have nearly a stack of them already. We can kind of get away with it. We can barely get away with this. There, this way it's not getting so plugged up. That said, items leaving the hopper would also, I think... No, wait, because these toggle only on a positive signal. So I think we're good. This is much better. Hey, welcome back. Thanks for hanging around while I figure out this pretty simple contraption. Like how every day we start our shenanigans with, oh, this is going to be simple, right? It happened with the mud machine too. You'd think it'd be easy to make mud, but not so much. Also, what the hell is this? I don't know how this has occurred. I don't... There's no way this is Buddy powering this? Strange things. Oop, like so. This is much better. Now if I dump items in here. Good. If items are removed, it doesn't turn off. Good. I'd almost rather... Almost rather it not work like that, because we might run into some issues. So what I think we're gonna do is use torches instead. I don't even know if the toggles are necessary then. Which is good. That's a good thing. You'll have to see it. Thank you, Minecraft. I wanted the grass block really bad. I'm definitely gonna have nightmares about the pedals. Earlier I said maybe, but now it's a for sure thing. Just dreams about having to sweep them up. Where does this come from? What? Free torch. There, this way items enter this. It just works. We'll make this run cleaner in a bit, right? This is really sprawling. This isn't like very compact, but I just want to like make the concept work. Hey, welcome in. We're making pumpkin pie, believe it or not. This powers that. This one's on... Oh, so it's like the inverse. Actually, that does work out really well. Let's take the item out of this, though, because we know that works. The only thing is getting a comparator output from this one, which is going to be kind of tough because it's in a pretty terrible spot. This might be the worst spot of all time to have it. But we could barely fit it in if we make the crafter face downwards. What version of Minecraft? Java, and this is 121.3, not 21.4. I haven't brought it up yet. If I like face this downward, that shouldn't be a problem then, because there'll be a block here if I do that. Move this, move that. Boop. Beautiful. That is indeed infinity. This sure. Oh, is it nighttime again? I don't want stuff spawning. We need something that should only toggle the observer once. Oh, we could use a copper bulb for that, probably. There's another one hanging around somewhere. Oh, here it is. I was like, I know we're missing one. It's gone somewhere. Now, if I'm reading this right... Here, turn that one off, because that one's going to be off too. I'll have repeaters, right? And then we'll run redstone into the back. Put those away. The good news is we save on comparators. The bad news is we need more stone for repeaters. Where did this... Oh, I guess because we made it. Funny. You could just like stack up a crazy surplus of each ingredient in a chest above the crafter, or like in the crafter and then above the crafter, and then only run the crafter at a rate slower than the input of the slowest ingredients, and you'd be okay. But that's kind of faulty. That's kind of a weird way of doing it. I'd rather do it so that it is just kind of at pace with every farm, so we get as much pumpkin pie as we are physically producing, so I can just keep inputting more ingredients and getting pumpkin pie faster, because this way it scales. Most of our stone is downstairs. This is going to be the machine of all time. It's going to be so ugly until we replace the bricks with like copper stuff, make this like look good. This is abysmal. Where do I keep getting grass from? 1, 2. Alright, this part's gonna suck. Need my comparator. No, or not. It depends. Depends on a couple things. There's gonna be some really cramped redstone. Let me get up and behind it. Nope. Here we go. Take our output there. Good. We have our torch. Right, what we're gonna do with that? That is the question. How do we get that signal somewhere else? You could do some shenanigans with a bell and a skulk sensor, which would be funny. That'd make it kind of wireless. I do have an idea, but it's gonna be just super in the way of everything. But I guess it already kind of is. I mean that, or we just like run this here. Yeah, we could do that. We're playing kind of a dangerous game having this right there, but should be fine. All good. There. Everything needs to be off for this now. Now I can remove all this rear stuff. Oop, don't need that. Don't need this. These can go back in the bundle. Thank goodness we don't need to have a reset switch now, I don't think. Everything's good. Okay. The only thing that we're lacking is, well, the ability to craft multiple at the same time. Like in quick succession. But we should only be getting like one ingredient at a time. If we get multiple, we'll have to have a case to handle that. But ignoring that, we just need like 3 of each just to test this. 3 pumpkin, 3 sugar, 3 egg, which you get from the chickens. This should successfully craft 1 pumpkin pie. We just need to add a little bit to allow it to craft like as many as, you know, the ingredients are rolling in. This side is eggs. That turns off. That should be long enough. Yeah, no, it already is. It totally is. Okay. This side is pumpkins. That turns off. Is the crafter still okay? Yep. I forgot to do something. That could have been bad. Beautiful. Okay. That was almost terrible. And then sugar goes in here. I'm noticing a flaw in the design. Wait. Oh, the sugar didn't even make it through. Why? Because of that, right? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Minecraft. I'm surprised though. Wait a minute. Why wouldn't that have made it through? no way this torch is locking up this sugar. No, it's right there. What the hell? Are these locking up that? Do I not need this? Nope, I totally needed that. So then what's the issue? Because it was working earlier. This was the one part that was working. Remove that. Unless the input's going too fast. That's totally a possibility. No, but then it wouldn't be getting stuck, would it? Here, we'll remove everything. The way this should be working is that there is each set of ingredients in the preceding hopper. Right. This, we're gonna ignore this for a second. I'll do that. That worked. Yeah, so it was an issue with the copper bulb. That had me worried. I don't know what was causing that. Oh, it might have been... Yeah, it might have been some shenanigans with the bulb. No, so it totally works. So we just need to replace this. So long as there is an input, this needs to be toggling. Or so long as there are ingredients, this needs to be toggling. Like on and off, slowly. I really wish there was a way to have a very compact, slow clock, and I think there is a way to do it with hoppers, but I forgot. Let the sun go down a bit. We just need it to work, and then we can narrow the whole build down and have like a cutesy little half outdoor bakery where you can pick up infinite pumpkin pie. There are ingredients, so this needs to be firing. We could possibly use another observer, like a second observer, to do that. But that wouldn't handle any case other than two of the same ingredients going at the same time. So, no. They'll only handle two. We need something that'll handle just however many. I mean, well... It'd have to be on a delay. I have an idea. Because this is on right now. Right. We use this. Just like something that's not super bulky. Then we would take a repeater. I think that would work. Boop. Boop. Nope, that's a water bucket. Boop. Yes, I think. That's pumpkin pie. I think that's a yes. Has that worked? I need to like test it more. We'll grab some pumpkin. We'll do 5. We'll do 5 sugar. We'll preload them and then chuck in a bunch of eggs all at the same time because that's very possible. And see if that just spits out pie without breaking. So this side's pumpkin. Well, that's incorrect. And that shouldn't have happened. I think we've just made pumpkin seeds. Yeah. Shit. So we just went back to the start. So this. Oh, wait a minute. Why is this on? But the others aren't. What's in here? Oh, the sugar, right? No. What's going on? What's up, Minecraft? Oh, there's an extra pumpkin. I see. Interessant. Oh, because this needs to be... I see. I think that's fixed it. I need an easier way of checking. I think if I move this down, like remove this. Nope. That's done the opposite. We would need like a second set of inverters, I think. Because like that just turns that on a bunch. We need the exact opposite of this. Boop, boop, boop. It's definitely like the worst way possible to do this. There's definitely an easier way. The default position should be off, yes. Because this just turns it on, right? This is, the default position now is on, which is bad. That's incorrect. This is a good, like, default spot for it, but... we don't have any logic here. Like, now it just kind of turns on. We need to only turn on whenever everything's ready. Okay. That feels good. And then this side. Yep. All right. Problem solved. Man, I despise my inventory, but that's okay. We just need the stuff. We need the goods. We need to run the test all over again. Alright, pumpkin. We need 4 more pumpkin. Our goal is to end up with a total of 8 pumpkin pie. Throw the sugar in here. Where's the eggs? The eggs have gone away. I'll pick up 5 eggs. Actually, a better idea might be to grab just a bunch of eggs and chuck them all in and make sure no extras get thrown in. Probably smarter to do it that way. Yep, just a stack of 16. That'll work. Alright, this should only make 5 more pumpkin pie without having a bunch of eggs end up in the crafter afterwards. I didn't hear 5. Yeah, I heard 4. The issue is the torch does burn out pretty fast. This is like not a super stable way of doing it. It handles up to like it only handles up to 4 at a time, 4 ingredients. We could have something more robust than this, probably with the observers. Like an extra observer, I mean. I have to make like 2 more of them, I think. Yep. Thank you, pumpkin seeds. Quartz, that we need cobble. Oh, that's 3. I thought we were only going to make 2. There we go. This is going to be way more robust. This will handle any number of them. I could have just done 1 comparator, I know, but like, meh. That'd be firing really fast. And we can try. Oh, shoot, we'll skip till day. There we go. Need a few more brick. Nope, that's dirt. It's really bad that we can't bury this right here. It's gonna be bad for like management stuff. Yeah, okay, this way. Good. This turns on. Nope. I suppose it doesn't matter. This could be like that. output there. Nope, that doesn't work. That torch is too close. Have to go shoot, man. It's too compact now. And I wouldn't call this compact in the first place, too. It's bad. Does this work the way I think this works? Sure. Oh, except it also burns out sometimes, but sort of, not really. It's a little bit more consistent. That's like a sick polyrhythm. Love it. Man, this blows. This isn't good redstone at all. This is like not the way you should be doing redstone, but whatevskis. This is gonna be an eyesore on my base. We did a lovely farm for like 20 streams, and we have to find some preposterous build to cover like all this up. But it should be making pumpkin pie. We need, I think there's already tons of eggs in it anyway. So it's just pumpkins and stuff now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Shit. That see, that's why we don't want it like on and off that much. We'll see if this has issues. Pumpkins. Right. That fills up. That fills up. Yeah, crafters not being able to have like pre-programmed recipes is horrid. Yeah, there's too many aftershocks. The aftershocks are what let the eggs in. This is what I mean. This is why we couldn't have the minecart with Hopper, because then this happens. So we only ever make like one fucking pumpkin pie. Like, it does not work. Unless we just want one pumpkin pie. With all this redstone. We have to fix it. Now, we could do a thing where we only make like one at a time every time an ingredient passes through, and we sort of have a pre-programmed recipe, but it doesn't really work like that. It's alright. I think we can super decomplicate this if we do it that way. Because we either run it off of a timer, so we don't check for ingredients, or what we could do is we could test for a certain signal strength coming from the hopper. So to make sure that there's only one at a time, and then we lock it up. The issue being that there's going to be a little bit of delay for that, and the hoppers transfer items pretty quick. So I don't know. We need some hoppers to play with, and also to fix my inventory. But this does not need to be a thing. This is just too much. Too much. It's crazy overcomplicated, over-engineered, and it still doesn't work. So we're going to really change gears. Yeah, the water is causing issues. We also don't need half of this stuff. I think it's going to be easier if we use what sort of system one would use with an item filter to only let one item through at a time, and just kind of have that sort of pre-programmed recipe. I think I'd rather take a stab at that than keep just adding bulk to the back of the bakery, because meh. It looks pretty bad. And we can't bury the redstone this time around. So we're going to remove all this and kind of take another try at it. Because if anything, this is like restricting us. I think like this is a fundamentally incorrect way of doing it. And that's kind of causing issues. With the wizardry, there was very little wizardry going on. It was bad, evil wizardry. Even worse, it was like it was totally useless wizardry. All this for a pumpkin pie. But I have a better idea. I have a much, much, much better idea. We're trying to make it so that we can like consistently be getting pie from this without the crafter jamming at all, because these tend to jam pretty bad. If hoppers didn't drain from like left to right through it, and they drained like one item at a time, we could totally do this way easier. But it's not really how this works. Shadow Wizard Money Gang, indeed. There's a couple ideas I have. We could kind of go back to sort of using the minecarts with hoppers, but not in the way that one would think. But then that could still jam. The issue is we're not getting ingredients at a constant rate. They're all coming in at like different speeds, which is fine, but there's not really a way I can fix it at the front end. Because we need to be doing two things. We need to be taking an output from the hoppers, like a redstone output, to make sure there's stuff inside of it, and then also locking it up bit by bit. I think it might be simpler if I put them all side by side. Boop. Boop. Because who knows, you know, which one's going to... obviously, the eggs are going to be the most common ingredient because we have, like, a more billion chickens. But sometimes there's going to be more sugar. Sometimes there's going to be more pumpkins. And I want to be able to handle those cases in a way that's not, like, ugly in terms of just massive redstone contraption. Having to need comparators to receive a redstone output from the hoppers is kind of messing things up. These need to all be locked by default and then quickly unlocked and relocked when they all have something in them. Which I know we had earlier, but it was just really poorly done. I'm thinking that does not need to be nearly as complicated as we had it. Comparator redstone, repeater redstone to hopper. We can't really do this verbally. I have no clue what you're talking about. But you kind of can do. I kind of understand, but like, also not really. It's not just about letting. It's not like an item filter per se. It just works off of a similar principle. Comparator redstone. If anything, that confuses me more. Because like, you don't. What does this mean? Then redstone to hopper, whatever that means. Unlock and relock quickly? Yes and no, because they don't all need to. They all need to have an item in them before they all simultaneously unlock and relock quickly all at the same time. And we were trying to use an observer earlier, but it wasn't really going well. The observers work great for stuff like the crafter, because the observer tied to like a redstone torch lets me keep this thing locked up, and then I get to unlock it, let items in, and then relock it and craft it, and it works pretty well. The issue is kind of measuring when there's items, when there isn't, stuff like that. Because for some reason, Mojang wants you to use comparators everywhere, even though there's not like a lot of reasons to use a comparator other than you have to. Because very few things have like tunable inputs. It's either on or off. Oh yeah, I mean, you know, obviously you need comparators, because I can't get a signal from these otherwise. I mean, unless I want to do observers, but then that's only measuring when an item goes through it, and you know, you could use a copper bulb, but then you would need another comparator coming off the copper bulb. It just gets really bulky really fast. I feel like there's just a way better way of doing this. Because we almost need to measure the comparators right before they enter this, because I can measure items going through this all day long, right? But I need to know if there's a surplus of items ready so that I can craft as many pies as possible. Otherwise, it's just the whole thing is gonna get filled up, all the hoppers are gonna get backed up, and it'll stop working. So you need to check, like, from the position of the crafter. What you absolutely could do, though, is check them away from the crafter and only have one row of hoppers running into it. But you need the items to all enter the input hopper in the same way. But you can reduce bulk by having some range to it. For example, if whatever recipe it is like piston, torch, observer, it fills up correctly. So you can do that. Yeah, that's the issue. We can't bury it, unfortunately. There's no room to dig under us. So we're trying to find something fairly compact. That said, though, before we try anything new, I think we're going to check some stuff IRL real quick. Enjoy some Frog TV for a second. Because we've been scratching our heads for a while. It's hilarious. I thought we'd be doing a bunch of like different contraptions and stuff today. But this has been, what is it right now? 5 hours of pumpkin pie. Let me move this. There we go. There's some stuff in the way. I have a couple ideas. We haven't tried some stuff yet, and we got kind of locked into a certain design for the past like few hours. I think we're for a little bit more caution to the wind about it. We can find something a bit more revolutionary. That's not like, again, locking me into one kind of really bulky design. Using some magic with glass, I think. That, like maybe copper bulbs. I have some ideas, but I'll be right back. I'm back. So one of the ideas I had was possibly 3 item filters and then timing that and then evenly distributing the items using a minecart with hopper. The problem is we're getting like 100 eggs per every other ingredient. So unless we like really tune down the number of eggs, that's not really gonna work. So I think we're going to use like something similar to the system we use to like stop hopper minecarts and collect all the items, but like the inverse of that, sort of. Kind of detect and run signals like backwards, sort of. Here, we'll skip till day. The daylight cycle has been our greatest enemy today. I mean, aside from, you know, pumpkin pie, but that too. It's just sugar piling up here. Crazy. The issue is if you had like different items in here. How do I show this? it's only going to fill like from left to right. It's not going to evenly distribute the items. Here, I need a torch. There we go. Good. So if I do this number, right? Let's say the recipe is redstone, planks, and cobblestone. And I quickly unlock and relock this. What do we have? We have that. See, it's like left to right. That's the issue. Because crafters suck. No, but we need to kind of like do this in a kind of wonky way. Alternatively, rather than it like automatically crafting stuff, we could make it so that we enter the bakery and we have to like manually press a button that activates the crafter so that we can check using our more advanced human brains whether there's the right amount of ingredients, and we do it kind of half manually. But that wasn't really the premise of the farm. We do something like this. Again, it can't really be here because we need to like unlock and relock stuff. Like this is a bad spot for it, but I am just curious. No, not really, because I could try something like that. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. I probably should have known better, shouldn't I? Yes, that's just too fast. That does not work. It immediately sucks the item up. As soon as items enter this, it's gone. Not enough time to even send a signal, to even think about sending a signal. I don't think this works. I don't think this is a thing that works that way. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. It works this way. I need like a way of seeing it. There we go. See, it needs to like slow down. Solution, but it's big. See, I just don't want that. Like, I feel like there's just a real easy way of doing this. I'll hear people out, but like, this entirely hinges on Mojang making the decision to have everything be like comparator based. Like that does not help. It is kind of like, it looks kind of silly. I feel like you could have a ring of rail around this, right? So these run up. I might have an idea. Right, we fill up a bunch of ingredients. As soon as there's ingredients in every one of them, every one of these like pipes, I mean, like there's containers at the end of the pipes, right? As soon as there's ingredients in every one, it activates a minecart with hopper, which passes under each of them and just keeps moving, and it only should receive like 1 or 2. The issue is minecart with hoppers, I think, receive and dump items really fast. So we'll have to like find a way around that, and then it'll just pass over this and only add 1 at a time. And as long as there's ingredients in every one, the minecart and rail just kind of keep staying powered on. So that way we have like a halo over the bakery and not a bunch of stuff here in the middle. That is the only issue, is minecarts with hoppers are really like lightning fast. This will have to be much taller to accommodate that though. That way we're not trying to like power the same hoppers that we're taking a signal from. That said, we can remove these and give it a little test. Some are more accommodating. I'm gonna be so happy if this works. If this is like much smaller. Alright, I'm thinking effectively something like this, but it could be like barrels, could be whatever. These are just containers. We still have our rail stuff, I think, hopefully, maybe. Yeah, we do. And this bad boy. Crafting pie, right? Yep. Unfortunately, these do drain pretty quick, so I don't know if this is going to work the way we're thinking this is going to work. We'll do 5 in each. 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit. But that has ended up with an even amount, which is kind of all we needed. And if it's consistently 3 every time, then we can tune that to work. The only issue being, again, this doesn't really operate the way we need this to operate, because let's say there's 10 eggs and then 4 pumpkins and 4 sugar, right? There's all the ingredients, so it activates. The hopper does 1 pass. The minecart does 1 pass. It takes 3 of each. So now you have 7 egg, 1 pumpkin, 1 sugar left in the hoppers. The minecart comes back around. There's all 3 ingredients, so it does another pass. Well, then it's going to end up with 3 eggs, 1 pumpkin, 1 sugar. So you have the same issue where eggs are just going to kind of pile up in the hopper and get in the way. So you're still kind of stuck with the same problem. I suppose you could use item filters, but at some point something's gonna get clogged up. Strange. Yeah, because for some reason they made the minecart with hopper speed different than the normal hopper speed because funny. So, yeah, no. Its receiving speed is crazy. Man, I feel like at every turn we're finding like some crazy like niche redstone bullshittery that's causing issues. You can't just like all run at the same speed. And there's got to be something super simple that I'm missing. Something that's like something that's gonna make me like flip. Because it really should be like. And you know what? I wonder if we use these just to like check for. Well, no. No, forget what I'm saying. There's gotta be some shenanigans like with this. I should have known better. Yeah, that would be giving a signal to there. Take everything out. Too bad we can't make hoppers go up. If they could go up, that'd be cool. If we just kind of backlog the line of hoppers, we could possibly do it that way. Just have like a bunch of full hoppers. That's kind of how an item filter works, not really, but it works off the principle of having like other stuff filling it up. I don't mind if this takes a million hoppers, right? It's just that there can't be a bunch of redstone components sprawling out over the ground behind the bakery. Remove this too. Make a few more. Because I think locking this might also lock that. because hoppers are funky like that. Boop, boop. That's a good sign. That one's successfully locked. This one's successfully locked. I get the impression this one's not going to work. Well, I don't know that it's locked or unlocked. Nope. This one don't work. If we make this one that doesn't lock pumpkins, I think it will still work. It's just going to be kind of jank, and if we get like a million pumpkins thrown into the system, it will break it. But pumpkins go so much slower than every other ingredient. I don't think we're going to wind up with an excess of pumpkins before we wind up with them being removed from the system. Because this does kind of work. That said, I think, well, no. I don't know. I'll give it a stab. I'll make another repeater. Hang on. Wait a minute. It'd be really funny if it was just this easy. There we go. We'll remove that. Whoa, wait a minute. Why would that have not locked up at all? Should be feeding through the block to that. Wow, no clue. That one's really surprising then. We can't, well, no, can't break that. Okay, well, obviously that's reached that, but, wow, wait, so... That's the first time that's ever happened. This is successfully locking... Whoa. This is successfully locking through a block. It's receiving a signal through a block, as everything else does, but whenever I do it to this one, it doesn't work. This is literally right up on against the hopper. Why would that not be locking? I can only dig so far, man. We need another hopper. Literally, we're right against it. I figured it out. The game just hates us. No, I and to work with redstone if we get exceptions like that happening. That repeater is right up against the hopper, and it's still letting the thing through. Doesn't want that. Does it not like repeaters? Nope, that's the full amount of bricks. Oh, but now that's worked. So yeah, wow, the repeater was causing issues. I wonder what on earth, how that could have possibly been working. Okay, I didn't really expect that to be like a thing. We get away with that. Nope. Release me! Okay, it'll be really comically tall, but I think this kind of works. That gets hung up in there. So, sort of. Like 5 more hoppers. We'll try 4 more. I'm already low on logs again. I knew it would take a bunch. Right, so this one would be leading to the auto crafter. Also, are these even necessary anymore, these repeaters? Hang on. Well, I suppose first I should check this. Oh, the bee's doing a spin. Quartz, petals. What the fuck? What's... So, okay, it works. You can turn off hoppers that face sideways with the repeater, but you can't turn off, or with the repeater through a block, I mean, but you can't turn off hoppers that face downwards with the repeater through a block. Because right now, that fed the block all the way through. That's what happened. That got all the way. Yeah. Is that still on? I made it all the way to the bottom. Yeah, is that just the rule? So if they're sideways, I can turn them off. I wonder if that's why we got different results earlier with the item splitter. Because you can't deactivate certain types of hoppers in the same way that you can activate other types of hoppers. There's no way that's the case. That'd be super inconsistent and crazy. No way. Such a niche mechanic to make our pumpkin pie machine not work. That vertical hoppers can't be deactivated in the same way. Fortunately, I think we can get around that by doing this. That's so silly. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. Okay. Petals. Quartz. Good. And the sticky piston's there. So we have our items. So if these are full up, the idea being we just like back up all the previous hoppers with however many, you know, versions of that item. We won't use quartz, we'll use something we have a ton of. We'll use stone. However many instances of that. Same thing here. We'll use stone bricks. Actually, I guess it's best if it goes not in that one, but in this one. Right. But then an item would need to pass through each one. So we would need like a full stack in here. It would effectively be an item filter, right? If this was completely full, I think it would work. I need a block with which I can check that, which we do. Actually, these all work really well for that. We're gonna need a bunch of stone, a bunch of stone bricks, and what was it? A bunch of pink petals, which we have at the mill. I think we found a solution. One could make it such that there's like filter items similar to an item filter, because the hopper should only be draining the left item first, so the final four can just kind of be whatever, TBH. I think that would work. So we'll go grab just a bunch of stone. How about that? We'll use choker boxes too. Oh, I was already using petals. This one can be dirt. Bring another half stack of dirt and then just a bunch of stone. Oh right, hang on. I'm gonna make sure the first ones are all blocked. So we're using... Cool, got it. Crazy, this is the solution. It's kind of similar to an item filter, but instead of taking a specific signal strength, it's just a strength whatsoever. Backing up the hoppers on purpose. I'm breaking it on purpose to make it work. Oh, where's the shulker boxes? I forgot. I think they're over at the pumpkin farm. Oh, never mind, they're here, thank goodness. One sec, quick text. Oop, alright. Smack that down. Finally, a use for all this stone. So it's 4 per. It's 4 per filter. As long as this keeps filling from the left, it's a-okay. We also need to bring a few extra stone, which that's good for, and then dirt, which we have a ton extra as well. Cool. This is going to be really compact if it works this way. If this doesn't work, like this way you're doing it doesn't work, we'll definitely move on. But we'll just do it manually. but this should be okay. I don't mind this footprint so much. It is bonkers. All right, slap this down. 2, 3, 4. Two, three, 4. I believe it was this one. Make those into bricks. Nope, this one. 2, 3, 4. Looking good. So now, oh yeah, then I guess these would all have to be full too. So then you would need like 2 stacks of each, respectively. Oh yeah, that's not outputting at all. That's fine. We have all the stone for that. Nope. Hello. Made some friends. The grass is very unhelpful. Cool. Yeah, it should just be a stone and such. So suppose I'll grab some of those just to make sure it works. We'll skip till day. Thank you, shulker box. Yoink. All right. Yeah, because like a bunch of hoppers is one thing, but it is like narrow. This can fit within like the back of a structure. It's not terrible. What was this? Dirt? I suppose we can do that. This one was pink petals. This one was stone bricks. Good. Make a stack of these. Oh, wrong side of the mouse. There we go. Superb. Now, for example, if I remove these, that fills up, right? So it's kind of like an item filter, but not really. Beautiful. So now, if we have any extra brick, we have extra petals and extra dirt. Nothing in the final output. Again, this is dirt, okay. Dirt goes in. It waits because none of the other ingredients are there. Stone bricks. We put stone bricks in. However many. Even just do 1. It waits because none the other ingredient isn't there. We put the final ingredient in. Pink petals. However many. It lets all of them through because this machine sucks. That's interesting. So the delay on it... Huh. But it hasn't let any of the filter material through. So it's robust enough. How about this? We'll put an equal number of every ingredient, right? So what's more likely to happen is we have however many of this until it fills up. There we go. Let's say this is eggs. Actually, we'll do eggs last, because that's the most likely input. Same with bricks. Bricks is going to be sugar, right? It usually goes in like groups of 4. The pumpkins come in like groups of 2 sometimes. There's not a lot of them. The eggs are gonna be the most happening one. By the time we get pumpkins, it'll be like 16 eggs. We get pumpkins, we get 2 pumpkins. Oh, I'm sorry. that needs to fill up. We'll fill this one up first. There we go. Okay, we get 2 pumpkins. That doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? It's so strange that this being a completely 100% symmetrical build doesn't let an equal number of items through. We could run a signal strength check on a hopper with filter material, more similar to an item filter, to only let 1 through. And as soon as the one item goes through, it doesn't let any more. The problem is, again, if there's like 10 eggs, right, and 1 egg is enough to send it over the edge, it's just going to keep letting eggs through. So it'll need to then toggle off, and then you're gonna end up with a bunch of like shenanigans like copper bulbs. So that doesn't really like fit the footprint of this build. The scope is just way too big there. And this thing picks up blocks way too quickly. If it picked up, okay, if this was 1, 1, 1, that would be perfect. This would be flawless. This would be just as simple as we run a minecart around a loop, picking up blocks over and over. Well, that's not how this operates, because for some reason this has to pick up 3 at a time. Which you might think would work, but like, it doesn't. Unless it has like different signal strengths if you put this on top of a detector rail, but again, meh. Because again, let's say there's 10 eggs, and 4 sugar and 4 pumpkins. It's going to end up with a surplus of eggs in the hopper because it's going to keep going around in circles, picking up eggs, and then this hopper is just going to get full of eggs. So, unless I pre-fill this minecart hopper with material, and then we kind of make it lag behind, right? It doesn't really work. Like, it's going to be really jank. We would have to make it so that we can only have one like stack of a certain item in it at a time. And I know you can sort of use decorated pots. Decorated pots are actually pretty interesting for only letting like 1 stack in at a time, but I don't really know how to use that within this space, because decorated pots can only hold 1 type of item, which is pretty handy. I don't even know if you can. I wonder if you can run a redstone signal into a decorated pot. So a decorated pot should work like a hopper with only 1 inventory slot, which might be what we need. Can I wonder if I can take a comparator output from a decorated pot, because that might be what saves us here. I haven't worked a lot with them. As much as we've encountered the decorated pots in like the big ones within the trial chamber, we haven't really utilized them at all. So we'll have to take a look. I know we have more bricks tucked away somewhere. If we don't, we can just pop down to the trial chamber and pick ourselves up some brick. Nope, here it is. That's enough for 1. If this has similar properties to a hopper, this might be perfect. Because then we're not getting stuff like filling up other slots in a hopper. We don't need to filter items, you don't need a bunch of stuff. we can kind of reduce the footprint of this. Do I have comparators? I do, so we can just slap that there. Let's play with this. I don't know. Oh my gosh, you can. I didn't think this had any redstone compatibility at all. Couple questions. I can break that with Silk Touch. Good. If we put that away and we grab ourselves some hoppers. Here, I'll put that away. Where's the shulker box? Let's get some of the junk out of here. Don't need that. What else is taking up room? I think most of this is good. I think that's fine. Let's grab this. We need hoppers. Yoink. Yoink. This one works. The other one was full of items. We just filled our inventory with items. But that's okay. I don't want the stone or anything. Quartz can go away. Well, we might need it to craft stuff. This might be pretty simple actually. I feel like I should stop saying that because then I jinx it, but legitimately. Yeah. Okay. And then what? I just take a comparator output from this. Since this, okay, so this sticks up a little bit onto the next block. See? Okay, no. It doesn't have like a 2x1 space in which it outputs a signal. It's just to the pot itself. Yoink. I believe if you run redstone line next to a hopper, like in the same way that would power a piston, it should deactivate it. Or it should lock it up, however you want to think about it. So we do something like take a repeater. Oh, right, and then that should lock this up, but this should immediately unlock it. Yep. We need sort of the inverse of this because we only want one type of item at a time. And I also wonder what the transfer speed of these pots are. I can't really like see the inventory, which is the issue. I wonder if it's any faster or slower than a hopper. I suppose we could put a hopper on top of it and then test it that way. Nope, that's about the same speed as a hopper, so these run about as fast as hoppers, I guess. It is also interesting that they nearly match up, but there's like a pixel difference. We'll skip till day. That might be what saves us. So we need to meet two conditions for the crafter because we can't really have pre-programmed inventory with it. We just need to wait until we have at least one of every item, and then we let only one of every item through to the auto crafter. Then we power the crafter once, and then like no more than that. It has to work within those parameters. It's surprisingly difficult to automate pumpkin pie, I guess. I'm sure there's like a simpler way to do it that just has not crossed my mind. This is bonkers. I think part of the issue is if I outputted this to an auto crafter, right, and I had this be a singular input, a single source input for every ingredient, and there was like 3 eggs, 1 pumpkin, 1 sugar, the 3 eggs would fill up every one of the 3 available slots in the crafter instead of just going to one of the slots. If I could force the auto crafter to have just 1 slot reserved for eggs, 1 for pumpkins, 1 for sugar, this would be a cakewalk. The second part of the issue is, let's say you have a crafter with a pumpkin, one sugar, one egg. That's going to output a signal not of 3, but because the other slots are covered up, because you've disabled them, it's going to output a signal strength of 9. And if you add more pumpkins, more eggs, or more sugar, it's not going to increase to 10 or anything. Which is a problem. Just like a really, really fast pulse. The fastest way we could have this, because every time we have like a comparator coming off to something, it slows the whole contraption down a little bit. That's part of the problem. I wonder, hang on a minute. We have a bunch of wheats here. I don't think it's quite this simple, but I want to try something. Okay, I don't know how many it takes to make this. I haven't made one of these in forever. One of these. I wonder if this could solve our problem. Because we can use this to redirect a redstone signal, but I don't know if just a normal redstone like pulse through a block is going to be sufficient. I didn't realize there was a creeper hole here that I'd covered up. That's alright. Oh, that's really interesting. So now we're not getting a comparator output from this. Why? I wonder if items are just leaving too quickly. We'd have to like slow this down for some reason. I don't know. Very weird. Let's put something else in here that I'm not gonna miss too much. We don't have like a ton of other blocks. Maybe baked potatoes. See, now that's doing that. Have we found our solution? Because we can do something where we deactivate the signal if it passes a certain signal strength. Because again, like I said, we can test for a certain signal strength using the comparators. Because we have a bunch of comparators, a bunch of hoppers, a bunch of whatever. We can use whatever amount of components, but I want it to fit within a certain footprint. Eggs transfer faster than other items. Is that true? Because I didn't even know that. That's ridiculous. The target block does help a lot with like reducing the footprint of this, but here. What I mean is it goes up to there. Put the rest of my taters in there. Yep, it's increasing in strength. Now, how would I deactivate the signal? Oh, wait, but this... Oh, I can just remove this block. Once it passes a certain strength, we have a piston pull this block away. The only issue is it needs to work fast enough that it only lets one through. 2 at a time, and that's the one we have the most of. What we might be able to do then is have, like, a really bad chicken farm. I wonder if that's why everything we've been trying hasn't been working. Mojang just really hates fun. I don't know. But, we'll see. Good thing we have a sticky piston. We could totally use glass too. Oh wait, it has to be one taller. Teehee. saw my glass right, thank goodness. Boop. So like the opposite of this, right? So, I don't see this working the way we're thinking this might work. Yeah, no. That's okay. I didn't really think that would work. DBH. Get up there again. It's not too complicated. Actually, you could totally use just another target block there. Actually, just in fact, we'll make a few more, because these target blocks are proving to be super handy-dandy. So we might need to make this work with eggs first. I don't know. Or just have eggs be unregulated. As they, like, enter it, they just get immediately, put into the, crafter. We just cut down the number of chickens, so they're not producing as many. If you can make it have one egg at a time, it works. Wait, so you figured it out, but I still haven't? That's crazy. I have no clue how many potatoes are currently in here. It holds some amount of them. You have to figure out the terminal amount of potato. Okay, we'll just let it go. Wait a minute. Is that buddy powering that? Because that's crazy. Wait a minute. Thank you, Minecraft. I mean this to be on by default, not to off by default. It would make the item threshold smaller, but I can like move this. I have a sneaking suspicion that this arrangement is also going to have some inherent issues. But we'll find out. Wait, so we just didn't need glass here to begin with. That's silly. But it removes all the potatoes. Okay, there we go. Okay. We've just made a more complicated hopper, I see. I probably should have seen that coming. Oh. It kind of went slow at the end. I feel like we've lost potatoes, so it still has some in it, clearly, because that's still on. If we go a little bit more slowly... Okay. Right, but it's not doing it on command. This is totally useless to me. I've just realized. That doesn't, like, solve the problem. That's a parrot. Wait, so the parrot mimics the wandering trader? That's crazy. Nah. So what we'll do is we'll just have hoppers running into the like top of the crafter, and then we'll just like have something that pulses it 16 or 15 times so that we don't run out of the minimum ingredient. Just make it easy, because the eggs can't stack more than 16 times. So this is interesting, but not what we're gonna do. Maybe we've had like a few more years of experience with that. I might have an idea, but it's not coming to me. I think we do this partially manually. I just kind of wish there's a lot of like ways this would work if the crafters were just wired a little bit different. They're programmed just a little bit differently. If I could detect not just the amount of slots full, but how full each slot is, that would make this work. We just need more like intelligent stuff. And intelligent redstoners. Yeah, like what the hell was all this? This was not necessary. Oh, I forgot about the stone. That's not gonna be good. There's so much of it. There we go. I get the feeling we need the other shulker box. There's a video on an auto pumpkin pie farm. That's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that we've done that there's definitely videos out there for, but like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna go find a video for this one. That's how we did like the hardcore series, is I'd go like find a farm, and then we'd like replicate it in game. This time around, this is entirely on me. I wouldn't have cared so much if I had spent like 5 minutes on it, been like, oh, this is more difficult than I thought, and then gone and found a tutorial. But we have spent so comically long on this one farm because there's just something I'm not understanding about this. Some like comically simple thing, but we can do it. It'll just be like a little bit different. The issue is like the lack of information you get from crafters if you're taking a signal from them. The lack of information you get from blocks in general, for as much as they like mandate that I use comparators to get signals from things, it doesn't really help me that much. There's not a lot of utility in it. Where's the dirt? I'm gonna need a little bit more. That's entirely too much. There we go. I want some bricks. We're gonna dumb this down a lot. Like the mud machine. The mud machine was a terrible time. And I want to get rid of these bricks and make it copper and something that looks bakery-esque. I think it'd be even better if we walked in here and instead of having just a chest full of pumpkin pie waiting for us, we had to press a button and then it would just throw pie at us until, you know, we have our fill. So we'll put that there. Hey, welcome in. Either we have the items go up and over, or we just put them here. We just make it real easy. Like that. I'm sure this is like, yeah, not even like close to as complicated as I've made it. Okay. See, I fell through the same block twice. I should have... Fool me once, right? Oop. I'm happy to have made a stream that is 100% exactly as advertised. This is exactly what I thought stream would be. Yeah, see that? That does help with crafting things, but meh. And then we just like... do this. Oh, I should probably stand up on another block. There we go. One. Yeah, and then like a button or a lever that moves that to its like respective position. Like straight up just stand back here and throw these back down because they're preposterously in the way. A stone button. A sticky piston. Yeah, this does not need to be this hard. Do this. We are really on like thin dirt here because there's a whole ginormous build below us. It is firing, okay. It is nice and quiet. I love crafters. They're very like polite. They are just kind of, they are janky though. Oh, right. That would make sense. I want like a funny spot for this. Right. How many times does this fire? Is there a way for me to like... Oh, I guess I could check. Right? Because I then make a bunch of ingots. Open this. Is it gonna work 7 times? Is it gonna fire 13 times? Eight. That's actually perfect. That's half of 16. I wonder what a stone button would do. Because a wooden button is 1.5 seconds. A stone button, I believe, is just 1 second. Wait a minute. Is it? That's silly. That's preposterous. Oh, wait, I messed it up. Ah. I suppose that makes sense, though. Boop, 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 boop. It's like playing Snake, right? Yoink. Boop, boop, boop. You don't have iron blocks. 5. That's... 3 of that is 15. That's exactly what we're looking for. 10 exactly. It wasn't 15 because we ran out of iron. That makes sense. That's awesome. That's exactly whatever I was after. So this just works. Part of the only problem might be if there's so many eggs that it backs up. So we would need to find a way to keep this from just being egg from start to finish. But then all we have to do is disable these. Grab ourselves some pumpkin, some sugar, some egg, and then fill it up a little bit so that other stuff doesn't like take up room. This is horrid. I cannot wait to clean up this area. But it's just easier to figure out the redstone where it stands. Grab the eggs before nightfall. Just all of them, why not? There we go. I can't believe earlier someone was like, double the chicken farm. Make more chickens. As if there's a single thing the player can do with egg, other than like cake, make more chicken, pumpkin pie. Like, at least the stone, the gross excess of stone that we have in our basement is like usable. The egg are just in the way. Like, you could do a slime farm maybe, but we have silverfish for that. We could do a wither farm, but you don't really need wither roses that much. At least the pumpkin farm is stable. Failing this, we could just like tear this down and keep it just as a normal pumpkin farm. Just like some amount of this. There. Now, as long as it's like more than 5, have it be able to be fired, I wonder? We could totes have that. We would just need like a ton of stuff. So we'd have to back it up. Maybe to here? Well, these are like an even distribution of stuff. Because, for example, if this is full of egg, right? We can pile up egg in the first slot, and if there's pumpkin and sugar, they'll go instead, because usually it's from the left. So that does kind of remedy this. What I would want then would be 1 stack of egg, 1 of pumpkin, 1 of sugar. In fact, maybe 2 of egg. Although we will be getting more of them, they do stack a little bit less high. 2 of egg, 1 of pumpkin, 1 of sugar, and then, you know, whatever. Maybe just more sugar. Kind of run this back so that the only one that's getting filled is this one. And this one, and this one. If this one, okay, this one's too close because they're feeding into that, so what we could do is pretty simple. We would just like do that and that, hop up top side and rearrange these hoppers. Okay, we'll take the sugar. And instead of having these hoppers feed there, they feed there. This should solve it. Beautiful, that fills up the right one. You know how to do it? This is comical. I don't know if oh well. That's okay. They've just ended up there. Yeah, I imagine, I don't know. I don't even know if I want to find out anymore. I don't know if I want to look it up after stream. Usually what I do is like, I'll do some crazy complicated machine to achieve some outcome, like the mushroom farm, like the mud machine, and I'll have a bit of a laugh about it. About how silly my redstone is. And how like inefficient it's set up. But this time around, I just don't know if I want to find out. It's something you couldn't have ever figured out. I guess that is reassuring. It's always some shenanigans where it's like, oh, add an armor stand here in like a pumpkin pie farm. I don't know. It's always some like weird component that I didn't think of. There should be enough water to let me out. I don't want to be stuck in the tube. Although it seems I might end up stuck in the tube. Release me, there we go. I guess it's reassuring that you couldn't have figured it out. Yeah, I just straight up don't want to know anymore. We're gonna have a button. It's like the muffin button, except for pumpkin pie. I think that's better. I have all the materials for it in my inventory. Aww. Man, I don't want to know that. Is it like really compact? Is it really easy? Or is it just like another configuration of it? It's complicated but simple. That doesn't make much sense, I must admit. It's a 5x3? So it's really compact then. Yeah, people are like, oh, your redstone's good. It's like there's things in random places. I've seen a lot of those before, yeah. I'm not like at that level with redstone. You're making like super compact things and there's like all sorts of update shenanigans going on of like updating blocks through other blocks. It's I don't know. My redstone's really outdated. The way I do stuff. It's all from like early redstone days. And I just like kind of hodgepodge simple circuits together until it works. Oh, well, we got more pumpkins, so that's just actively working now. It's like now there's a comparator here, place your repeater all the way over there. Yeah, I don't know. I do not figure things out sort of like that. Also, like, look at my bundle. This has gone awry. That's why bundles are a very dangerous thing to have. Like, some of this needs to be in the bundle, like pumpkin seeds I'm never gonna use, but like, I needed these repeaters ages ago. That would have been really nice to know. And the chest. It's quite silly. So if you fill pumpkins like up to there, it just works. And like with all the respective ingredients in their own like area. It just works. Oh. See, I want to keep this being a thing though. I like that, where it's just chucking them up in the air. Although what we might have to do is, instead of having this like that, as preposterous as that sounds, let me see. We could do this two ways. We could have this be like 1 stack of egg, or 2 stack of egg, 1 stack of sugar, 1 stack of pumpkin, and like one of whatever, maybe just another stack of pumpkin. And then do that all the way up, have it be forced to be mixed and even, and then back it up to here. So we only have one final input to the crafter, or we have a hopper into the side there, a hopper into the side there. But I want to be able to see these, so we're going to go with the first option. I think that'd be super cool. So we're going to go grab a bunch of pumpkins, which we should have plenty. This has just been running the whole time. Yeah, pretty much like that. Run over here. Fill this up. The eggs are so simple. I cannot believe people are like, add more chickens. Yeah, that is fine. Sure, 2 stacks of pumpkins, why not? It involves only 3 hoppers, but more since you're using farms and stuff. Yeah, fair enough. I would imagine. I think the pumpkins are going to be the slowest, TBH, so maybe we'll go with sugar. We also have like a bunch of sugar canes, so we can kind of cheat and go grab sugar cane and make sugar and fill up the bakery. I heard something fly. Yeah, no clue. Go grab those eggs. What was it, 2 stacks of eggs? We had to shut this thing off. I couldn't stand the eggs like flooding my machinery. Yeah, no clue, no clue. Like I said, I just straight up don't want to know anymore. It preferentially fills and drains from the left, which is kind of interesting. How much sugarcane do I have? I think more is grown, so I can go yoink it from the lake. It has 3 hoppers going into each side of the crafter, and then comparators that also pick up the inventory through walls. Can you do that? Oh. Hello. I don't like the way these guys just like stare at you. That was unnerving. I did not see them until like the last second. A whole bunch of them. I love sweeping edge. Problem solved. We had to pull up the problem solver. You recently figured out it was possible? Yeah, I mean, I had no idea. That does help a lot, though. That said, this is just infinitely funnier to me. I thought today would be like just a hodgepodge of redstone stuff. We were gonna do a cute stream where we make infinite pumpkin pie and then sit back, listen to music, and go through the old redstone handbook from 11 years ago. I didn't think we'd be however many hours in still making pumpkin pie. I don't even like pumpkin pie that much. I think I dislike it even more now. I think I might get like viscerally angry if I go to the store and see it. By the by, I have wings, so I'm not walking all the way back. Where's my bed? I think it's over here. Oh, didn't mean to bonk my head. Oh, that's... I didn't realize we saw the arrow stuck in us. No idea. Past the pump. I love these like outside of the barn, but you come to like the front of it and it just like falls apart. It is... What is all this? So it took all that time to build the staircase. I didn't think I'd go after the dragon so quickly, but, you know, I can't guarantee that I'll always have my wings with me. I like the staircase a lot, though. I didn't used to build pads. I, like, horribly dreaded doing pads. There we go. Oh. I suppose that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I probably should have seen that coming. We'll do something like that. That should be enough. Yeah, we're good. Those fill in there, so we'll only need to also fill this up like that. Actually, what we can do... Here, it doesn't even need to be a full stack, does it? We'll just add what we have. Here, because can't I get away with, like... this? Oh, well, I also probably should have thought of that, yeah. Well, at least the farm is actively producing sugarcane for me, so... You know. I do feel a bit silly, though. This is... Yeah. I think I prefer the way we do things. I don't know. This... I like the mix of really beautiful, like, farm, like, cottagecore stuff, and then, like, maniacal redstone. Has the sheep crusher lived up to its name, by the way? No, it hasn't, thankfully. I don't like having to replace the sheep. This farm is working as intended. Although we probably do have like oodles and oodles of wool in the chest downstairs, and it's probably overflowing and flooding my basement as I speak. I'm not going to check that though. We'll come over here, fill up the backup hoppers. I think this one. There we go. That's fine. There we go. That filled up as much as I can. We'll wait until that has more sugar. But as is, doesn't this work now? It works. We have a button. We have a pie button, much like a muffin button. We just need like more sugar backed up. I then want a signal light to let me know when there's enough of each ingredient, and then we could do the like comparator signal through a block. Do that. Or straight up have copper bulbs, which I have somewhere. We could use these or redstone lamps to let us know whenever these are like these hoppers have extra materials in them. I suppose with that, with this, right? I think I'm temporarily gonna block this off with stone bricks so that extra eggs don't enter here. With that, I think I can reactivate the chicken farm. I also like how he took the time to wall off the village, but the villagers don't ever, like, go to it. We gave them the opportunity, though, so I don't feel nearly as bad for them. Oh, it's gonna be abysmal. I don't want to be around here for that. It is an interesting, like, tick-tock, like a clock noise that you get from it, because it fires so much faster than it enters. I forgot about this. I was gonna bury this, but I think it's kind of whimsical. It's like juggling... I don't know, it's like the redstone is juggling eggs. It's over here too. I like this a lot. I think this is even better than what anyone else could have designed. We don't build for efficiency around here, even though we clearly do. That only took several hours. Okay, now to tear half of it down and replace it with copper, but we probably won't do that right now. We had plans to make this like look nice, but I just can't be bothered. The sugar, with this full, the sugar will like successfully pile up in there as it you know shows up. I'm kind of surprised though. I wonder if there's something going on here. We need to check this just in case. No, we're good. We just haven't been very lucky with this growing. Yeah, at this point there's so many droppers, pistons, and like stuff that fires at random intervals going that I just don't know what's going on like audibly anymore. I'm used to being able to like listen out for stuff moving and being like, oh, the pumpkin farm just fired. I know that. See, the pumpkin was sitting there, the minecart's picked it up, the minecart has deposited it over here. I wonder if we'll get to see it stop. If that comparator turns on, it will have... Nope, it didn't have any pumpkins in it. But sometime... Ignore all this. It splits some of the pumpkins into this chest, but the majority of them go to the pumpkin pie farm. Something fired. I think that was the eggs. Yeah, it was totally the eggs. Right, I want to work on covering a lot of this stuff up. So it's either that or we do story time with the old Redstone handbook from 2014. I want to find a way... I want to find a way to kind of cover this up partially, but I kind of like the look of some of it. Here, how much logs do I have? I definitely need more logs. I'll tell you what, first thing we're going to do is take all the redstone junk out of my inventory, fix our inventory, and then start with like the actual structures of stuff. Because now it works. Like this functions, we just need more sugar. But like this, I have one leather. Like this is nonsensical. We had shulker boxes, but they were full of stone. I think we just have to start like running this stuff back. We'll put the sugar in the farm though. Has the sugar really produced nothing so far? I thought the pumpkins would be the rarest ingredient. Oh, I suppose I should have seen that coming. Okay, but we won't do that. We caught the egg just in time. That would have gone horribly wrong. I suppose we'll start putting this away. That's just a ton. We're okay at redstone, I guess. Like, it is really simplistic stuff, just kind of glued together until it works. Bap. We will feed the cats too, because we haven't done that in like literally hours. Okay, there's gonna be so many extra redstone components here. Slime blocks can go in there. That can go in there. I want to visit the mushroom farm and the creeper farm. I just like see how comically full they've gotten in our absence. I bet the creeper farm hasn't done anything. I bet it broke while we were gone. That said, I am pretty happy with it, like the design of it. Glass, funny enough, can go with redstone. Observer, mud will go with redstone. Got to figure it out. Sort of. So it's not like fully automatic, but it also is kind of automatic. We just have to go there, and instead of pulling pumpkin pie out of a barrel, we hit a button and it... Hello? I had... Why did the Endermen do such things? I thought they like would put them on the ground. I didn't think it would be like... I don't know what the odds of that are. I think we'll leave it. No, we just like press a button and it gives us pumpkin pie. Oh wow, this really works. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. Oh, but the light, oh, wait. So if there's light right next to a mushroom, it breaks it? That's interesting. I think it's a light level of 3 or 5 or something that mushrooms can handle. Cool. Oh yeah, so if we take these. Yeah, this is dope. I think I'm most happy with the mushroom farm just because like it does so much with one pull of a lever. And it's like spawn proof on top of that. I don't want to even look at the mud machine. I hate this thing. It is nice to have mud on command, but it is abysmal. Also, I can't help but feel that the pumpkin pie is just like objectively worse than baked potatoes. Because I feel like I'm running out way faster. It is like kind of seasonal. We are so late to the punch. We struck while the iron was ice cold with pumpkin pie. I'll put that in there. Oh my gosh, this is entirely too much wool. We need to figure out something to do with wool. The last thing we did with wool was pretty abysmal. We made a memorial for all our lost pets, including our first 4 creepers, Steve's 1 through 4. This, I think, was a stack last time, so in the entire time we've been doing this, I think it's only produced half a stack. Not even. That's preposterous. We made a memorial to Steve, 1 through 4. Oh, it's going. I love, like, semi-visible farms. They're so cool. Dope. Yeah, I love that. We made a really bad creeper statue. I don't know. We don't have a creeper head, so we did our best. I don't know if we think this looks like a creeper, but the consensus last night was no. But you know, this is all I got. That was meant to be a serious memorial to our lost comrades in the previous hardcore world, and well, we had a skill issue with building it. Oh wow, I left that open in the middle of the night. That's crazy. That. Unfortunately, most of like the bulk material for the farm, like all the stone, is in shulker boxes, which saves me a ton of time. We need to just like get all this out of here, like just out of my way. It sounded like the sugar fired. Yeah, no clue. So we sort of have a pumpkin pie farm. It is about as close as we could get. Yoink. It's a farm that makes pumpkin pie. Like, it's close enough. Visit the mill. I think the only memorial we haven't built yet is the one for Slimothy, for Slime Shady. Foulmouth as he was, he will be dearly missed. Here, we'll put that in there. Mushrooms can definitely come back with me. We're gonna need a lot of pumpkin pie if the saturation's this bad on it. Boop. The leads, actually, I'll save some leads for up here, because that's usually where we need them. We'll put the levers down below, like so. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Iron, I suppose, as well. This absolutely goes with redstone. So does quartz. So does ice. Honeycombs goes with animal stuff. Signs, again, go with redstone. That's almost exclusively what I use it for. Stone. In fact, we'll do this. Boop. Save me some time. Back all the way up to the top. Man, I love it when it rains. This would be a great time to go through the handbook. Once I get this cleaned out, we might save the like beautifying part of it for later. This was really nice. It was just like a double chest here, but I think we can cover a lot of this up. Alright, this would be the last things we grab in terms of like removing stuff for now. I want to make sure there's not like extra junk over here that I left. No, like chests, barrels. I don't see any. Has this produced an ounce of sugar? No. Well, I hope it hasn't broken. I'm just... Maybe the sugar was unlucky. Because it suddenly stopped growing. Maybe it's a light level issue with the rain. Yeah, no clue. We'll check that later. Yeah, we only just learned like earlier that you can irrigate sugarcane, because sugarcane typically needs to be next to water, like this. But you can do the same if these are just waterlogged blocks, right? So we use waterlogged copper grate to plant sugarcane rather than like straight up water. It's all good. Grab all this stone. The ditto here. We have so much. I wish we could have used more of it. I was really crossing my fingers. I hate all the stone that we have. We need to like find a really big like castle type thing to do just to get rid of it. Stone. No, again, more stone. It's great for redstone, but like, man. We're getting through it. We just have like that entire wall of stone there too. Stone brick. Everything has its place. We were really picky about our storage. Boop. Close enough. Put it here. Cool. Just grab these. Nope, wrong chest. There we go. Feathers. Beautiful. B as well. I'm assuming these will just go up top side where we can actually grab them. Boop boop. Oh yeah, feed the cats. Try to do that like on a regular basis. Good. Let's go press the muffin button. I need more pumpkin pie. So like Yescent. I wish it was just kind of filling up a chest, but it's whatevskis. Nice. It's cool because like we can wake up for the day and go grab some like pie and then get along with our business. It's kind of neat. I also have just one log left, by the way. I should probably do something about that. I was kind of flipping through the Redstone handbook. It's some like simpler stuff. Grab this axe. You know, hop to the top of this tree. Nice. Oh, okay. Almost went straight off. It is a bit of a pride for me, the elytra. Bit of a point of pride. I did so much. I just killed so much time when I was younger in the elytra minigame on Legacy Console Edition. Because like from the main menu, you could select minigames, and there was a spleef one, there was an elytra one, and a combat one. And I just kind of like ran the elytra one just by myself, figuring out the courses. So we're kind of busted, but it has been years. I definitely rusted up a little bit. Okay, can we get a little bit more spruce saplings? Just like 2 more. Boop, boop. I'm pretty pumped for the Skyrim series. Like, this stuff is fun and all, but we've been doing Minecraft for a long time. There's a lot of fun stuff I have in mind for Skyrim. I think of all like the niche game knowledge I have of Minecraft, I have more of it for Skyrim. We have so many like fun little glitches we can do. It won't necessarily be a speedrun or anything. In fact, I almost never like get through the main quest of the game because I'm just off doing side things. I've done a few runs of Skyrim where like I don't go get the Dragonstone. So like the first quest of the game, right? It sends you to Riverwood and then it sends you to Whiterun. And then they're like, go get the Dragonstone. If you just don't do that, dragons don't spawn, and they don't ruin your day every like 2 seconds. Playing Skyrim, but not being the Dragonborn effectively, you're just some guy, is really funny. This is working. I don't know what's going on here. I think we need to put down some like more lanterns. There we go. Oh, wait, I need to make these first. I want to mention that you didn't know that and you grabbed the Dragonstone. Yeah, it took me quite a long time to figure it out, but I don't know. Like, I've played so much Skyrim. I think second to Minecraft, even maybe more than Minecraft. That's where my most gameplay hours are. I've spent so many like nights kind of just like as a kid coming home and like logging on Skyrim that I know like a preposterous amount of like weird details. I'm so happy to be getting into it. It is near and dear to my heart. But yeah, I didn't really like just the whole Dragonborn like questline stuff. The shouts are really funny, but I don't know. It's nice to not have dragons spawning. If you could turn down dragon spawns in Skyrim, that would be awesome. There's just way too many. I feel like every time you leave a building, there's a dragon. I know it's like the point of the game, but you know, still. Also, we craft these in groups of 8 because 8 crafts of nuggets make 9 lanterns. So we did 24, which is 8 by 3. You don't even have to count the nuggets. You just do this. No extra nuggets clogging up your inventory. You just have lanterns now. Oh wait, this has clearly harvested. They've all been cut down. Alright, we can go check this. Sugar? Yeah, there's sugar. Okay. We'll manually flip this out. Yeah, we need way more than that. Way more. I don't necessarily need to light up all the way back here, but I'll put a lantern back here because why not? I cannot count how many Skyrim characters I've had. So we could just like do a funny run through of it, just not being anything other than just a dude running around. I do like the Dawnguard questline though, so we'll probably do like the vampire stuff. Man, spider jockey. I don't think we've seen one of them yet. Jeez, if we cut him down, that was like brutal. I feel bad. I didn't think it'd be that extreme. We can skip till day. I wonder how severely all these farms have affected my map. Not a ton. I get the feeling it's going to be this one. Yeah, some stuff moved around. I wonder if I need to get closer for it to update. I think the trees do a lot of work in covering it up. Yeah, I mean, sort of. You can see a little bit of it here. It looks way better on the map than it does in person. It's abysmal in person. Egg. This is going okay. This, I don't really know what I want to do here to cover this up. We couldn't have this like in the ground because that's the roof of our base. Like that is right there. That is very close. So it has to be like above ground here. Not sure. I do really like this like beating, like this pulsing effect from the redstone. But we can time it a little bit faster as well. So one thing we could do is use trapdoors to sort of cover it up. I want it to look, because it's obviously a pipe for objects, because like there's a line of hoppers. It's clearly going like from the barn somewhere. So maybe I want to roll with that look. Too bad I don't think I can waterlog hoppers. So I think maybe trapdoors. We could do copper trap. I think copper trapdoors would look beautiful for that. The only issue being you have to craft them with copper ingots, which means, unfortunately, for the first time in a while, we need to go get ourselves some copper ore. Before I do that, though, because that is kind of sucky. I don't like mining for copper. I'd rather go for like redstone or diamonds or something. We can check how much copper ore we just have like backed up. Oh, let me down. There we go. But yeah, you can do basically everything. There's only a few things you miss out on by not becoming the Dragonborn, like surprisingly. You can play through most of Skyrim just being a dude. Like, it's pretty funny. I don't know, I think stuff, I don't remember if stuff reacts or doesn't react to you. Like being the Dragonborn or not. I think sometimes NPCs might call you the Dragonborn. I don't know, it sort of depends. I think what happens is the NPCs like mention the Dragonborn, but it's not quite the same that it usually is. This isn't a lot. Let me check the chests downstairs. That was like almost no ore at all. That's all iron and coal. That's not good. Shoot. Okay. We'll grab what we have, which is 1. You know what, we might just leave that for storage purposes, just to like keep stuff organized. I would rather have a better storage system than to be able to do this build. We did like painstaking organization there, but I mean that's what allowed me to have the time to do this. Now the frog is. I've noticed that the frog will like hop away and like get himself kind of lost, but then like he'll return to the seat of the throne. I don't really know how it works, but I suppose he covets it. Hop down here. Right, I will need my fortune pick. Yeah, if we were messing with some of the new paintings, just seeing how they look. I didn't really have a good place to put them up top side, so we put them down here. Some of them are really nice though. I know deep slate, like copper, isn't nearly as common, but I have seen some of it, so I was just kind of curious if we had some down here. I don't really see any though. It's mostly iron, if anything, so we can head topside for that. Yeah, no clue. This is messed up. I was too lazy to like remove the skulk sensors, and I do kind of enjoy them. Without the streakers, they're pretty harmless. I see gold, I see iron, don't really need any of that right now. We did smelt a bunch of gold earlier. We ate through a lot of it, making our little railway in the nether. We went through like almost all of it. We went through like multiple blocks of gold doing that. I'm not seeing any deep slate copper. I see diamonds, but I'm gonna leave them in case I get like kind of desperate for them. I don't want to be like potentially losing items. I guess you have to head up another level. Oh, I'm a dork for Skyrim. We're gonna yap about it so much whenever we load it up. Oh, hello, skeleton. Oop. Thorns really just does most of the work for me. Like, we don't really need to engage things. Oop. I wonder if there's like anything else you want to see, because all I've mentioned for like other games is Skyrim. That's definitely the first on the list, but I want Shadow of the Colossus, because that's also pretty nostalgic for me, but especially Dark Souls. Lots of people have recommended different games. Still kind of on the hunt for that. Shadow of the Colossus is a masterpiece. I love it. And then Dark Souls, I think, aside from Skyrim and Minecraft, I have the most hours in that. Dark Souls isn't really the kind of game one puts a lot of hours in, as much as a sandbox game or a survival game. But I'm kind of busted at it. I love to do some like PvP arenas. Not like the arena function, but like the dueling spots in like Irithyll. Would be pretty fun. I think that's way better. I think it's okay that they added a dedicated mechanic by which you can like go fight people from the bonfire. Like there's a dedicated multiplayer feature that they added sometime afterwards. It didn't release with the base game, with Dark Souls 3 specifically. But I think they call it, in Elden Ring it's the Colosseum, in Dark Souls 3 I think it's just arenas or something. I forget the term for it, but I almost never interacted with that part of the game. Whatever I would do, I would just go to like Irithyll, to that like porch behind Pontiff Sullivan, if anyone's familiar, and you would just like summon people and duel them, which I think is like, I don't know, I think it's more true to like the way the game works, and it's like the theme of the game being like kind of esoteric. Is that the word I'm looking for? A lot of the Dark Souls quest lines, I've seen a lot of memes about them, but it's like, go to this guy, do this, but don't do that. And then it unlocks a secret passage on the other side of the game. Like, trying to do character quest lines in Dark Souls is preposterous, and it's pretty crazy in Elden Ring too. But doing like duels that way with just like summons, because you can put down a hostile summon sign for that, I think it's pretty cool. And I think it like reflects that weird vibe. I'm also really good at it, so I enjoy it. I'm not immune to, I'm good at this game, so it's a good game, and I'm bad at this game, so it's a bad game. I think we might make a temporary super smelter somewhere, just for copper. I don't really need a super smelter for anything else. Yeah, there's just way too much stuff spawning down here. It is pretty bonkers, like, the difference in balance, because Dark Souls 3 especially, a lot of people talk about Dark Souls 2 PvP, but like, in terms of general experience of like every aspect of the game combined, I still think Dark Souls 3 is the best. even though I love Dark Souls 1 as well. But the PvP in Dark Souls 3 is also pretty good. And like, you don't need to highlight it to defend the rest of the game, right? So there's that. But whereas Elden Ring is okay, the hitboxes are pretty tight. So there's that. It's just not as well balanced, I feel. There's a lot of like exploity stuff you can do. Also, Elden Ring has a crazy preference towards thrust weapons, TBH. Okay, let's skedaddle out of the cave. That's probably more than enough copper. I know trapdoors are like crazy expensive though, so I wasn't sure like how much I might need. Oh, there we go. It is always kind of nerve-wracking to try to rocket your way out of a cave. There we go. Alright, we'll find somewhere to like slap down a super furnace, a super smelter. Oh, but we will need definitely more, more cobble. Strangely enough, because our main pick is Silk Touch, we don't end up with a lot of cobble. So we'll hop down here and start doing that. So it's another huge perk of having like this area, our main area, be half a block down, so I can see a little bit below and above the blocks. So like if I'm farming something, it's not like my face in the camera, right? I don't like that. Like having the block right up on us. Yeah, for the Skyrim playthrough, I picked up the Anniversary Edition, and I have played it before. I just know whenever it came out, it caused some issues, of course, with the Skyrim Special Edition script extender. But I don't know like how many mods you're going to be working with, / how critical that's going to be, / a lot of that has probably been updated to work now. So we'll see. But I'll do some research into like more advanced modding. If we do mods, it'll probably be like how we usually do mods in other games, where we keep it pretty darn simple. I like really lightweight mods, but I feel like Skyrim could definitely use like a graphical upgrade. Oh, but we can use blast furnaces for this too, which is huge. What do we think? How many stacks do we have? We'll do like 5. I forget the recipe. It's iron, that, and smooth stone, right? I know I have a ton somewhere. There we go. Yes, it is. Okay, huge. Oop. The cats are staring at me. We'll feed them again. Of everything else that we've named, like all the unusual pets that we've named, we haven't named the cats anything yet. There we go. We'll find a place to slap these down. I'm not going to bother with hoppers. This is just going to be a temporary thing. Fortunately, we have a giant lava farm, which is perfect. I don't understand. I genuinely don't get other types of... Like, whenever you have, like, super smelters, stuff like that, people do all sorts of crazy fueling systems for it. With other types of fuels. Lava is just so readily available with dripstone. I don't understand. But I love this stuff. Don't need the granite. Gunpowder can go in the bundle. Good. I prefer lava, because you can just kind of run it automatically into the farm as well if you want to do that, but you can also just kind of have it in the ground. You get the buckets back too, so it's kind of crazy. Unless you have like a duper, like something for kelp, which might make sense. But the lava is just kind of right there. I don't really know how the blocks of rock hopper work. I think can I just like make that into ingot? I can. No, you make it into rock. Oh, that's interesting. Can you make the blocks of rock hopper like manually? Because I think they look kind of cool. Oh, you can. Okay. I wasn't aware. Yoink. Splendid. We'll let that go. Thank goodness we don't need that many trapdoors, but it is going to be a few. Oh man, and then we have to wax them. So while that smells, I think it'd be really wise to go check out the bees. Pick up honeycomb while we have the chance. Oop. There we go. Here as well. Nope, bees in the way. There's lots of bees just hanging around. I love with the new anniversary edition stuff in Skyrim. You can just kind of have a farm. You can load up the game, right? Get through the tutorial. Don't get the dragon stone, so you're just some dude. You're not the dragonborn. I guess technically you still are. It sort of depends on how you think about it, but you're not officially the dragonborn. And then you can just like go start a farm. It's really funny, and I think it's what we're gonna do. There we go. Nice. Sick. We'll put these all back together. Oh, wait, not what I meant to do. Wait, so it's waxed or... It's funny that it just looks the same. They use the same image for both. I don't really know what they would do otherwise, though, to be fair. I don't imagine it's going to be more than 42. We'll go get a count on how many we might need. The cool thing with trapdoors is you can run, like, water lines through them. And have, like, item pipes running around if you don't want to use glass, because you can get away with a smaller footprint if you use trapdoors. Mostly underwater, though. So you can have underwater, like, pipes with, well, you can have pipes for items running underwater using trapdoors, and it looks really clean. We had that in a previous world of ours. So I don't really know, like, a better way of saying that. It is phrased kind of weird. I'm gonna try to fall asleep tonight, and I'm not gonna be able to get any rest because I'll be haunted by the memory of these pink petals getting all over my inventory. We have stacks and stacks and stacks, and yet there's just so much more laying around. I'll be tossing and turning. Oop. Yeah, 42 was just entirely too much, but that's okay. I'm more so concerned about like this portion of it, like what's going on here. And then this, I cannot bury this any further. That is the bottom possible, the lowest possible elevation that redstone can be. So maybe slabs. We'll do something with that. Hey, welcome in. We've been doing some redstone stuff today. Yeah, I imagine we'll have to have like slabs out front. We might have like something cool there. Unfortunately, we can't do cracked stone brick slabs. I have lots of little nitpicky things. I really wish you could use cracked material to make stairs and slabs, but you know, it's alright. Like half slabs, I mean. Or we do smooth stone slabs. I think that might look better. Yeah, we're just kind of doing redstone stuff, yapping about Skyrim. Probably need more than that. The stone cutter's back over there. Do I have copper up here? Nope. Yeah, the issue with the redstone is that I happen to place it right on top of our roof because we have an underground layer and it goes up right under the grass, so it no work. This is the best it can be. Where's the stone cutter? I think it's over here. Yep. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, and then we just kind of get rid of this trapdoor. And like make a false porch around this. I don't know. We'll see what works here. I think I can get rid of this. It might cause issues. If anything, we'll put a torch there and then cover it. I'm not a fan of this, but it's a start. What we can do is we can make like stair variants of the smooth stone, go all the way around. You can also use lecterns to make a really sick looking porch railing. I think they're really good for that. If you have just like spare lectern, spare material for that, I think it looks pretty solid. I mean, I guess we can also try stone brick, but I think I prefer the look of smooth stone for this. For once, we need to go pick up some more normal stone. Yoink. There we go. Slap that. Nope. Slap that in there. Boop. This is where all our buckets ended up. I was kind of wondering. You know what? We'll put this in the garbage disposal. I don't use this thing enough. I went through all the trouble of making plumbing that runs all the way from that to the drainage pipe that you see coming out under the bridge, and I just don't use it. That is like an active pipe. That doesn't just go nowhere. That goes over here, but it's really, really fast, so it's kind of hard to see. And I have to like put it on a delay to be able to like watch it happen, but the items do, like, see that ice block? The items shoot over that, travel through this, and go into the void. I thought that'd be a nice touch, because there was just like this random gouge in the middle of our area that I wanted to cover up. I thought it looked ugly. I wanted to make it like functional. Is how we feel about stone bricks. You have to like really stick with the vibe of smooth stone. Make it look like the blacksmith areas at the village, because they have like a lot of smooth stone for their roofs. But wow, that's like a whole army. Oh, I hate that. It makes me think of some of the Herobrine mods I used to play with. And they can just kind of hang out there, I don't mind. If they behave themselves, they can stay. You know what? Stone brick might just be better. And we have more of it too, so. That has honey. All these have honey. Sick. 1, 2. This is the thing. We don't need to make these any more effective, because the biggest restriction on this is how often I remember to come harvest the honey. It's not how often the bees are making it. I just need to remember to come slap the button. Oop. Nice. Yeah, we usually do like for the past few streams, we've been doing like beautification stuff around the base. We haven't been doing a lot of like technical, and that's only somewhat true. I guess we did some like with the mushroom farm, we did the creeper farm, so we did some technical stuff, but stuff that I knew would be ugly like this, I would have to come back and repair later. Like we built the barn and that looked nice, but now we need to make it like work. Boop. Break these. Boop boop. No, I don't like this. There's gotta be a way. How is it worse? Unless we do something like I'm always willing to admit whenever my builds look bad. Okay, that's just significantly worse than how it was. Maybe simpler is better here. Maybe less is more. How do you have this set up? Probably like... Yep. That's... Oh, wait. You could probably do that as well. Meh. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. That is somewhat covered. This can remain open because I have to like open the chest to get the pumpkins that get filtered out from the item splitter. So we retain some of the pumpkins. We'll see if we get lucky this time around because I heard the farm just fire. There's 21. Nope, that pumpkin went to the farm. I guess there's two farms. We need to find a different word other than farm. It went over here. The farm that makes us fat. Now there's a lot. How much sugar have I made in the meantime? 5. Okay, that's not very helpful. I think we need to expand the sugarcane farm a little bit because that's not working. Put that away. This can be dirt. This doesn't need... Well, I don't want to remove this tree. Like, it is helping cover stuff up, but it is a little in the way. I'm gonna worry more about that. I'll pick up more of the wax trapdoors and then go grab some more pumpkin pie because we're kind of flying through it. There's a reason it's not a very popular food source. I just thought it'd be funny. No, I guess it's still down below. I thought I brought them up for a second. Oh no, I do have them. Okay. Huge. There we go. Run over here. I've just kind of been sticking to this area of our build today. We'll definitely replace the grass under this with like something else. Maybe just more copper trapdoor or just copper blocks. I think cut copper looked pretty good. It's pretty subjective. This is definitely going to be activating the trapdoor, but it's no worries. Are you seeing things where someone botted me? I don't know. It's possible. I feel like if it was bots, it would be like a lot more. I think we're just hanging out. I'm not really sure like what the point of botting on YouTube is. I know like I'm more familiar with the Twitch environment, but I'm unsure. I am way too locked in on Redstone stuff today to pay attention to anything else. Has the egg problem been solved? The egg problem. How dare you remind me of the egg problem? How dare? It's an issue. There's a lot of them, but yeah, I guess it has been rectified. Sort of depends, like how you look at it. The farm works. It makes so many more than it needs to. There's already a gross surplus of it. It's currently juggling eggs. There's so many. Also, have we been losing sugar because of this? Have we? For a second, I thought the sugarcane farm sucked. I know earlier it was making more. Is this the problem? Because it might be the problem. I really enjoyed having this be like open because we could like watch it throw items up. But I don't know. See, like that. I bet if I add... Oh, I need my glass back. I bet if we add glass up there, that would kind of solve the issue. Oh, it was 1 sugar. That was not worth. But how much is in here? There's plenty. Nice. I like having a food button. It's very cool. We'll add these to the back. We could have totally done something better with baked potatoes, which is a much better food source in my humble opinion, but that's alright. I thought this would be like one of many farms we would do today. I didn't think it would be this much of an ordeal to make pumpkin pie. But we've been in the throes of redstone shenanigans. We'll put that away. These up here. Oh yeah, we need glass. Right, and like just a ton more copper as well. Luckily there's more smelting. To be honest, copper is really, really inefficient if you're trying to make blocks from ingots. I don't like it. We will just go tear up a trial chamber if I want like copper blocks. That's what we've done. We have some. We have a decent amount. But for this, I'm thinking like bakery, but like steampunk bakery. The most redstone thing you've done is make a 2x2 door. Hey, that's how it starts. I think the 2x2 door is one of the things though in the redstone handbook. We're gonna go over that today, but there's like honestly there's not much here. It is just really nostalgic though. This thing's from 2014. This is old. Yeah, piston doors. I'm not gonna read the whole book because I feel like that's not like okay with copyright stuff. Books and literary copyright is a whole different ballpark that I'm not familiar with, but the intro for the doors chapter. Piston doors are a very popular redstone contraption that open as if by magic, and constructing one is a great way to learn about all the vital elements of redstone. And it's so cute, it throws in like little tips and stuff. I haven't read this book since probably 2018 was the last time I pulled it out. Or like 2016. The book was made in 2014, so I didn't use it for very long. We're a lot better with piston stuff than we are with like flying machine stuff. My glass would have been with this. Thank goodness. I was really worried I didn't have like enough. I have the physical copy? Of course, I have every Redstone, not Redstone, I have every Minecraft handbook. I misremembered the Essential Handbook as the Mining Handbook because it has a pickaxe on it. Yeah, there's the Redstone Handbook, the Combat Handbook, the Construction Handbook, and the Essential Handbook. It took me a very long time to collect all 4 because, you know, you have to like find them in different places, but over the years I collected them. How are the smelters doing? Done, apparently. They're very nostalgic to read through. But honestly, like the Redstone handbook is just a useful resource for like very, very, very beginner Redstone. Good enough. It is unfortunate that to skip today, we have to like kind of shut off the rain. We'll add something to remedy that at some point. I'm not opposed to forcing weather effects. Wow, so it's been consistently trashing sugar somehow. I think because the pipe is a little bit longer here, it has more upwards force. Something. I'm unsure. But if we do that, that probably solves it. We can test it. We come over here. Oop. I don't see cobblestone on top of the glass, so I reckon that's fixed it. Now the outer like border of this, I have no clue how big this structure should be. Maybe we won't have it like going all the way up. It is kind of comical watching the eggs go like that, but it sort of depends. I want the outside to look kind of, like I said, steampunk bakery-esque, and this being like 20 blocks tall isn't the way to do that. We're also trying to keep some of the builds a little bit to a smaller footprint, I guess, as it were. We'll start kind of like padding this out with spruce logs and figuring out like what the dimensions of this are going to be. Funnily enough, this fits really well within like the width of it. It's not like that crazy of a footprint, to be honest. Probably the back wall of this place would be here, right? Where's my shovel? Also, this is why I don't like the chickens very much. They just constantly fill up my inventory. Sure, we'll put one log there. The other one can go here. This way, this pathway down from the up, I guess, from the iron farm and the village can run by this. Yeah, most of this seems to be egg. This way though, we can kind of keep the surplus out of our storage. If there's too much, it'll just despawn. This backing, I'm not so sure about. I reckon we can leave it though. Boop. Boop. Same over here. Once more, a boop. There we go. Yeah, so lots of copper. I wonder what wood and stone stuff looks good with copper. I'm assuming tough, right? Because that's, how the thing is built. That's how the trial chamber is built. We have tons of tough. We can do tough bricks like crazy. So tough bricks, copper, we can do all that. We have a trial chamber we can take apart. That thing is just chucking eggs. I think the first handbook I got, though, was the Redstone one. That was like, that's always kind of been my jam. That's always been my interest. Do we have this be like semi-outdoors or like a totally enclosed structure? I wonder. Because what we totally could do is really narrow this down. I like more compact builds, right? Make this a bakery with like a little porch type deal going on. Or we collect the pumpkin pie from the bakery, quote unquote. Because we can kind of, because this wouldn't be very wide otherwise. That might be a little too narrow. I'm thinking bakery, not food truck, so maybe a little bit larger than that. I have to move this tree, but that's whatever. Here. Move that. Good stuff. We grab some tuff, grab some copper. That's good. Hello? Oh, I fell. Yeah, this has consumed so much of our time that I want it to look nice now that it's working-ish. I want some, like, multiple angle roof here going on, where instead of, how do I put this? Instead of like this, where it's a single gable, imagine this, but then the long side also has a little bit of an archway and like a low angled archway. All right, so a high angle, most of it, and we just kind of combine those two aspects. So we're able to see more of it. If we get up like under there, you can see the blocks flying up. I think that's a good balance. This is narrower. This is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we could widen it up a little bit and then copy this roof. I wouldn't be opposed to that. It would almost have to be this way, and then we'd almost have to chop down this tree right here, because it's kind of in the way. Yeah, doing it this width lets me just copy the roof from the barns. There we go. I like that. Something chill. It is a little bit taller than the rest of the like barn type builds, so I don't know how this is gonna feel. I think we'll have it like tucked up under the leaves, kind of hidden, because I don't know how some of this is gonna work. So we'll kind of use the leaves to mask our little like inconsistencies with stuff. This way though. Actually, how steep does the interior footprint? It doesn't get steep until a little bit in. So it's probably good that this is up here. The items are flying up right here. That does cause a little bit of an issue, because like this is still like a low interior roof. Up in the middle it gets pretty high up. You could scoot the whole thing back a little bit. I mean like the pillars. But like just by a bit. If I do it like by 2. Because that causes an issue here. I think we go with like a different design for the roof then. But we can figure something out. Shouldn't be too hard. I do need a ton of deep slate for that though. I also don't know where the sugars come from. I heard like the footsteps in my other ear. They kind of threw me off. I heard it on like the wrong side. You just realized the raccoon standing on chat also talks? Yeah, that's the whole point. That's like supposed to be me. That's like a whole different program that's running in the background. So there's a lot of stuff running right now to make all this work. It is kind of scuff. I bet we don't have a lot of. I bet we don't have a lot of the deep slate that I'm gonna want for this. So instead of deep slate, we have a little bit, but that's not anywhere near the amount that we're gonna need. Why don't we use tough? So we have tons of extra tough, and that'll go well with the copper. So I'm thinking tough for roof, and then copper like walls and stuff. That's my thought. Where's the stone cutter? We're definitely gonna need it like somewhere else. It doesn't really do me much good over here on the other side of the barn. T, B, entirely H. What are our options? Bricks and not bricks. Okay. Don't really have like tiles, but that's okay. About what I expected. We'll start with a similar shape. This is the same height, right? I guess I never checked. Probably should have done that. Yep, it's the same height. Sick. Right. The actual like silhouette of the roof, the most important part. We'll need those. Gotta do some thinking. Grab some tough blocks to kind of play with. Needs to be something that's, first of all, probably skewed that way. And I haven't done a lot of like uneven roofs. I suppose what we could do is kind of a loose slope that way using slabs. Something pretty simplistic looking. And then have it bowed up here in the middle. Sort of as a high porch. We'll temporarily kind of get rid of some of the leaves. Nice. Like I was just like throwing eggs into the air next to me. I suppose I was kind of ignoring it, but I suppose the elephant in the room. I wonder what the over-under on me being botted is, because TBH, this is like more digits, not even numbers, more digits than I usually have. So I do kind of wonder. It was kind of a forbidden question for a second. This is too much. We need an even, like, slower slope. Because this sucks. I don't like this. What we'll do is we'll have stairs on the other side. Probably. We'll see how that looks. Hello, are these two? Oh, it's one in stone bricks. Okay, I was like, why do these refuse to stack? Oh, we got really lucky with chickens there. It is only 1 in 8, by the by. That's the odds. So if you need like 100 wither roses, then you're gonna need a lot of eggs. If you want to like use chickens for that. There we go. Hello? Oh, the leaf is in the way. I was like, why can't I move? I'll just do a different shape here, I guess. Roll these back. I suppose that's all right. Sick. I am also just not addressing how I have to remove these stone bricks at some point. I really don't look forward to it. Oh. Just want to remove that, though. There we go. We'll find a way. Sick. The more like tucked away this is in the leaves, the better. Because because this isn't like a great roof shape. It works though. I kind of enjoy this, having like this be glass. I love stuff that adds like texture to the roof. There we go. Run it from this end too. What we totally could do is we could put oak trapdoors or copper trapdoors too. That'll probably be even better on top of this. In fact, what am I talking about? It's right here. Nice, I like that. I'll have to grab some more. I think actually, because we have the normal ones, we just go grab some honeycomb. Thank you, Pumpkin Farm. I think it sucks. What we'll do is either bow this up or leave it as is and then like kind of add an arch here. That's my opinion. Make 3 sets of it, add some more. It's kind of hard to like round it out very well. And before a creeper rolls up on us, we'll skip till day. I'm glad we chose to build up here. Get some like gorgeous sunsets going. Move these. It's roundish. It could be more angular. I suppose it's alright that it's not. I think it's a start. I want like little archways here too. Also, has sugar been piling up there? No? I think we fixed the problem. Next, it just kind of slams into the ceiling and comes back down. There we go. Now I gotta find a way to integrate copper with this and like where, because I know like part of it would be behind this, like the machinery. But I want to retain as much of this, like these pipes, as possible without like blocking them off. We could totally have like copper rods and stuff like running around. Guys, I did say I want like some sort of a steampunk vibe, like cozy steampunk. That's kind of a weird genre to try to capture. It will take a little bit of doing. Because we can't just like turn this all into tough, right? Unless you want like a copper floor and like tough walls, do that sort of split. I think we'll have like the frame, like the majority of the walls be tough, sort of like how we have with the house and the barns where we have like tough running along. So have like tough supports and such. Can I make cracked tough, I wonder? Cracked tough bricks, is that a thing? I think tough is like too soft. I don't think it is. We'll certainly check. Yeah, no. I kind of figured. Make a couple of these, a couple of that. I think we'll get like these structures done and then like refine the areas between them. Yeah, that might be a good way of doing it. So we don't like bite off more than we can chew. Oh, right, and then I suppose this should go all the way down. This might well just be, yeah, definitely just gonna be covered with dirt, so I won't bother with this. So we'll start up here. Swap these around. Have copper in between that. Alternating like cut copper and normal copper. I need to grab a shovel. I can't like get under there right now. The astute among you might notice that this line of tough bricks doesn't line up with this line. So, I could do a couple things about that. The simplest would just be to like kind of ignore it, TBH, and do that. Sure, I guess that works. Not gonna be too picky with it. I think the best course of action is just like place blocks. Get something put down. Like just in general. This is comically full. This is a problem. Yeah, like random eggs. See, I hate the chickens. There we go. I'll just make all of it. Problem solved. Should look better from the inside. Hello? Why is that one the same? Oh. I see. Oop. I'll add the rest at some other point. I'm gonna like stepping down into this area. So this is okay. This is going all right. As far as this goes, I'm not so sure. Like these areas. Do I still have stairs? Yeah. It gets a no from me, unless I do... Oh, hang on. Ignoring, you know, the bricks. That does need to be fixed. Okay, we'll grab some more honeycomb. These can leave my inventory. There we go. Nine more. I do wish it was a little bit more efficient, but no, I suppose it's fine. Bee farms aren't hard to make. I've just been kind of lazy about it. Something like this, maybe. Nope. There we go. Stone cutter time. Brick stairs. Oh, this is like high octane content, right? We like to be a little bit more chill around here. It's okay. I have notes. Adding texture does actually nothing from like this distance, unlike with stone bricks. So I like the coloration and like the how do you put it? I guess the texture of brick, but like the depth, it's kind of hard to achieve depth with it because it all sort of fades to the same thing. Like I can barely tell that sunken in from here. So might have to do something different, probably with copper. I'm thinking copper because like this is the top. That has worked out really well. So we can do cut copper all the way up or something. Something along those lines, or have trapdoors like in front of cut copper. Here it is. Also grab this all route. There might be merit to having these like like this. Being able to kind of see inside, because that does make the texture more apparent. I think that sucks. I think we need to figure out the rest of the blocks around it too. I think we do that. Eesh. Yikes. Oh, that might be a start. Okay. That leaf is plaguing me. More stairs. Also use some cobblestone to hop up there. No. I don't know what's up with this, but the answer is no. Whatever it is. Sort of. I get the idea. Because like it's like a secondary gable. Like a secondary archway. Like it could be okay, but it's definitely missing stuff. Here, we might need another one of these. Oh. Oh, that's not at all what I thought that was. Thought I could put a stair right there. Maybe? I don't think this will work the way I'm thinking it will. No, that just looks kind of strange. That's probably the last block that need to be broken, huh? That block can stay, actually. Nope. The roof and I seem to be at an impasse. That's a bit better. I don't mind that. This is definitely messed up. This needs to overhang a little bit more because that is not doing what I need that to do. I think if we do that, that'll fix it. It's not meant to stop there. It's meant to go one extra. You probably don't have enough for that. We'll certainly try. Yeesh. This is a rough transition. Yeah, having the roof be the same texture as the wall doesn't work. We need to find something else for the wall or the roof, respectively. Maybe we use cut copper for the roof instead. I think that's part of the issue we're having. It's too same. It has made like a really interesting shape here, though. I think the shape is good. I think the shape is contributing a lot to making it a little bit less horrible, but it is still pretty horrible. I think that's a good shape. Like the lines of it are nice, but the wall needs to be something else. The wall can't just be like the same material as the rest of it. Aside from that, I don't mind it too much. What are my other options for tough? There's not a lot, is there? There's polished tough and there's chiseled tough. We'll try one of each. It's a little strong. It's a little much, in my humble opinion. What I think we need to come at this with fresh eyes. So I think we'll put this project down for a while and then come back. Or maybe we cave in and use some wood, because we've been going for like stone and metal for a while. Put this stuff away, as always. I just have to take care of a lot of the artworks for stream that I just haven't put any progress towards in the last like 2 days, and that stuff takes time, so I need to keep working on it. So I'll probably get to that pretty soon. So we'll start wrapping up. Put these away. Cobblestone. We'll try to shoehorn the copper, like, here. I know there's a lot of it. There we go. I was like, where's the cherry logs? We will empty this out another time. This is like a bunch of shenanigans right here. Glass can go there. Smooth stone slabs can go up top side. The rest of this is pretty good. The rest of this I'm probably going to make pretty good use of. Yeah, I think we've been pretty good about taking the stuff from the upper chest downstairs, because this was like pretty full. That is helping a lot. Feed the cats again, and then go check out the frog jar for a little bit. We'll put it on Frog TV for a second while I check some stuff IRL real quick. Should only be like a couple of seconds. Yeah, by the way, this is Frog TV. I don't think a lot of people have seen it, except for like the regulars. There we go. We love Frog TV here. Their names are Gilbert and Gerald. So say hi. Alright, BRB. I'm back. How we doing? Yeah, hey, it's the frogs. We might just straight up have like a stream dedicated to Frog TV. It's pretty enjoyable. We can like, I would probably make like a separate environment for it though, so it's just isolated with just the frogs and just the like rain sounds. Something nice like that. Something chill. Okay, this is a lot. There we go. The bundles are great because like imagine see how badly that filled up our inventory, but then you do have to kind of pay your due and unload them, which I despise. We also need to get rid of some of the wool. We just don't have anything to do with it, and it's going to be clogging up like pretty bad if we don't. That might like mess some stuff up. Everything has a place, unless it doesn't, which I don't think Chisel Tough does. We haven't had much of that, TBH. Cherry sapling. Pumpkin seeds can go there. Good stuff. We will need more iron, though. That is like super important. Oh, nighttime. Yeah, like I said, we're ramping up. I think grabbing this iron will be like the final thing. I like our iron farm a lot. It's a way simpler use of the auto crafter because the recipe is just as simple as it can get. It's just all 9 slots filled up with iron ingots, and then it fires once it gets like a single strength of 9. So it's really easy to do an automatic like iron farm, but instead of outputting ingots, it outputs blocks, so it gets clogged up less, and then all the poppies get fed off into an auto composter over here. It is a little jank because like you can't have golems spawning, so I had to make it like kind of cramped. But yeah, we also have a ton of spare bone meal in there from all the poppies it's been producing. And all the iron ends up back here. This is already like a ton. We don't need all this. This is why we do iron farms like day 1 or 2. Like they're in immediate need. There we go. Very huge. Like I said, that's probably the last thing we do. We do need to repair the pick next time, though. I need to remember to do that, and that in the elytra especially. Fortunately, we just kind of buy a new shovel from the villagers every time. Most of our tools are like that. Villagers are kind of overpowered for like throwaway tools. Horses are doing fine. Alright, that said, huge thanks to everyone who tuned in over the course of the stream. It is super appreciated. We've had a lot of good streams recently, and it's been pretty good for helping to grow the channel and like reach the metrics you need to reach. We'll keep working on stuff behind the scenes. I've got a lot of projects I've been working on, but like I am just a little old me, so it takes a while, especially like general like game dev stuff takes forever. So I'll keep y'all updated. But huge thanks again, and I'll catch y'all next time. In the meantime, we'll hop over to this. This is our like little just chatting screen. We don't use it much though. Frog TV's been kind of clutch. But the few times we don't use Frog TV, we just kind of hang out here. I get the feeling we'll be doing this a lot more whenever we're in Skyrim. There we go. Got stuff closed off. Hello, hello, music? Oh, the music's there. Okay, I was like, where did it go? It abandoned me. There we go. Close that off. All right. Huge thanks again, and I'll catch y'all next time. See ya. Oh, hey, Tiger. You came back like last second.